Hi, my name is Chad Lesky. I am the BSFO North America Premium Champion. I played Murakumo, specifically the Nuadayo archetype. Yeah, so I prepare for all large regional events in a similar way. I typically test with friends remotely or at our local game store by buying a large chunk of the top meta decks that I'm considering playing, and I run a gauntlet against them. For some events, this means hundreds of hours of playtesting, looking for specific niche things to get edge. However, PSFO was a little bit different. Due to COVID restrictions, I wasn't actually able to test in person at my local game store, and a majority of my Cardfight playing friends were taking breaks waiting for things to die down. So I played in a few community-run webcam events, and outside of that, 99% of my testing time was against one friend, and his online tag is Royal Lover, so thank you so much for the help. Yeah, so I started playing the game in V-Series. It feels like so long ago already. My first ever Bushiroad event was the first V-Series BCS in Anaheim, California, where I actually piloted OTT to a top 8. That was a fantastic deck. I love that format. Not very many people did, but I did. I also managed to get second place at Premium BCS Anaheim with Neonectar. And with my team, we got top 4 at Bushiroad Springfest 2019. I was piloting Anj at that point. My friend Andrew actually learned Gize the night before, and we sat him down and we're like, okay, time to learn Gize. You check your triggers, you win. That was fun. Large-scale events are always a blast. I usually always end up with butterflies in my stomach, like traveling to and right before. But I always question, did I prepare it properly? Did I pick the right deck? But, once you get there and you start meeting people, you start playing, time flies, and it's always a good time. Yeah, so learning Premium as a new player is difficult but very rewarding. The card pool is ginormous, right? We have hundreds of, more than that, thousands of cards that all do very niche things, especially heading into G-Series and even before that. To me, it was always interesting when I would get got by like this card I've never seen before. I would have to look it up, and then I would look at all the cards from that clan because I'd be like, I don't want to get got again. But balancing, I split my time pretty evenly originally between the formats. And once I felt like I was in a solid place with one, I would reduce the amount of playtime. So it would start 50-50. Standard was the first format. V Standard with OTT was the first format where I felt very comfortable in, so I reduced that to like 80% Premium, 20% V Standard in that format. Now with D-Series, playtesting 3 formats can be rough. Your time is split, that's for sure. Especially right now, where Premium is kind of more open. There's less of a defined meta right now, and so there's a lot more to watch out for. There's a lot more cards you can get got by. I'd say right now I'm putting 60% of my time into Premium. I'm putting 20% of my time into V Standard, or V Premium, I believe. And then I'm putting that remaining 20% into D-Series. Thankfully, D-Series, the format's newer, so there's less to be surprised by. Definitely a different experience, to say the least. I wouldn't say it's bad. There are pros and cons, and I think one of the pros is I got to have my cats as emotional support throughout the tournament. But there are some definite difficulties. The internet can be finicky, webcams can be blurry, communication can be difficult, right? Like there's some things that you miss when you're not in person. But despite that, I think the online play experience is a net positive. I was able to play against players that I'd likely only see at Worlds, and my friends created a Discord chat where we hung out in between rounds, which kind of emulated that experience of talking about your bad beats and stuff like that in between rounds. I also really like public deck lists, and that's something that we can do super easily online. It lets me prepare for my upcoming matchup, and it prevents me from like getting got, right, as often, because I can recognize maybe a combo that I hadn't seen before. Most importantly, I'm just happy to play some form of competitive Vanguard. As a person, I only play card games that have like a competitive like tournament structure to them. And with the world events derailing all of that for every card game, basically, it made me really miss it. And so having Bushiroad step up and offer an online competitive event is super cool and important. I'd love for BRO to stick around even in a post-pandemic world. Maybe as a mid-year event to help bridge the gap between BSF and BCS. Yeah, so I think this is just a common card game philosophy that every player should adopt. And this is kind of relevant. I was recently minted as a level 1 Cardfight Vanguard judge, and I can tell you that you need to not be afraid of calling a judge. Especially in remote fight situations, things can be difficult to resolve because you're not there with your opponent. You can't like show them, for instance, what you intend all the time when it's just words. And judges are here to assist in almost any situation. And I promise you, and I promise everyone watching, that it's a lot easier to let the judge resolve issues for you than to work them out yourself with your opponent in the match if things aren't looking like they can. Opponent's webcam or internet low quality, ask a judge to review and work with you. Uncertain about a card, call a judge. I always hear players tell stories when that they should have called a judge, and I always ask them, "Hey, why didn't you? Are you afraid of calling them?" And they typically don't have a defined reason, just more like they don't want to bother the judges. But that's what judges are there for. You're not bothering people or bothering us when you call us over. So always call a judge when you're uncertain. And as a follow-up to that rule, if you feel that something in the ruling is even the least bit off, always appeal. Appeal to the head judge. Judges won't take it personally if you appeal. It's all business. We understand that we're not all knowing and sometimes we can make mistakes. So yeah, always call a judge and always appeal. As a competitor, practice makes perfect, but ultimately Vanguard is a game with a higher level of variance present in it. And some days things just won't go your way. You'll brick, your opponent will have it all. Sometimes you'll see no triggers. I know we all know how that feels. But just remember that even if you're frustrated at the game, you need to be able to separate your opponent and the game. And just be an overall good sport. Lastly, Vanguard is a game of percentages. And giving yourself every opportunity to put percentage points on your side is incredibly critical. What I always do is I typically always pick from the strong 5 perceived decks in the metagame. I use online resources or my opponent's deck list to help learn or interact with matchups. YouTube channels like WCC, Different Fight, all of these places are good resources to learn about the metagame and cards that are present in them. Triple checking your Guardian and attacking columns. There's no reason not to. I've seen so many people lose to accidental overguards or forgetting that they have an extra 5k power on their rear guard. There's no reason to do that. You have plenty of time. Don't feel rushed. Just triple check. And most importantly, I think, is managing your feelings of nervousness, those butterflies that you get. The more you compete at high-level events or regional events, and the more you get to top 8 or top 16 or whatever it may be, the less nervous you get because you get exposed to it more often, but that feeling of nervousness never goes away. Learning to live with that, learning to accept it and not let it affect your gameplay is going to be incredibly critical to your career as a Cardfight Vanguard player. Just have fun. Like that's really it. I know that we can get caught up in the competitive aspect of it, but BRO was made to have fun. So enjoy yourself.
COVID-19 has definitely made things difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to remote fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to the remote fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time. If you found a creative way to hold the phone, do share with us in the comments. If you're using a phone or tablet, lock the orientation so that the video can be reversed. Whichever setup you use, please make sure your opponents can see your field and cards clearly. If you don't already have Discord, you can download it at discordapp.com. Make sure your video and audio capturing devices are working properly under the voice and video settings. After that, join the Bushiroad Remote Fight channel with this link. Once you're in, you will see this message. React to the message by clicking on the game that you wish to play. This gives you access to the respective game channels. Then, go to the respective channel of the game you wish to play. To request for an opponent from the channel bot, type @fight once. Sending another @fight will cancel your request. When an opponent is found, the bot will inform you. Now you can video call and contact each other to proceed with the fight. Please be reminded that you may encounter new players, so let's all be kind and patient to everyone. We hope you have fun and stay safe. But that does not mean that our lives and hobbies have to become a standstill.
Yes. Welcome everyone. We are back. Had a new year, you know. And
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Sorry, Happy New Year. It's great. Today we have Standard, and I have one face you might have seen before, but we have a new face. Cap.
Hello.
How about you introduce yourself first?
Hi everybody, I am the captain here and I'm from the team CVGS. My partner Leon was here for the premium and the V premium formats, but I'm here for the standard format. I'm here, I'm ready to go.
All right, guys. Happy New Year. You guys would know me as Prof A. Yeah, I'm back with you guys. I'm back with Kai today. And I'm very excited here today, guys. Yeah, to be with the two of you, gentlemen. We have an action-packed weekend, don't we?
Yes, we have action-packed weekend indeed. I agree.
And I'm Kai. Hi.
Yes. Yes. Hello.
Just one more.
Today is standard.
Yes.
Standard.
Yes.
3 standard.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys happy about this? Good.
Am I?
I mean, let's see if Sarah Snow can bring in the win. Yeah, a bias factor there. It's like.
Well, if you want to play the bias factor, then we gotta start bringing out some physical, like science and all that. Because my boy is ready to rush going on from there. But no,
right.
For me, it's like standard is actually has become one of my favorite formats in all of Vanguard current right now, and it's been just super fun just to see how the sets has been releasing for standard thus far, and it's made me even more and more interested in seeing how the competitive scene is going to be like, and I'm interested to see what this AO region will provide for us today.
Yeah, and this will be the first big tournament for set 3. Actually, in a while for Overdress, so it'd be really interesting to see what the people are bringing, how the Japanese metagame has influenced the scene, as well as what innovations that people have brought themselves. And I mean, personally, I like Gravidia, and we've seen some Gravidia, some big Gravidia things happening at the end of set 3 format. So maybe it'd be we'll see some action. Now, we talked a lot about standard. Let's kind of talk about the schedule. Amar, let's just
all right.
show us what's going to be happening for the next.
Let's go see what's there. Right, in any case, gang, we've had action-packed weekend throughout 2021, at the end of 2021. But for the next 2 weeks, we're bringing you some more action. We have Vanguard Standard Overdress, for January 8th and January 9th. Of course, 2 days separated, gang. We have Swiss Best of 1 round for today. And then tomorrow, we will have the top 8, where we will crown the champion, quite possibly the first standard champion for BRO, best of 1. And then of course, looking into it, that's what we got for you for week number 1 right here, or week number 3 specifically. And then going into the next week, we are going to be looking into, after Overdress, we have Weiss Schwarz. And of course, similarly as well, on day number 1, we are going to be looking into the Swiss rounds, and day number 2, we are going to be looking into the top 8. Wait, I might have been stuck in a loop here, Kai. It's like day 1 Swiss, day 2 top 8, or possibly top 16. But what's exciting about these tournaments, ladies and gentlemen, let's see here right now. Captain, let's look at the prizes, shall we?
Absolutely, 100%. So the prizes that all of our players will be competing for, the champion will actually get 4 copies of the winner's PR, which for the overdress format is actually Virina Expecta. So anybody that's actually playing Dragon Empire will love to be able to walk away with one of these congratulations PR. Not only that, also they'll also be walking away with a booster display as well, 1 box each, as well as a certificate. So the champion will get 4 copies of the PR. The first runner-up will get 2 copies of PR, and the second runner-up will get 1 copy of the PR. And of course, the third place, all players will be walking away with a certificate. And there's a lot of pluses that all the players are vying for and competing for, more than just bragging rights, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, but bragging rights is very important. That's
right. Very important right there.
Big prize. Say that you want.
Not a lot of people can say that, but yes, absolutely, it's a big brag. So, but having that nice booster display would be such a good plus to just.
That's right. That's right. Save money, get some more cards.
Get some more cards.
Good. It's good. All right, I think we have a video to show you about just explaining the standard format.
Yes.
We'll head off to that, and guys, sit tight, and we can enjoy the ride.
Cardfight Vanguard is a 2-player card game where you take on the role of a vanguard and lead your ally units in a battle to victory. This video will explain the rules of Cardfight Vanguard. First, we have the types of cards. Vanguard can be divided into 2 different types of cards. Unit cards have power and shield values and can be called to the field. Order cards are a variety of commands that use strategies, items, or magic. Each type of card has different information written on them. First, let's take a look at unit cards. There are 2 types of unit cards. First, we have normal units. Normal units are the basic units that are called to the field to battle. Let's learn more about the 4 numbers written on the card. Grade, the level of strength of a card. Power, the attack power of a card. This value is used when it battles. Shield, the defense power a card has when it guards its allies. Critical, the amount of damage a card can deal to your opponent. Some unit cards have an icon at the top right corner and are known as trigger units. Trigger units can not only be called to the field to battle, but also activate unique effects when revealed for trigger checks. Next, we have order cards. Order cards do not have any power or shield values, but have various powerful abilities instead. Different cards have different abilities and activation timings. Some are used during your turn, while others are used in your opponent's turn. Preparing your deck. Let's prepare a deck to be used for the card fight. A deck can be constructed with a total of 50 cards, including 16 trigger units. Up to 4 copies of each card can be used. Choose 4 unit cards from your deck consisting of 1 of each, grade 0, 1, 2, and 3 to be used as your ride deck. Win condition. Attack and guard repeatedly, and the first to deal 6 damage to their opponent wins. Cardfight setup. Let's take a look at the playmat where the cardfight takes place. There are 3 types of circles where you can place your unit cards on the field. Vanguard circle. The unit placed here is called the Vanguard. Stack units on top when you ride. Rearguard circle. The unit placed here is called the Rearguard. Place units here when you call. Guardian circle. Place units here when calling them to guard. The areas around your field include your deck, ride deck, drop zone where you put used cards, order zone, and damage zone where you put your damage. Place the grade 0 card from the ride deck you had prepared face down on the Vanguard circle. Place the remaining 3 cards face down in the ride deck area. Shuffle each other's main deck and place it in the deck area. Decide who goes first with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The winner will go first. Each player draws 5 cards from the deck. You may swap cards once at this point. The player going first returns the cards they want to change to the bottom of their deck and draws the same number. Shuffle the deck if you swap cards. The player going second then does the same. Now that we're done preparing, with Stand Up Vanguard, turn the card on the Vanguard circle face up to begin. In Vanguard, there are 6 phases each turn. Let's learn more about each of the phases. Stand phase. Stand phase happens at the beginning of your turn. Vertical cards are in stand. Horizontal cards are in rest. Stand all of the resting cards on your side of the field. There are no resting cards on your first turn, so you can proceed to draw phase straight away. Draw phase. Draw a card from the top of the deck during your draw phase. Ride phase. To ride is to stack cards on your Vanguard to increase its grade. You can only ride once per turn. You can ride a unit from your hand, or discard a card to ride a unit from the ride deck that you had prepared that is 1 grade greater than the Vanguard currently on your field. The cards placed underneath your Vanguard after riding are known as the Soul and can be used to pay for costs of abilities. Main phase. During your main phase, you can call or move rear guards, use a card's ability, and use an order card. Calling or moving a rear guard. You can call a unit from your hand with a grade less than or equal to your Vanguard to any rear guard circle. Rear guards can move between the front and back of a column. Positions can be swapped within the same column too. Moving or swapping positions horizontally is not allowed. Battle phase. You can attack your opponent's front row units with your front row units during your battle phase. Rest the unit when it attacks. If the power of the attacking unit is greater than or equal to the power of the unit being attacked, the attack hits. If the attack hit a Vanguard, your opponent takes damage. If the attack hit a rear guard, put that rear guard into the drop zone. Let's attack your opponent's Vanguard with your Vanguard. When you attack with a Vanguard, you perform a drive check. To drive check is to put the top card of your deck into the trigger check zone face up. If a trigger unit was revealed, various effects are activated. Cards revealed for drive checks are added to your hand. Drive check, and get a critical trigger. It has the effect of +1 critical, and the effect of +10,000 power. You may choose to give each of these effects to a different unit. Let's give the critical to your Vanguard and the 10,000 power to your rear guard. As the attack was successful, your opponent takes 2 damage. When an attack hits, the other player performs a damage check. Put the top card of your deck into the trigger check zone face up, then put it into your damage zone. If a trigger unit was revealed, various effects are activated as well. Damage check. First check, no trigger. Put the card that was revealed into your damage zone. Second check, got a draw trigger. A draw trigger has the effect of draw a card and the effect of +10,000 power. Draw a card and add 10,000 power to your Vanguard. Next, let's attack your opponent's Vanguard with your rear guard. By resting a unit with the boost icon behind the attacking unit, the power of the unit behind gets added to the attacking unit. Attack the Vanguard with 26,000 power. Guard. When you're attacked, you can defend your units by guarding. To guard, Choose any number of cards from your hand and call them to the Guardian Circle as rest. The power of the unit being attacked is increased by the shield of the units you called. If your Vanguard's power is greater than your opponent's attacking unit, the guard is successful. The power increased from guarding only lasts until the end of that battle. Once that attack ends, the power of the defended unit returns to its original value, and the units on the Guardian Circle are put into the drop zone. Let's aim to win by attacking and guarding repeatedly and dealing 6 damage to your opponent. End phase. This marks the end of your turn, and it is now your opponent's turn. This also concludes the description of each phase. Various abilities. Cards have various abilities in Vanguard. First, there's Persona Ride. It activates when you ride a unit with the Persona Ride icon from your hand on a card with the same card name. Draw a card when you Persona Ride. And for this turn, units in your front row get plus 10,000 power. Next, there's Intercept. When you are guarding, you can move rear guards in your front row with the Intercept icon to the Guardian Circle to guard. You can both intercept and guard with cards from your hand. It's a successful guard of 23,000 power. Put the units on the Guardian Circle into your drop zone when the attack ends. Twin Drive. Units with the Twin Drive ability can perform drive checks twice. When you attack with this Vanguard, perform 2 drive checks, as it has Twin Drive. First check. Second check. Got it! Over-trigger! An over-trigger is a powerful trigger, and your deck can only have one such trigger. Give 100 million power to any unit, and draw a card. If it's revealed during drive check, more effects can be triggered. Sometimes, costs must be paid to activate the card's abilities. First, there's Counterblast. Activate an ability by turning a specified number of cards in your damage zone face down. Next, Soul Blast. Activate an ability by putting a specified number of cards from your soul into the drop zone. Make full use of various abilities to be victorious in a card fight. This concludes the explanation of rules in Vanguard. Enjoy the world of Vanguard with a deck of your own.
Welcome back, everyone, and standards day, Amar. What do you want to see? What do you want to see?
Well, you know that this is the first big tournament, since the release for DBT03. I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of Gravidius, Bar Sagara. These stacks are making its first official appearance, in the tournaments. I mean, it's exciting because when you think about it, they have a lot of utilities or a lot of synchronity, with the current sets that are out. But if I have to be honest, I'm looking forward to the row narrow.
Okay, well, that kind of answers my second question. When we think about set 3 and we want to talk about like the best decks, there are always 2 decks that really come
popped off.
And that is Bruce and Loronorol. And I was gonna ask you which team are you on?
It's gotta be the lyrical, Loronorol has seen a lot of utilities. It's a very destructive Vanguard. Don't let the cute cat exterior fool you, Kai, because they're gonna bite and they bite real hard.
Yeah. And I have to say, like, out of the 2 decks as well, Loro is it's a much more simpler deck to play. We see a lot of, I think when we look at the Japanese tournaments as well, a lot of players just brought Loro as the deck. But overall, the interesting part is that we saw a lot of Bruces topping. The conversion rate for Bruces seem a lot better. That could be just because more of the better players brought in. They can
brought in Bruce.
Yeah,
No,
but
definitely. If you're talking about Bruce, it's the Ichikaze. The final rush is destructive. You can say that is the epitome of final turn in Vanguard right now. You go for that final rush. You declare it to your opponent. You do it in a very cool manner. I'm looking forward to that when we're going to see some of the games later. I hope they make some sort of like an anime scene when they declare that final rush. Yeah, you can't discount the anime energy. Yeah, the bro power of the dark states. Yeah.
That's right. But I mean, like, both decks are very strong. I think if we look at the numbers today for AO, Bruce is edging out over Loro. Bruce is the most popular deck in the format, followed by Loro, and I guess people are just going into this tournament thinking, okay, we have probably 8 rounds, right? 8 rounds that I have to win. Let's bring something that is consistent. One of the weaknesses of Loro, right, is that even though it's a strong deck, it's also a very simple deck, right? And the plays that you can actually make with the deck, it's like a one-way street. You're doing this, and you're definitely doing this. If something happens to you, well, you're still doing this, right? So in terms of flexibility, right, there's not really much you can do except just follow the path. And if the path takes you to win, you're happy, right?
You're happy, yeah.
Takes you to a loss, you might not be that happy. But just Bruce, on the other hand, it doesn't really do much until their final rush turn. But
definitely.
There's still a few edgy kind of plays that they can do to kind of change things to their favor. So it'd be very interesting to see what they've kind of brought into this meta as well. And it's not just one, like compared to Loro, right? Bruce does have multiple lists, right? It's not just, the standard Bruce list. Here are the 50 cards. That's how it is, right? We see people add some text to it, and
Leonard,
really good.
Really good.
We're going to see a lot of Leonards, but there are also some decks that actually don't run Leonards. I've been seeing, the Quen Lu kind of combo in Bruce, that sometimes they just don't run the Leonard and focus more on that Eden combo, getting the crit guard restrict kind of thing, right? So there's those popping up. It's just your standard ones as well, and then we've seen like kind of the defensive order ones coming into play, the extra 20k shields for so there's a few different techs you can do, unlike Loro, which is just
one-way street.
I think it's like 43 cards that have to be pretty much core to the deck.
I mean, Lornerol is all about singing the song, getting flipping those cards and then getting those the guard restrict, big power, big chunkers with the critical. And I have to agree, Kai. It's a one-way street. It's a one-way street. I mean, they're singing the same song over and over again. I mean, but why change? If it's the #1 hit song of the century, you don't really need to change the chemistry of it, do you?
That's right. You just play it over and over again, right? And that's
definitely
that's how you get views. So
no remixes, no remixes. 43 core cards, that's my lyric right there.
That's right. Now the interesting thing though is that both of these decks, if you think about it, right, the big power play comes at around turn 4. Bruce final rush, pretty much a turn 4. Loro, the guard restrict comes online usually at turn 4 as well. But there is one deck that everyone used to like, and maybe not like so much anymore. They just really go off on turn 3. They ride grade 3 and they go, my power lines are perfect. So guess what deck that is, Amar? I think
I believe it rhymes with Apex. Apex? No, it starts with Apex.
We have Bastion. It actually has changed. It's add some new cards, right? We have some Lagriels being added to the deck that really let you pop off really, really quickly the moment you hit grade 3, and that's value when you're against.
That's value right there.
Yeah, when you're against a format where the best 2 decks don't go off until turn 4, being 1 turn ahead is really, really good.
Well, the thing about the Bastion deck, yeah, is that the formula essentially is the same. You know, you get Alden, and then you're going into that Forsad. The resist being very big against a lot of the prison decks right now, but of course, discounting the fact that in DBT02 they have one of the key core order cards, yeah, the form up, the chosen knights. You know, you're getting that extra drive check, you're getting the extra power, the extra draw, and again, while it's a bit like the Laura Neural deck, but what makes the Bastion so powerful, so destructive, is that the deck's engine it revs up immediately the moment it rides on grade 3.
Yep, and it
comes out
really annoying
boom.
numbers.
It hits at annoying numbers,
especially when it
15k to a 10k Vanguard.
It adds that 2k.
Yeah.
Very obnoxious.
Very obnoxious. Everything is hitting at a magical number. You're angry at it. Even while you're playing that deck, you feel angry as well. This deck is just unfair.
Why is it like this?
Why is it like this?
And it's not like the numbers it hits are weak as well. So it hits that annoying 15 number, right? It's like, okay, you're on a 10. But then, the side columns also hit rather big. If they decide to just go in and just boost, give their grade 3s boost. How do you guard that?
It's a series of no guards. It's a series of no guards.
And then you ride your grade 3 and you're waiting for turn 4. You're waiting for your next turn for things to start going, and then he just does the same thing next turn, except it's got a kind of, it's not exactly like a matchup advantage, but more like just a speed advantage, right?
Yes.
A lot of these
I like that a lot.
Yeah, and if Bruce is like forced to drop their key cards early, not the same for Laura, but Bruce is kind of neutral. Like they have to make their final rush turns really big, really damaging, really destructive. If they lose all that, they really don't have a great final rush turn, which is unfortunate.
Pretty unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, Laura, of course, is a turn 4 deck as well, but they don't want to commit as many cards. In fact, they're kind of a lean deck in that regard, so the only thing they really care about is just playing some orders.
Just singing that song, and then, I mean, the Laura deck has always been a Vanguard-centered deck. It is heavily reliant on the critical that the Vanguard can give, but that's the thing about Loro. They have the defensive cards, they have the number generating cards as well. So it's just it's a battle of attrition here, Kai. It's just waiting for your opponent to finish on that null guard, finish on all those big number trigger cards that they have as defensive, and then eventually whittling it down. And by that time, you're probably thinking, why isn't he dying yet? When is this song gonna end?
We've talked a bit about the top 3. Guess what's in the top 5? Let's kind of go down a bit, right? Top 3 kind of, we know the top 3. We've seen
it's gonna be there for a while.
Yeah. 4th place though. This was actually surprising to me. The 4th most represented deck in AO is actually Nirvana.
I was
followed by Seraph Snow.
Okay, so I was thinking of Seraph Snow first.
Yeah. Now, Seraph Snow is actually slightly weaker because it doesn't have Macarite, the PR that lets you kind of grab Prison from their deck.
Play the deck out game,
Yeah, but that card actually adds a lot. So it allows like Prison to kind of push early, get a 15k beater. But when they don't have that, the position is slightly like less than ideal.
Awkward, yeah, it's kind of awkward being there.
Right. That's probably why we see less people play it. But Nirvana is actually pretty decent ever since it's got Urja, right?
It's pretty stable. It's pretty stable, I have to say. Firepower is there. It definitely has that big number, big chunks. The name itself is Overrest. They're using that mechanic. They're doing that mechanic. Come on, it's like, but still, compared with Big 3, there's still gonna be some lack thereof with the deck. But hopefully, the players that are coming in with the Dragon Empires, they bring in their spices.
Yes.
It's all about fish mechanics of Overdress that is very apparent.
I think we're gonna toss to a deck review right now, just in time. We have the players.
Just in time.
We have we have Tran here with we have Willista. That's a bit unexpected.
It's not Volo Nero.
I saw the lyrical. I'm like going, yeah, it looks like we see a low deck, but it's actually a Willista deck. So there's only one Willista deck right now that is being represented in the entire tournament, and this one is.
And it's by Liu, yeah.
Very focused on the orders, has a lot of early game power, but in terms of what the top end, that is where it starts to suffer. So it'll be interesting to see how Tran can take the win if he can. Let's kind of look at what he's going to be fighting against, and what his odds are. If we can flip it over to the next player.
Kira Doki Doki. I like the name there.
Oh, we got.
Oh man, all right.
Ryan. That.
No stranger there.
That sounds like a familiar name.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, from the Iki card shop right there in Indonesia. Ryan, his name pops up every now and then. Very consistent player.
I've seen it at local results quite often, I think. And he'll be bringing one of the decks that we talked about before, Bastion.
Yeah.
And this is kind of like the more traditional Bastion. It's very consistent. If it worked before, why change it? Right?
Why change? Yeah.
Yeah, it's still good. We don't need to play rag rails, and this list still has shown results, right? It's it does what it's been doing in set 1, just slightly better. And now you have better fronts and bulkier
fronts. Kind of,
last you through like probably a bit longer. Just bear in mind.
Well, in any case, the Alden Forsyth gameplay is still there. Nothing much has changed here. Maybe the amount of Coca Bells is pretty much standard. Dark Strain is still there. Not much change even with DBTO3 coming in. This is DBTO3.
I mean, there is the ability to change with just to update your list to a lag rule list, but you don't have to. That is what's so
cool about Bastion. Yeah, what's so good about Bastion.
Yeah. So I think we're gonna jump to the game very, very soon and see what is going to happen. Oh, it's back to us.
Back to us. Well, right.
Well, what do you think of this matchup, Amar?
Well, definitely, it's gonna be Bastion, right? I mean, I'm gonna be very biased there, but still, you can't discount the fact that the lyrical monasterio they bring a lot of utilities into their gameplay. I gotta go with Cantor here still. I gotta go with Bastion. I'm so sorry, Kai. It's gonna be Cantor for me. I like that aggressiveness. Depending on who's going first right here, we might see some trouble heading into Liu's way.
Yes.
It's Bastion.
I feel like it is quite favored for Bastion. It's just it just does what it does so well, and there's a reason for that, right? There's a reason for that. And when you put a good pilot behind it, it's gonna be very scary for Tran. Willista does have combos early on. It actually, out of a lot of ride lines, Willista actually has one of the better ride lines in Lyrical, even though its grade 3 is a bit iffy, right? It's not the best. We've seen a lot of other Lyrical decks, apart from Clarissa and Lauren Roll, actually take the Willista ride line just because it's actually that good compared to their ones. We've seen Kyrie take it. We've seen Felta Rosa play it as well. So yeah, it's the Willista. I think at some point the grade 1 Willista was more expensive than the grade at least the SPs.
At least the SPs, yeah. They have some very nifty special cards right there. Going into this game, still a bit iffy. I mean, it's true the right line is one of the most stronger ones in Lyrical Monasterio set. But again, Ryan is a very strong competitor there. You've said it yourself.
I just have to say, if Bastion goes first, they're probably the other thing is that the Willista ride line, we say how strong it is, but this is basically saying it peaks very quickly.
Very quickly, yeah.
It peaks at grade 1 and 2, and that is it. Usually Vanguard games do last more than 2 turns of grade 3, so if it doesn't get better from there, that is where we're going to start seeing some weakness. Bear in mind also, Willista does kind of go through the deck quite quickly.
Yes.
Very similar to kind of Zorga, so it needs that pushing power, but it feels like it might not get it, you know? So it'll really come down to, I feel like it's going to come down to the early game. The one weakness that Bastion has is the early game.
Early game, yeah.
Yeah, it basically doesn't commit anything early. If it does, it's usually just from the on-ride skill, and if you call like an order, it's like extra bad, right? It's extra bad. You call a trigger, that's not as bad as you think. But Willista, I've seen Willista players go, okay, I've had such a bad matchup sometimes, let's just throw the whole hand down and let's just this, right? And I mean, that's sometimes just how you have to do it. Especially when you're against Bastion, they usually don't have ways to respond anyway.
The early games, yeah, definitely. I've seen a lot of good players, yeah, combating or countering the Bastion by actually aiming at his weakness. You know, I'm gonna rush you in the early game. I'm gonna force you to use some of your cards right here, and who knows? Sometimes, you know, even if you have a big hand, doesn't mean that there's quality guards inside. It could be all grade 3. It could be that Kokabiel is non-existent in the hand in itself. That actually spells trouble because you have all of this firepower, but you have 0 defensive capabilities. You are reliant, on your defensives.
And I mean, even if Kokabiel is in the hand, it's not active until you're in Bastion anyway.
Yes, exactly.
It's just gonna be a dead card. So yeah, if we might just see Tran, especially if Tran goes first, it might be pretty good. He can turn 2, drop his hand, and go, right? Even if he goes seconds, he can do the same thing. It's just that he's gonna be facing a very, very strong turn 3 from Ryan.
If you're gonna throw down the hand quite early, it's gonna be a bit troublesome because going into Bastion without any defensives in your hand, that's 50-50, and then we kind of see that Bastion's going first there.
Yeah, if you're Bastion, you're feeling good. I have to say
you're feeling pretty good. So the right line for Bastion is pretty standard, going into Fort right there. Yeah.
Yep. And it will just be interesting to see what he calls off the top.
Yeah.
Does he get it? Does he have confidence in getting a card, or is he gonna be getting it? Not much.
Not much. It's gotta go from hand right there.
Yeah. It's the determination of a good Bastion player, right? The best Bastion players always get that grade 3. Bam, comes out 2 lines.
2 lines right there. I like that.
We already see some 3 lining.
Yeah, 3 lining. I mean, we talked about the early game. We talked about the early game right here. Yeah. Every line can hit.
3 lining with a trigger.
And that's a critical.
Wow.
2 damage off the bat. Yeah. Okay, just one.
You're feeling good, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean that can still hit. I mean, it's an 18k line. It's still gonna hit. It's still a 5k guard.
We're saying Bastion, if they have no triggers in their hand,
you gotta eat.
They can't guard. He doesn't. He's just going in.
You're going in. You just gotta eat, and that is a Bastion. Yeah, that's a Bastion copy right there. 3 damage off the bat. I'm liking this Kai so much.
And wow, Ryan's discarded 2 orders. Right? I mean, that order is pretty good. But if you're discarding 2 orders already, and that is
you do not want to see that.
He could technically put it up front and attack into that trigger.
Yep. But he's choosing not to do so. But I've seen a lot of this happening actually. Yeah, Kai. A lot of Bastion players, the tendency for them to pull off a heal trigger, to superior call is pretty big. All things considered.
It is what it is.
And this is quite sad. This is quite sad because there's nothing that can be put down. It's just a simple 15k to the Vanguard. It's just gonna take it. Liu's just gonna take it. 1 damage, nothing. No skin off my back.
That's right.
Get ready. Yeah, get ready. I'm gonna hit you more now.
Yeah, and it's gonna be continual through line from Tran. It's scary, you know.
It's
As
very
a
scary.
Bastion player, you generally want to keep a trigger in the hand. To be fair, just so that first turn when they swing in, you just 15k it and say over the pass. Because if that happens, you know, and you're at 3, it's such a bad scenario. You know, it's such a bad scenario. So I feel like the mulliganing, at least for Bastion, is not just straight up throw all the triggers back and hope the best. You want to at least have like a 15k so you can...
A 15k shield.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
all things considered, you know, you can get a bit greedy. Thinking about it, Ryan's, you know, the mentality of going first, right? You know, I'm going first. You know, why do I need to keep triggers? I'm going to be the one that's going to be hitting you early.
Yes.
But that's not the case. You know, that's not the case. You know, Liu is...
Yep.
I would
Like, to be
expect it.
fair, as Tran, if you were Tran, you would be playing this matchup a lot of times.
Definitely.
I'd hope,
Yeah.
right? Because, you know, Bastion's a popular deck, and you have to know how to face the popular things. But Ryan, he probably hasn't played this matchup much. He might not even know what a lot of these cards do, right?
Probably don't even know what the Vanguard is. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. Actually, very interesting here. Tran does not throw anything else down for the boost, and just swing with the Vanguard.
Probably preserving the hand for the great return, but I think it's still okay. You know, all things considered, Trans doing done a good job, and then that is a trigger. You know?
Ooh, is
All
it
right,
a
thinking about
draw? No, this
it's
is
a
front.
it's a front.
Front.
Oh, but quickly being discarded right there. That is a defensive coming in from Ryan. You know,
That
phew. Phew,
that
that saved his
defense
life.
saved him.
It saved his life.
If he did not get a trigger there, he would have had to guard, like
Possibly with an Algard. Yeah, possibly with a Sentinel there.
yeah. They hit 15s and 18s. That is not.
A good number to guard. It's 10
That is a
shields.
terrible number, in fact. And if you're Bastion, that's just even worse. So saved by the trigger, basically, on Ryan's side.
Saved by the bell. And that is the third order card right there. I mean, drop down. I mean, I gotta be wondering, you know, does he actually have a better card in hand that he wants to utilize? I mean,
Maybe he doesn't, because those pieces I think you'd want to keep. You're thinking about 4 damage. I want to keep my Kokobeel.
Yeah.
But you know, the order just lets you dig though, so it's a bit
It's a bit weird.
good.
Yeah.
But I guess
Going
maybe
through
he
three.
just doesn't have any other 3s.
He does though. He does. He showcased the Kokabel, he showcased the Alden, and then the rough look, and could have thrown the rough look away. And then
He has a 4th.
okay, that could be the reason why why it's been thrown
I
down.
mean, I meant that he might not want to call the Kokobeel, right? Because he wants to keep in his hand. If those were the only 3 cards, it'd be like,
But that's the Kokabel right there.
yeah, there it is. You just put it down.
It kind of speaks volume of the quality of Ryan's hand right now, and it's not good. It's not good at all.
It's not good. If he had to call that Kokobeel, the draws he must have gotten like probably triggers or null or things like that, which I guess is okay, because in the end, Ballista is a 3-attack deck.
But it is going to be hitting like a truck.
Yeah, it can hit surprisingly big, especially if he combos with the he is running the card that lets you get power just from the original shielding value, so that can hit really, really big if you're not very careful. But you know what else is going to be hitting big? This
Bastion and Alden. Yeah, Alden's going to be like, it's already at 30 right there.
yeah. With that Refluke, it should be 30. And I think that the Kokobeel has the order on it, so that's hitting 20, which is also a very annoying number. Actually, all these numbers are just really annoying.
Ooh, okay, yeah, triple drive, triple grade tree, still not what you want to see.
Kind of expected, right? You see a
yeah.
lot of threes. If you're blanks, you're probably getting threes, but
How are
when
you
you're
gonna
showing your
guard?
opponent threes,
He's throwing away a Cocabiel. How is he
wow.
gonna guard?
Kookabil, really? I guess he's very confident that his
He's
hand
very is defensively better, but then he only runs three Cocabiel. Once on the field, once gone.
I mean, technically, right? Kookabil's in the end is just defense. Who needs? You can kind of plan out your opponent's attacks, right, and then adjust accordingly, and then just throw the Kookabil away because you're confident in winning.
Confident in winning. All right, so I hope he brings his confidence here right now
Yes.
because Tran's turn is up. Ooh, okay.
Standard is all about that confidence. You have to be confident.
It's all about that confidence.
You got to believe that you're ready, right? And I feel like Ryan's done the maths and he's confident.
Yeah, I sincerely hope so. Yeah, so Ballista's coming
You'll
up.
need that confidence.
You'll need that confidence. Looking at top five because we've seen Tran putting like a lot of units on the floor during his grade one turn, but right now this is where the Ballista actually is gonna shine even brighter. We talked about how the engine runs very fast, but at the same time, I actually think it shines better during the first grade three turn. It has the rushing capacity, and then now it has the grade three is bringing out a lot of field, a lot of the so-called power. Yeah.
Especially in a situation like this when your opponent is at high damage. If they're at low damage, your opponent just shrugs, doesn't care, right? But because Tran played in such an aggressive way, he's at a situation where the weaknesses of Ballista is not as apparent anymore because he's basically getting a lot of free things and now is able to put on a lot of free pressure, right? And we also get to see the tree. He called out that
Critical trigger,
early on. And now he gets to value it with Henrietta, which lets it bounce it back and gets like hands, but also gets a bunch of power as well.
Well, not so much of hand size right now. Yeah, he's going in for the kill. This is it.
You don't need hand if you're gonna win.
Yep. So choosing to attack with the Vanguard first. We saw the front just now. Yeah, we saw the front trigger just now. That's the way to go. I'm gonna believe in my triggers, and it's just insanely good and high. Yes. Something might be happening right here on my end.
Okay, it's. I want to see how Iki Ryan's gonna guard this. It's just
There we go.
I want to see how he guards this because he doesn't have that many cards in his hand. That's
no
reality.
And
he doesn't have many cards in his hand.
And throwing away the Cocabiel means that any chances of actually guarding extra is non-existent.
Yeah. He kind of you don't really need pieces in it. We know he has Persona right in the triggers, but
that's about it.
Yeah.
I mean he has the components. Generally enough. The field that he has currently, the field that Ryan has currently is more than enough to deal lethal as long as the Persona right comes in. But that's a big if. That's a big if.
He needs to live.
Yeah, he needs to live.
Right.
2 cards in hand, you only saw like 3 triggers coming out. Okay, that's the Sentinel right there. No other choice. No other choice. You gotta go with the Sentinel right now, and then quite possibly that is a trigger right there.
If Tran gets a crit here, though, it's gonna be a bit scary.
It's a bit scary, yeah. Ooh, okay, nothing, no compression right there. That's a bit sad.
And then now Ryan just has to guard one. Right, it's got one attack. I think it's,
Ooh, pretty healthy hand right there. 6 cards, and then.
But we know at least 3 of them would be
great threes.
Great threes, right? So it's a bit of a fake hand, I think, but it's still enough. It's generally enough when you look at that.
Yep. There's only 2 attacks left, and then the possibility of a turnover right here is pretty much non-existent right now, unless all the attacks go through. No defensive at all. No defensive at all.
We've been talking about that confidence, throwing away crocodiles. Epitome of confident.
The epitome. All right, I like that. The epitome of confidence, saying that the next turn, final turn. Oh yeah, there we go. That's
he recognizes the Henriettas can hit big, but I guess here like the Henrietta can like hit into like the Alden if he wants to. If he goes, oh, I'm afraid of that card. It's a bit big.
It's a bit big.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think it is hitting the Alden right there. Thinking.
See if Ryan wants to guard that. Otherwise, he might be forced to commit a less good card.
A less good card. Something inferior on the field, but it's letting it go. It's okay. It's hitting the rear guard. No skin off my back. Quite possibly there's another Alden. Yeah.
Yeah. Just get another card. Draw card. There.
The powers are big. This leans back into Ryan.
Yeah, now everything becomes an Alden power. And he calls a Fasado. Which is pretty good. Fasado doesn't get power. It adds utility.
The fun stuff about Forsad, you can unflip, you can counter charge, you can soul charge, and then the Dark Strain is here. This is big. This is very big, right? Lethal. Possibly lethal with the hand size that Tran has.
Yeah, Ryan asked for Tran's hand, sees 4.
Sees 4.
That is tasty. It is time. It is time to go in and push. And
one defensive is not gonna save Tran right here. You're gonna need a couple of defensives right here.
Even 2 defensives might not save Tran. However, if there is 2 perfect guards in Tran's hand, I don't think there are though. I think we can see it.
We can see. Yeah, there's a grade 3 right there and a grade 2 yourself from the drive check. You have 2 unknowns. It's
not looking good.
It's not looking good.
Do you know what there's one thing that can save Tran though, and he has 3 options to see it.
He has 3 options to see it.
Yeah, three shots right there.
The magical card of standard.
That's right.
The magical card.
Could save him. It could decide this match. Now let's see if he's actually gonna. I don't think he's gonna guard this. Can he guard? No, he's no guard. Okay,
ooh, that's a critical. No, that's wrong block right there. Yeah.
It's actually not bad if Ryan gets another trigger as long as it's not a crit, right?
Yeah, but that's a Forsado.
Yeah, this is painful. So
and that's the end.
Yep.
Oh, the absolute blanks coming in from Tran's side all the way. Yeah, you gotta be a bit sad. You gotta be a bit sad there.
Tran played a good game. He knew what he had to do. He played to his outs. He committed a field very early on. Unfortunate that he couldn't commit more, I guess, just to try and push extra damage like that. But
during the grade 2 turn,
yeah, he pushed. We saw Bastion with 4 damage, hitting that weakness, right? Hitting that weakness. But then once Bastion got online, going first is just so strong there. Had all the cards he needs to survive, basically, right? So after he had that set up, he's ready to just go and swing that hammer, right? Huge power lines. You can't guard that with four cards in hand, and that's what happens. That's what happens, right?
The critical came in beautifully as well, but in my opinion, even without that trigger check, Tran doesn't have the hand size to actually guard the rest of the attacks. 4 attacks. Not a lot of decks can actually do that in standard. You're looking into the Apex Predator right there. Yeah, that's Bastion going first.
The reality is that Bastion really didn't need that trigger. Its lines were hitting so big, right? So big. So the critical is just the icing. The
icing on the cake. The extra bonus into that.
That's right. the extra spice.
The extra spice, gang. Yeah.
So we have Ryan moving onwards. Tran still has a chance. He just has to basically win everything, right?
Buckle up. Yeah, you gotta buckle up and win the next 7 rounds.
7 rounds. It's hard. It's been done before, and
it's been done before.
Maybe not with Ballista, but we'll see. Right.
All the best.
That is for round 1. We'll be coming back in round 2. We'll have a short break, and see you guys soon.
Now that Decklog is available, you can register your deck list for tournaments with ease. If you have not used Decklog before, no worries, we have a tutorial video. You can find both the links to Decklog and the tutorial in the description box. Now, due to the shenanigans from the last event, this time we will be introducing a new procedure into the tournament. We will be conducting spot checks by requesting a player in a room to show us that nobody is nearby to give them help, that there are no extra cards or suspicious items around. First, the players who will be checked are based on a highly scientific method employed by many entities and game designers all over the world. Hi Player 456, you have been chosen for a spot check through a fair and impartial system.
Oh, I've been selected? Okay. So first of all, this is my table, and as you can see, I'm playing Lyrical Monasterio. I love Lyrical Monasterio so much because the characters are so pretty and so cute. Okay, now I'll show you my room. So hi, this is the room that I usually play Vanguard in, and as you can see, there's no one else here but me.
Okay, good, thank you.
I'd like to show you Vanguard collection. I've been playing Vanguard ever since the first release, and I also have my showcase here. I have G series, V series, and Overdress.
Thank you
Not
for
only that, I
cooperating.
love Weiss Schwarz as well. I play Persona 5, and I have a lot of other collection over here, as you can see. Very nice, I know. Thank you.
Good to know we have such an enthusiastic fan. Anyway, there have not been any incidents where we found players cheating with external help, but we hope this extra layer of precaution will deter any attempts, as well as reassuring all participants. On a side note, please do not use your phone during the tournament. This has been a rule for physical tournaments all along, and it is not any different for online tournaments. Players caught using their phone during a match is considered an infraction. First infraction, you get a warning. Second infraction, you get disqualified.
We meet again.
Yes, but this time, it will be a different fight.
Oh! Guard! Please don't heal, please don't heal, please don't heal!
And the championship goes to Chris! Okay, yeah, that was a good fight. Thank you for the game.
That match was so close. Thank you so much for the game as well.
So Judge, when will this game be uploaded to the official Bushiroad YouTube channel? I want to show my friends like the epic fight I just had with Chris.
Oh yeah, I want to show my friends too.
Because one of you used a playmat with a yellow rat and a blue turtle.
Actually, it's closer to a tortoise than a turtle.
As we can't show merchandise that isn't from Bushiroad, we can't upload the match. During our last tournament, there were a number of exciting matches that we think players would love to watch. However, because unofficial merchandise were used, we couldn't upload the videos. Non-official Bushiroad merchandise are not allowed in tournaments. This includes card sleeves, playmats, and any other objects appearing in your video. Dragon Shield and Ultra Pro generic sleeves with no art are allowed. If you do not have an official Bushiroad playmat, you can buy one at our Bushiroad online store. You can find the link in the description box below. We have a lot of beautiful card sleeves and deck boxes, all of which are allowed in the tournament. And from now till December 10th, if you use my code, you'll get 5% discount, 5, for all TCG related products. Use the code BROTHER2021. That's brother, not brother. BROTER 2021. While stocks last. Okay, fine. You can also flip over your playmat and play on it.
Hi everyone! So in order to distinguish between offline and online tournaments, we have rebranded it to Bushiroad Rumble Online, BRO or BRO for short.
That's right, if this is your first time participating, we've created a video with some rules and do's and don'ts to take note of.
We've also included some links to useful videos such as how to shuffle and how to prepare for a remote fight. and the links to all these videos will be available in the description box below.
That's right. Please do take a look at the tournament page where there will be more detailed rules and information.
Alright, thank you!
Hope you guys have fun. See you there. Bye.
See you there! Bye-bye! See you there, bro! Bro.
That's all we have for today's video, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it. During Bushiroad Springfest Online, we had a lot of players, both new and experienced veterans, come into some of their first online tournament experiences through remote fight, and we got to see some amazing narratives develop. Some people start new chapters in their competitive history, some people start playing competitively for the first time ever, and I can't wait to see how these stories and the narratives of these players will further develop throughout Bushiroad Rumble Online. In case you don't already know, I will actually be commentating all of the Vanguard stages for Bushiroad Rumble Online, so I can't wait to see you guys in the chat for the tournament.
This couch I got on sale. It was like very cheap, and it's very good as well. So I recommend you guys to go and get it. Not only that, I have...
Surprise, everyone. We are back, but we're actually still in round one. We're going to show you another game. You might know some of these players, but we'll show you what decks they're playing. More interesting decks. One deck I really like, and I might have helped in building. So.
That's why you liked it.
Yeah, let's go take a look. We have Skunkwitch here. He is running the Barrow Magnus deck. Right, it's a pretty standard list now. I think we've seen it a lot in the Japanese side, but this is just kind of the good stuff list. You got the Shooter for defense now. You have the Keenly, grade 2, just as the new attacker. Before they were using Sonicas, this one can pump a lot more power and also stop you from decking out. And we see the Gorman tech as well that allows more like guard restrict after the Barrow Magnus turns. What do you think of this deck, Amar?
It's pretty standard when it comes into Barrow Magnus. I agree. Yeah, it has the defensive, but one thing to note, as I think you've already called it out just now, it's counterblast heavy. Everything in this deck uses counterblast, and even the order cards are using counterblast. Looking into it, if I was the player, I would be thinking about ending the game early. But that's not possible with Barrow Magnus, is it? You have a lot of setup to do, and then I know that the units here is there for that.
A lot of decks try to turbo out the 15 with the kind of build. You don't exactly have to, but you still can. I mean, they have one of the best counter charges in the game, which is Selfish Engraver.
Yes, definitely.
It'll be interesting to see how he plays this deck, to be honest. Let's look at the other deck that we're seeing.
The personal favorite, I have to say.
That's right. We have Hakase here. Actually, the premium champion from NA. So he's playing stand. It's on the same team as me, so it feels good. But yeah, he's playing Media World. So it's a deck that I personally like a lot. It's probably my favorite deck in the format. And unfortunately, since we don't have enough decks, I have to give them to my good friends. But this has been one of the more innovative lists to come out of the end of set 3, especially in Japan. This kind of really started taking off there. Combines the power of Gravidia, being able to retire and draw, as well as just the early game aggression from a lot of the Orphist cards and the Ride line. So it'll be interesting to see how this game kind of ends, because both decks kind of focus on doing their own thing, but one is just kind of more aggressive in doing its own thing early, while Barrow kind of gets the combo going, right? So I think it should be a pretty interesting matchup, and we'll take a look at how the game actually plays out when the plays set up. So Amar, Media World, are you a fan? Are you a fan, or are you?
I'm a huge fan of Meteorites right now, Yakai, because I'm playing it myself. I have to be biased towards it. I especially like the combination with the early Orpheus right lines. It's spicy, it's good, it's stable. But what's better than spiciness is that it is so destructive.
That's right.
It clears out the board.
I mean, when rocks fall from the sky at very high velocity.
All right. So anyway, we're jumping into the game right now. Let's see what's happening. All right. So Hakase on the right, Skunkwish on the left. You're saying that okay? So meteors are going first, Kai. Apparently so.
No, I think they're going second actually.
Second?
Because
that's a grade 2.
Skunkwitch seems to be on the grade 2. And normally by grade 2 from the media side, there should be a lot more cards. So Hakase riding up to Cubizia, and let's see if he's able to put down. Well, he has one counterblast, so he can put down
Definitely put the Moonlight, the Eclipse Moonlight, yeah. I really like this.
He's putting down the Destigade. Ooh, committing another one as well.
Double Destigade.
Yeah, is he gonna go L formation, or is he gonna go the C formation maybe?
Or maybe the T formation. Highly unlikely.
It's a very, very low value token if you go for the T formation. He puts the 5k on the Vanguard, so it makes a really annoying column to hit. So he'll go like 10, 15, and then massive.
Massive, absolutely massive right here. But I'm loving this. This is the early aggression that we're talking about. And it makes sense. Ooh, Bubble Mine, to ensure that he has the counterblast for Gravidia next turn. That's
right.
Insane.
That is very important. And both these lines are hitting over 20. So
yes.
It's very annoying to guard any of these cards. You have to 15k guard them. The Assure doesn't save you unless he gets a trigger.
It's a heal.
That is a big heal, 20 swing in.
But this is why
shield. Yeah.
This is why the rear guards are down, to ensure that there are 2 damage to be seen in Skunk Witch damage zone. But I gotta say here, the thing about Gravidia as well.
Forgot to. Did he?
Bubble Mine, yeah. I think he forgot to resolve it right there. It might come back to him in a few short moments. He might not realize it.
There's a very interesting thing here, where the Destigades stay 12.
Yes, it does.
So
it does.
A lot of players, if they're not careful and they commit 2s on the field to kind of, snipe the rear guards, right?
Yeah.
It might happen.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Once you declare the attack phase, your opponent might go with it. You already attacked my rear guard. It's not gonna happen.
And I mean, Skunkwitch is gonna commit cards down anyway because he wants to get that soul charge going. I'm wondering, if he can hit 15, it might be a bit hard.
Yeah,
he has a Curtis there though.
I think 10 is a definite easy one. Going into Curtis, going into a lot of the other cards that Barrow Magnus has right now since the DBT03 boost. Yeah.
So here's the scary thing.
Yeah.
Is that if he doesn't hit 15 here, he has one turn where he's committed 2 cards. He is quite possibly going to be losing
those 2 cards.
Those cards next turn.
Isn't it like a definite? But one thing that's weird I can see from Hakase's side, is that there's no meteorites on the order zone.
That is very normal because you don't want to commit meteorites early because you will lose your world. So I think he might have swung it at a rear because they're just kind of talking now. But
is it happening? Is the scenario that I'm talking about? You already attacked my rear guard. You declared attack my rear guard. It's not gonna happen.
Did he get baited or? It is a thing, right? It's a 12k, so technically the deck lists are open. So
technically you're supposed to be aware of the attacks. Yeah, so it did happen. The scenario did happen.
Okay.
That swung at a rear guard. The attack didn't go through. So you declare the attack. Let's move on.
Yeah, you can just no guard and nothing happens. That's how it is.
No guard. Yeah, you can just smoothly say no guard. All right, so counting the numbers there, I think that's an easy 10. Yeah, he gets an extra draw, 10k, 1 critical.
Well, even with the critical.
Yeah, it's no skin off his back. Ooh, that's a critical right there. So 3 damage. 3 damage. Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty big. All things considered.
So first check.
Nothing.
Check.
Nada. Meteorite right there.
That's a perfect.
And nada.
Perfect card?
Yeah, it's a perfect right there.
Okay, so now it's gonna ride Gravidia, get a +2 from that. This other scary thing about this deck as well is that you grab 2 meteors from the deck, just from Gravidia, and you draw 2. Sometimes when you draw, if you draw blanks, you're compressing your deck pretty hard. And I mean, we've seen how scary the Brandgate Overtrigger can be, right?
Definitely one of the best overtriggers, in my opinion.
That's right. I think it nearly the it's up there with a Martinoor, you know? Martinoor just able to just grab so many cards if you have a good setup, right? Sometimes the setup is not as good. Because, you know, on a Bastion setup, it's great because you get Twin Drives, but on like a Hexa Orb or things like that, or Phantom Blaster, you know, it might not be all threes at the front, so it's not as amazing. But the Brandgate is just very, very lethal, right? Very lethal. You could just explode.
You could just explode, and you could just pretty much win the game then and there. It's a game-changing scenario whereby, you know, you utilize to the max about you know, doubling the power, doubling the critical, and it shines with Gravidia, isn't it? It shines with Gravidia, especially when you already have double effect to a double effect.
Yep. And Hakase puts down the 3rd meteor, so it could be. It looks like it's gonna be a 3 meteor turn.
15k one crit.
Yeah, crit on the Vanguard as well. The really scary part here is that. Well, the good thing, not the scary part, but the cool thing about Gravidia is you never really need to boost the Vanguard, you know, because it's always hitting at least 28 when you use the skill.
Magical numbers, yeah.
Yeah, and it hits good. It
hits good. It's real good. Right. So yeah, so we're seeing Hakase making a move right there. 28k, 2 criticals. Yes, definitely.
Yeah, he's going for the crits, and it's kind of good because his opponent had committed 2 cards, right? And just the crit now would really just push the damage up heaps. So it'll be interesting to see if Skunk actually guards this. But if, you know, if the Overtrigger comes out, that is actually game. Skunk is committing a perfect guard for that.
Gotta aim for that perfect guard right now because, you know, it's scary. Gravidia, the thing about the center line is that you gotta put a sentinel that look at that critical. See, you gotta perfect that center line. That's the most lethal of all lines.
Yes, and puts. I think it's just putting
on the bulldoze. Yeah.
Yep. And the second check here.
It's a front.
The fronts.
Ooh.
Okay. It's quite possible that Skunk is going to 5 damage here. And those lines. That side is small. 30, all right, 30. The bulldoze can hit even higher.
It's so big. This is so scary. I mean, I'm doing I'm doing the math in my head right now, and there's no way that only one card can guard all of this.
Yeah. So Hakase going with the crit first.
Ooh, that's another perfect going to the soul.
Yeah, which is kind of interesting here. If Skunk is kind of, you know, he looks at that. Does he want to guard this? It has a crit, so technically guarding it is much more value. But then he's going to drop a lot of hand to guard that, right?
Yeah.
But then if he guards this, he drops a lot of hand to guard the crit, and then takes the last one. He only has 1 CV to work with next turn. Of course, if it's Self-Image Engraver, that's fine. But
it's not gonna be enough. Ooh, okay, that is not good. I'm seeing
that is the only 2 copies of Keenly.
Of Keenly, yeah, that's the only 2 copies that he has insisted that.
But that might be good for Skunk because, you know, that card doesn't actually soul charge. I don't think he's going to be at a situation where
he needs it actually.
Yeah. But it does hit for big power though. That's the only thing.
All right.
So
that Ashara is going to go into the soul. That's pretty good. You know, you +1 during your defensive turn, so you're not really losing a card per se. Ooh, and then the Bobbleman. All right.
Yep, it goes in now. You might as well. You probably
might as well. Yeah, the barrel's going to go to 15 now.
Yeah. Well, we hope it does go to 15, right?
I mean,
hope it goes to 15.
I mean, if we calculated everything correctly, yeah, there we go.
Ooh, Persona Ride. So he was at least at 10, and then with the Ashura, he's at least at 11, so now it's 12. So he just needs 3 soul, and that should be pretty easy for a Barrow.
Should be, yeah, it should be. Hopefully, there we go.
That is 2.
Curtis.
Yeah, because if it's scary when you haven't seen any tactics comes out, but that's
that. I mean, isn't that the game plan right now? Because you're just thinking about, okay, I'm gonna start up first, and then if I have any extra counter blast, yeah, we're gonna go with Pandemonium.
Engraver definitely makes 15 because Curtis is a 2, Engraver is at least a 1. So
no Pandemonium, that's a bit sad. Yeah, that's a bit sad. I mean, the order cut really makes a difference, but at the same time, it's just
it's not needed anymore. I'm just
Not
wondering
needed
what is he going to call out from the Barra Magnus skill? It does have Persona Ride, so it's hitting decent numbers this turn.
I mean, the Sonicer is pretty good. Calling out the right line, calling out Sonicer, and then you could possibly again call out another Engraver, or if you want to hit for big numbers, that's the Curtis. I mean, the possibilities are all there, but the attackers are pretty fixed.
This can be the kill turn for Skunk. If he doesn't kill this turn, I think there's like 1 card in hand, is it? Or maybe a few more.
A few more, yeah. It's just fun to love that. But still, it's very scary going against a Gravidia with only 4 cards in hand. That's not good.
That's right.
Especially, that is a heal. That is a heal trigger.
Yeah. Wow, okay.
Allowing that to hit. That's so good. It means that he can just intercept with Dusty Jade.
Yeah. This next attack, very nice value. Very nice value.
Ooh, okay. So, looking into the situation right now, you're just gonna swing.
Yeah, it feels
an
like
intercept.
Hakase's chance of living has went up by a lot. And now, Skunk has to wonder, what can he afford to lose? Right?
Absolutely nothing. I mean, thinking about it, if he doesn't call out the Sonicer right now, nothing can hit. If he doesn't call out the Sonicer, it's basically going back to the utility of the Engraver. So, not a lot of choices right there.
He's calling out
Ashar. Yeah, Ashur.
Yeah, that's I mean, it does get extra shield, so it's kind of nice, but kind of irrelevant in this matchup.
Because he's gonna get retired as soon as he comes out.
The Ashura is hitting for 30. The Sonic is hitting, like, I think it's 38. Is it?
The Sonicer, 28 is considering with the Persona Ride. It's 38. It's pretty big. It's pretty big.
So still hitting over things. Over trigger actually just gets called
28,
here. Yeah.
It's hitting at 28 and then plus 10. Yeah, 38. That's a huge number. That's actually pretty beautiful. But that is an over trigger guard. Okay.
Yeah. Skunk, what does he trigger? Tactics
and a heal trigger. That's pretty big. That's pretty big.
Down to 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's big. It's big. But this also means that Hakase can just take the Sonica.
Mm-hmm.
But that Ashura is hitting now 40.
It's hitting at 40. Yeah. Both are pretty big. Both are pretty much the same now. So Sonicer right now is the smallest of the rear guards.
They both hit the same numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But Hakase can just like no guard this one, for example.
No guard one, and then take the other one. Wait, no, sorry.
The other one can be a 20k shield.
20k shield, yeah. Well, just checking something, thinking about the situation right now. Yeah, the power is pretty big, but that tactic could have come out a bit earlier.
So he takes. It looks like he's gonna take
the first one. Yep, that's a mirror. I think he's running out of meteors as well.
He has
right?
a front. He has a front, so he can just 20k shield this. Yeah. Because he triggered like crit front last time.
Crit and front, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is an easy guard, but quite possibly Hakase is using the time right now to see what is in his hand and the possibility of doing in the next turn. But no skin off his back. The turn's gonna be coming in, and then this turn is gonna be quite aggressive as well. He's still healthy. His hand size is still healthy. No problems here, but quite possibly the problem is mid-tier.
It's very good. If he doesn't, not as great.
Might be a problem.
Every Persona Ride is a
there we go.
And there we go. It just wonders how many meters also left in the deck. But
we're gonna see. We're gonna see. A lot of them has come out though. Okay, he still has 2 at least. I mean, he's only playing like 9 meteors from what I can see.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this turn, unless he plays out another meteor, I think actually playing down another meteor is not bad. Do another 3 meteor turn. Even if it's just a 2 meteor, it's not bad because you're getting rid of key cards. 38 is going to be a no guard from Skunkwitch anyway. It just means that like the kill potential might be lower.
Lower because he's already revealed that the over trigger is out. Yeah, it means that unless he hits that 5 meteorite, Skunk has no reason to actually guard the Vanguard. You know, he's still pretty healthy.
With a 3 crit,
meteor,
he will have to.
He has to.
He wants to
yeah.
take some risks. Right? And
I mean, it's Vanguard.
What other things can Hakase put down?
Clear card. Best situation is to get a bulldoze. You know, another Dusty Jade would be good. I mean, even a Stanner is not bad. Yeah, even a Stanner is not bad. But yeah, you know, do what you have to do. You have a Bubble Mine there. It's not that bad. You know, it's a 26 kill line. 28.
A full L formation. You know?
But with only 2 meteors, because I think he already used the Wells' ability to get that 2k, but no meteors has been put down. So it means that there's only 2 meteors in Hakase's board right now.
Yeah, which I think is fine. You don't always have to do multi-meteor. And I think this time he might just do. It looks like he's just gonna do 1. But then he's gonna pick the Ashura.
Ashura, yeah.
The Sonica is just.
It's a bigger threat, right? Yeah, it's a bigger threat. But
yeah, it's a big target, you know. It hits big and it's annoying, right?
But then the Ashura, you know, has an extra 5k shield. I think accounting the fact that Skunkwitch's hand isn't that big, so Hakase might be going for lethal right now, and he doesn't want any pesky, you know, extra shields on the field.
Yeah, that's a no guard from Skunkwitch. I think Skunk actually has a 6 hands, surprising, because we're getting baited by the single sleeve.
Yeah,
so it's a total blank. 1 damage. Null is sent to the damage zone.
But this is pretty bad. You know, all things considered, this is quite a lackluster turn from a Gravidia.
For 30. So the Vanguard needs a 20k shield as well.
8, 8, 16, 18, 28. Yeah, he's hitting at 28. That's not bad.
Yeah. Looking at Skunkwitch's deck, he's not running front, so it's actually a 2-card guard.
I think guarding this right now would be good because if the Bulldozer's effect gets activated, it's gonna be an extra card to guard.
Yeah. Bulldoze might just swing rear, which is.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about it. Oh wait, okay. Very smart right there. Before he forgets about Bubble Mine. Let's use it.
Now this is going. I think it's just gonna go face.
That's a heal right there being soul charged.
Ouch.
Very big ouch. Very big ouch. 33k. It's not like a huge threat or anything. Can still be taken.
Skunk can just take it if he wants to.
More counterblast to work with. I mean, isn't that good?
That's right. Stop seals and the dark state's overtrigger coming out.
So no over triggers
because Hakase's on 5. But yeah, now it's Skunk's turn. Skunk's actually should be very happy. His Sonica was allowed to live.
Yeah.
Does he have another Persona ride?
I mean, even without the Persona ride, it's already pretty big. But you know, it's a bonus. It's a bonus. But we saw one extra Barrow Magnus being soul charged just now. He only has 1 copy left, and you know, if we are in a very enviable perfect world, he would be able to Persona ride.
So no. So this is actually huge. A no Persona ride turn from a Barrow Magnus is pretty. It's a bit sad, you know.
It's a bit small.
Nothing hits good. This one's barely hitting 14. Easy 5k guard. This one's hitting 18, which is like one of the better attacks. The Vanguard is gonna hit like always 23-ish.
And thinking about it, he didn't use Pandemonium, did he?
No Pandemonium. Pandemonium just soul charge 4, so right now it'll just be very useless.
Very useless right now, yeah. He can't activate Final Rush.
Yeah, he lost all his Keenleys.
It's gonna back out if things go
It is
south.
actually a thing to consider. But I'm wondering if Hakase is going to run out of attackers because he's been losing a lot of cards too.
This is what. This is what's so great about this matchup. Both of them actually denies field.
Yeah. Everything is empty.
It's a very empty battle, and it's not exactly as if both players did not put anything down. Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
It's just that it's been denied so many times, so many rounds. You see a bit of a trouble, right? Yeah.
Guards isn't throwing away a crit. So there has to be some confidence here, knowing
And is rightly put. The confidence is rightly adjusted because it's blank on Skunk Witch's side.
So does he just have like 2 nulls or like 15 here?
15 here, and then it's a 28, 38, 28. It's only 28.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
20 shield.
Yeah. That was very, very simple.
But again, right now on Hakase, hand size is not healthy. Meteorites are not healthy. It's you gotta count.
If he has Persona right, I'd have to say
He is gonna be super miracle.
It's like pretty good. So
Oh no! All right. So both attackers are still okay. 12k on the side, 15 on the other.
Yes, this can hit 28 as well. Force the null out of Skunk Witch's hands.
A plus side, But again, with 0 cards in hand, this is not going great. A miracle needs to be done right now. It needs to happen right now.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Skunk will just perfect guard this.
Yeah.
If Hoxie gets something like a double crit, it's a bit scary. So he retires the Ashura.
Doesn't want that. Yeah, he doesn't want that extra pesky, pesky unit on the board. But still, yeah.
So
You see
Twin Drive comes out.
Ooh.
First check, there's a crit. That's
all right.
good.
Can he get another one?
Yeah, you can put that on the
Both sides. Yeah, just to put it on both sides. Yeah. All right. Think about it. Which side are you gonna be looking at? 4 cards left in hand. That's pretty pressuring. All right.
Puts it there. So that side hits 25.
Very good. Very good.
And I mean,
Okay, another one. Another critical. Oh, it's a front. That's pretty big, but I don't know about this. I'm having mixed feelings. We know that there's one Pandemonium in Skunk Witch's hand, which has been put down. Yeah. So if he has another copy in his hand, that's not gonna be good quality guard. Gotta really think about it. It's 35k. No, that's the last one. That's the last Sentinel.
I wonder if Hakase hits Re here.
Gotta. I mean, that's like the smartest move right there. Yeah. Put a value there. But yeah, there we go. Goodbye, Sonicer.
Okay.
So, without Persona right, if it's a trigger in Skunk Witch's hand, it's not gonna hit the Vanguard.
Yeah. Oh, he has a Goemon.
That is the worst possible cut you want to see right now.
Yeah. That is pretty harsh.
That's the finale. That card ends everything. Now everything is gonna be like 2 card guard from the hand.
And this is it's. That was a pretty good. That was a pretty good draw.
But he's not using the ability.
10k, which is cool.
Yeah, not yet. So yeah, it's gonna go in. There we go.
Is there actually a good way to guard this? I think you
want to
roll
pass.
Yeah.
Want to pass. I mean, judging by the
can't
crit,
though, right? Because you have the Goemon skill active.
Yeah. So you gotta put everything down, and then you hope to God that there's a trigger.
Yeah. So what happens here? You guard the Vanguard, and then you take the 6 damage with a heal, and then nothing else hits. As long as he doesn't
nothing
get
else
trigger.
hits. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, best possible scenario: no trigger on Skunk Witch's side, a heal trigger on Hakase's side. And everything will be fine.
Well, I think that's the only out.
That's the only out. Yeah, that's the only out in this scenario right now.
Is he actually no-guarding?
Yeah, he's no-guarding. Oh, that's a
Okay.
that's
Three
good.
damage
That's
then.
3 damage. That's a so long farewell to you, my friend. That's a heal.
That was a heal, so still
Could have
needs
got
more.
it.
Still need more heal. All right.
Yeah, it's not enough. He needs 3.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough heals out.
Yeah, there you
There's
go.
not enough heals here.
Mm-hmm.
So that is game, unfortunately.
That's game.
Barrow Magnus takes it home. And yeah, round one. I think ended.
Yeah.
Extra long round one. Just
that's
generally,
long.
they have to do camera checks and all that in round one, so it does take a bit longer. But yeah, at least we got an extra game out of that one. All right, so got some nice, juicy, different decks as well. A lot of different decks out there. But yeah, Skunk Witch moves on with Barrow Magnus, and definitely one of the decks we have to be very, very careful of in the current metagame. What do you think, Amal?
Well, both players played it very admirably. It was very awesome to watch as well. It's just that the matchup was a bit of a rum luck because the decks work similarly. You are denying the feel of your opponents, but yeah, you can kind of see that from Hakase's side. No matter how brilliantly it's played, the deck is relying on the meteorites. No meteors, it kind of became like a still game of sort. Yeah. But still beautifully played. It was wonderful. I still like the fact that Skunk Witch tried to attack the rear guard, and yeah, okay, I'm allowing you to attack the rear guard. Doesn't mean that it's gonna be retired. Still, very awesome game, guys.
Yep, we had an extra round one, but let's toss to a break, and maybe we'll be at round 2 when we come back.
Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack! Advance of Intertwined Stars! Coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new Arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hi Honda.
Hi Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible. Yeah, because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're gonna dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee? Coffee for you? Okay,
sure.
cool. If you can smell this, it smells good.
Wow.
Yeah, this smell really wakes you up. Yeah.
Fragrant.
Yeah. Go ahead and help yourself to whichever one that you like.
Alright. Which one we like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
Yeah. I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
Alright, so I'll go for this.
I'm a good host.
One.
So Hwanta, I understand that even before you joined Bushiroad, to work for Bushiroad, I think you played a lot of Bushiroad card games.
Yeah.
What games do you play?
I play mainly Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, and a little bit of Buddy Fight.
Oh, so you actually play our 3 main titles.
Yeah.
Oh, when did you start playing?
For Weiss, I started playing I think somewhere around 2008, 2009 kind of time when it first started out in Japan. Yeah.
Wow, that's like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And then for Vanguard?
Vanguard, I think I also started when it first came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you actually played Weiss first?
Yeah.
how do you get to know Weiss Schwarz?
So there was kind of like a community get together to learn the game. Like they brought some Weiss products from Japan, so they brought it over to Singapore, and they actually promoted the event, like come down to learn, and they actually sell some of the stuff they got in Japan. So yeah, that's how I got wine of Weiss, and I started learning, and I liked the game.
Which Weiss Schwarz titles are you currently enjoying?
I'm really enjoying the Fujimi Fantasia set right now, especially the deck with 8 standbys. It's very interesting. And also, I really like playing Goblin Slayer, especially the Goblin Slayer deck. The overall card advantage and the abilities is very flavorful. It's gonna be a huge. It has made a huge impact in the game itself, and soon English player can get their hands on the series. You know, it's coming out in English. Yeah, for Goblin Slayer.
Wow, I think players can really look forward to that. Yeah. Do you still remember your very first deck? What title was it?
It was Fate Stain Night Crow deck.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Yeah.
And ever since then, you just continued
Yeah.
playing the game. And now, right now, you are actually working for Bushiroad.
Yeah.
Wow, this is kind of like, you know, it's coming to a full circle.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Vanguard clan?
My favorite clan would be Dark Irregulars.
Oh.
You know, I love the overall theme of the deck, artwork, card abilities. You know, like soul charging, it thins your deck. So, you know, that thinning is very important in card games. You know, you get to draw into more important cards, or you might go the other way. Like, it makes everything looks exciting. Yeah, that's about all.
That's your favorite?
Yes.
Ever?
Yeah.
Okay. No, back then when you are playing Bushiroad card games, do you actually think that you would, or maybe you hope that you will be able to work for Bushiroad?
So, thinking that I will be working for the company would be no, but hoping that I would is a yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And back then, you know, maybe you thought, oh, maybe it would be great if I can work for Bushiroad one day.
Yeah.
Do you have like a job position in mind, or do you just, as long as I'm working for the company that that produces this great card games for me, I'm fine with that?
Everyone would want to have a part in creating a game, so maybe a development role would be good. So that's what I think that every card gamers would want when they play the game or they like the game a lot, is to have a impact on the game, on the development side, like card abilities, like you want to make cards that you love. Yeah, I guess that's it. But I didn't expect like I'll be working in other aspects of the company. Yeah.
So how did you actually get the opportunity, to work for Bushiroad?
So I was already before my national service. I was already going around helping to do demo sessions, maybe helping out at events. So when I came out of national service, I actually did part-time in Bushiroad. I was waiting for my university application. So after that, it has a bit of waiting. So I was doing fine in Bushiroad part-timing. Unfortunately, on the day I received a call from the university, I didn't get in. So I was kind of very sad, this kind, like very disappointed. But luckily, there was an opening in the sales team, and I seized the day and I applied for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So Manta, what's your day-to-day like in the office?
So I start out the day with replying emails. After that, arranging shipments to distributors, packing of PR cards and sending them if there's any. Other than that, I also handle office shipping. So it's intercompany shipment. It's not like business-wise.
Yeah. So you actually have to do a lot of shippings of PR cards,
yeah,
to our shops around the world.
It's mostly to our distributors, and our overseas offices, and then they'll ship it to the shops.
What are some of the challenges that you face during the course of your work?
Yeah, prior to shipping, there's a lot of layers of work, a lot of steps to be done in the production cycle. So if something were to happen, like maybe before shipping, I'll have to rework, reschedule all the shipments, or even rebook because it's already very last minute. Yeah, and it kind of snowballs into like this gets delayed. If this gets delayed, something after that might get delayed too. So I have to plan out everything, make sure everything goes smoothly out.
Definitely. I think it's inevitable that something will go wrong down the production line, and then I think you will have to come up with a lot of different ways, adapt, just kind of like deal with all these last minute changes.
Yeah.
So kind of like putting out fires.
yeah, exactly. Putting out fires.
Yeah. That sounds like a lot of work, and I guess it must be so demoralizing, for a part of your work to be undone, and then you have to do it all over again.
Yeah.
How do you get over that?
You need to be patient. Like you can't rush over things because it's a long process, and you need to be resilient because you can't crumble in your work halfway, and everything will snowball. And once your work is overdue, more works will come in. Work is never finished, so you kind of like you have to do it now, slow and steady. But you just have to keep going through the motion, keep pulling through it. It's kind of everyday challenges. Yeah.
Wow, this reminds me of a quote. I think it was, "If you're going through hell, keep going." Yeah. Because I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think it's kind of similar to what you just said. Because if you're going through hell, why would you stay there?
Yeah.
Just, keep going forward. Yeah. Then you can get out of there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point.
True.
Yeah. Since you play so much of Bushiroad card games, do you think that has actually helped you in your current job?
Yeah, that actually helps me a lot in the sales side of my work. Having knowledge in the products itself helps me better sell the product, so I can pitch better. I can pinpoint the unique points, the strength of the products, and I can explain it to my distributors. I can even explain it to my colleagues to make them understand better. Yeah, this kind.
Yeah, that's good because when you're playing the card games, maybe 10 years ago, you never expect yourself to be landing a job in the company that make the games that you play. Yeah. And you did, of course, you never even expect that just by playing card games that would actually help you in your career. Oh, so really, I'm happy for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Besides arranging logistics for shipping to our distributors, you also handle the logistics for our regionals in Singapore.
Yeah.
When we have an event, we actually have to pack everything and then send it to the venue.
Yeah.
How's it like? What's the challenge in that?
Transporting all the stuff that we need, all the event items to the event hall is not really a very difficult task. But sometimes events they need things last minute, and you have to make a rush for it. And when you're rushing for time, sometimes you forget where it is, or you can't find it. You get very flustered. It's one of the few examples I have.
So yeah, you reminded me, and because I think recently I keep seeing you flying for work, and I believe recently you went to Gen Con held in USA. For a B2B conference kind of thing. Yeah. So I believe that a lot of your work are done through emails and telephone calls, talking to our distributors, and then you finally met them in person. How was that like?
Through emails, you don't really get to know them. It's all formal, it's all business. So when you get to finally meet them and get them to know on a more personal level, so it's very satisfying to know okay, so now I get to know more about this person, and we get to work together even closer. I think that's very satisfying.
How were they? Were they nice to you?
Yeah, well, they took great care of me.
Did they bring you around for good food in USA?
Yeah, we went. Some went for meetings through dinner. Yeah.
Meetings and dinner.
Yeah.
I would like that.
Yeah.
So you get to travel a lot for work. I imagine that must be very exciting for you, because I think, not a lot of jobs out there actually offer this incentive, this slight perk of being able to travel for work. How's that like for you?
So I enjoy meeting new people and people, our fans, card game fans. So I think that's one perk that I really find refreshing when I travel for work, even though I'm tired, but all the smiles on their face, like when they play the tournament, give me a sense of satisfaction. And just being able to travel for work is a blessing. So I'm very thankful and very grateful for this opportunity. Yeah.
But I imagine at the same time, it must be tiring. Of course, it's enjoyable on one hand, but especially if you fly long hours to from Singapore to US, about a 20 hours flight, give or take. I imagine it must be tiring, and then you have to help out with the events, attend some conference.
It's kind of like giving back to the community. You're helping the game grow, and you're helping yourself grow too. You go through the tiring days of work. After that, you get to recover. It's all the experiences you get. It's very memorable. And flying overseas means I get to work with colleagues that are overseas that I don't get the chance to see them. So getting to know them better is very rewarding. Yeah.
So is there any important life skill that you actually have learned in the course of your work?
Yeah, definitely. And as I've emphasized earlier, it's being patient and resilient. Things might not seem worth it right now, and as time goes on, it will add up. So small adjustment matters, I guess. Small feats matters. So maybe you go for an extra sale, maybe it's just very little, but each time you go for the extra sale, it adds up to be a lot. Yeah, so you have to be patient and resilient because you're not always gonna get it. Yeah.
Is there anything that you can share with us, for anyone who might be interested in joining the sales or logistics industry?
So the sales and logistics industry is very big. There's the consumer side, the business side. So if the industry is this big, there's a lot of job opportunities for you to work there and gain some experience.
What are the skills that you think are important in sales and logistics? I imagine probably driving might be one of them.
I guess sales and logistics, driving is important. Maybe if you have prior experience in maybe forklift, if you have a license in forklift, it's very easy to get a job in warehouse. They need forklift drivers. You have to be very practical in logistics because logistics is a very heavy on numbers, and also sales. There's also very heavy on numbers and figures that you need to work it out.
Wow, thank you so much, Huanta, for sharing with us so much insights into the job that you do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me too.
No problem. Miss, please. A description of your job in Bushiroad.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's have some standings. You know, we can finally finish round 1. We can look at. It's a bit early.
It's a bit early,
but might see some familiar names, right? We've got
the lovely Korean.
We've got Bushiroad right there, second place.
V Mimit.
Vimine. El Patron, I guess.
Wisely.
Wisely, Mizaki,
GC Bear.
Yeah. Well, let one win. They've got a long road ahead. What about the next?
But you gotta feel good seeing your name in the top 8 right now. You know, it's like
you guys get featured once.
You get featured.
Maybe more, you can't say once.
More than once. Yeah, more than once.
That's right. You got Manlong, right?
All right.
Ryan, Iki Ryan's there. We saw him in round 1, 2. We got Kyolo,
Bizu, King,
Kenticore,
Landon,
and
AECCC.
Yeah. So, you know, if you guys are there, hope you guys stay consistent and stay there. Right?
Yeah, stay there. You know, just
stay
survive.
You want your name like shown off. So let's kind of we'll jump into the deck, right? We have some interesting ones for you. First off, we have Nyahalu Miku P right there.
I like this. I like this.
This is the White Wing build, and I think the White Wing build is the stronger build out of the two. You just get a bunch of crits. And yeah,
crits, power, and create that, but still, yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautifully done. It's singing one song.
Yep. And you just get a bunch of crits, a bit of power. You actually get like a +1 every turn as well. But that's just how it's nice and simple, and just control your opponent's damage out of the game. They'll be facing Friendly Fire, who is bringing Orphist. The Western play, I have to say, one of their favorite decks, I guess.
So I like Orphist.
We saw the Orphist ride line already. Now we actually get to see the Orphist himself in action. Able to make those Shadow Army tokens, which is more of them, more of them.
and I gotta say, it's interesting that he's not playing the re-standard here, Kai.
Yeah, to be honest, he's not. It looks like he's playing some of the older cards. He's playing, the grade 3.
The row attacker. Yeah, he's playing the column attacker.
Jabadal? Yeah.
Jabal? Yeah, Jabal.
That can attack a whole row instead. So I'm guessing that is he going for some sort of extra control or what?
It's pretty interesting considering that Orpheus is like a 3 attack deck, isn't it?
And he's also got the Istolate as well, so I feel like that could be the play he's going. You could just retire his opponent's cards and then kind of just get free cards. CB2 get free cards kind of thing. So
what's interesting as well is the amount of order cards that he's playing as well. Yeah? I mean, he's playing with Eclipse, Moonlight, and then he's playing a lot. It's consistent, I suppose. 2-2-2. And all in all, I can say that this is a pretty defensive Orpheus line rather than the usual Shoburi. I'm gonna attack you multiple times with big power. This is
normally you have a few more like cards that can dig well. So you're running such a low.
Yeah, he's missing the Serpent as well. Yeah, he's missing the Serpent.
Yeah, but you know what? Just mulligan for one and you're good to go. So
mulligan for one and you're good to go. I like that.
As long as you have it, why worry? Why worry? That's what the mulligan is for, right? If you don't get it, in your opening hand, well, just draw.
Heart, you got a heart mulligan for it. Doesn't matter if you have your Sentinel. Doesn't matter if you have your the extra copy for Persona, right? You gotta mulligan for the World Order card first. Without that, the whole deck just pretty much falls apart. One Shadow Army token.
I think this will be kind of interesting. There's like two 3 attacker decks, both kind of wanting to do similar things. Well, I guess when you think about it, all decks want to do similar things, which is deal 6 damage, right? But we've got one that is more focused on crits. The other one is just focused on raw power.
Yeah.
I personally think the Orphist is just better, in just kind of pushing that huge power. Just it's simple, right? I guess both decks are relatively simple, but there's like less gimmicks surrounding it, right? You know, with Celestial, you're kind of like wanting to get that crit and control, but you know
that's the gimmick. You know, that's the gimmick for the deck. You gotta go with that critical.
Why wait? And the way that he's actually built this Orphist is much more
early game.
Yeah, early game. You got also a lot of control as well that you can that comes into play later. So you can with a Celestial deck, you do want to commit like a full field because that's how you get the crit. But against this Orphist deck, he's going to be getting rid of your whole field. So your pluses that you might be getting somehow just really might not be good enough, and you just might straight up run out of steam at some points. Also, another thing is that Celestial kind of wants to keep its angels in the field. Right?
Yes.
To keep Elkoi on the field. But against this deck, against this Orphist deck, it looks like that's probably not going to happen.
Not with the around that,
Yeah, that actually ruins a lot of offensive power for the deck as well, because getting that double wing setup going, you get the crit and the minus power. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, right?
Well, we gotta see. I mean, I personally, I gotta lean. You know, if you're going with Orphist, I'm gonna go with the Celestial here. And let's see now. Crit versus raw power. Yeah, we're just gonna, you know, we just gotta see what they have to bring, you know, to the game. So far, I'm living with all of this, you know, the mix-ups that we've been having right here. You know, standard. We're seeing a lot of decks right now, aren't we?
yeah. So we're jumping right in. Friendly Fire on the right, Yahalo Miko P on the left, and it looks like who's starting?
Still a bit confused right here. You know, that neither players are making a move just yet. All right, so it's Yahalo. Yeah. Celestial's going first.
So rides up. I think you get some interesting things that happen. So if he's able to bind like an Elkoi,
a heal. Yeah, that's binding a heal right there.
And in case you guys don't know, the heals count as zeros or evens. So
yeah,
not what you want happening when you're on the white wing. You want to bind odds. But to be fair, at the moment, it doesn't really matter as much. It only really starts to matter when you're at grade 3, when your game plan is coming into play.
You gotta have the odd numbers in for the last steal.
Yeah. Right now, I think the getting the Blackwing set up here is just not very good, because the Blackwing is good at stopping your rear guards from dealing from attacking, right? Just stopping rush, but you know, at this point, Orphist doesn't really rush that hard. You know, it's not happening. You want the White Wing to just kind of get a free kind of ride line next turn. So it's a bit disappointing, but it is what it is, right?
Well, that's the thing. You don't want to be reactive towards your opponent. Playing Celestial means that, you know, you gotta play with your own game style. It's not meant to be a reactive deck, even though it has the possibility of being reactive. But you gotta go, you know, you gotta lean in with the fact that, you know, if you don't go with your own gameplay, then you're not gonna win.
Okay, so Friendly Fire swings in, 1 damage, and now we can see Nyaholo try and grab something. The next one is actually pretty significant. He's able to get like both effects are relatively good. The Blackwing forces your opponent to they cannot call trigger units to guard. So that basically confirms the damage. But the White Wing lets you CB1 and get a crit. So that's a lot of pressure. And Friendly Fire will definitely kind of want to take that damage because he wants 1 CB.
That's another trigger.
Again, gets the
critical. Yeah.
So I think the 1 damage is fine for Friendly Fire. He's just gonna no guard it, and that's that, right?
Bit of a shame. Yeah, that's it. You pretty much got a swing right now. Yeah, there's not much. Yeah, there's not much that you can do right now.
No guards. We'll get to 3. That's good. You know,
that's good.
Setting up Persona Ride, and then is that a? I think it's a crit or a heal.
That's a crit. Yeah, that's a crit. So far, it's been a bit of a slow play, but yeah, both decks pop off during the grade 3 turn, so we're not gonna be seeing much until, you know, Nyahalo at least rise into the last tail grade 3.
Yeah, so Friendly Fire here. I want to see how he didn't get the Eclipse order, so now it's just going to be like a 15k swing. I don't think will he commit anything. I wonder. You know, is he going to push
He can.
hard?
He definitely can. He's at Abyssal Dark Wool. Yeah, he's at Abyssal. He's at Dark Wool right now. So Rhaegar's getting in the extra 2k. That's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Vanguard's sitting at 15. Yeah, Vanguard is sitting at 15. That's pretty good.
If he has a booster, it's pretty good. He'll hit 20 on the side. So 15 and 20 are pretty annoying numbers to deal with. Otherwise, it looks like he just could be okay. He just wants to play a bit more conservatively. Swings in with this. This is like an easy no guard on Yahalo's side.
Well, talking about the possibility of not having Eclipse in hand, yeah, because we know many of Orpheus players, usually when they don't have enough World Order cards in hand, ooh, that's a heal. That's pretty good.
Ooh.
They would usually opt for to use this particular order so that they can draw instead. Draw out the extra, the Eclipse, or maybe perhaps the Frozen Prison.
Yep. And
not a lot of other choices.
So an Elkoi goes away. Looks like no triggers, so he takes another one already to 3.
3, that's not good.
Great.
Yeah, opponent sitting at 0.
It feels like it's such an easy guard, that side. I feel like it's a bit greedy to just take that and go to 3 so early.
It's a 15k shield on that side, yeah. So it's not that difficult unless man has a plan. Yeah, maybe possibility. That's another trigger.
Yeah, these vines have basically no plan. Yahalo really needs to fish, and I think he's got it. He's got the bib well that can kind of save him and convert it into White Wing time, and at least let him play a game.
Still kind of a -1. You don't want to be going into that so early, or the possibility of the deck is sitting on the fact that you need your rear guards, and then you need to get into that black wing combo with the white wing combo, without much hassle.
Yeah, he's developing his Elkoi out. He's putting. He's committed 3 rear guards, but we know what Friendly Fire is playing, right?
Just take all. Yeah, just take them all. Yeah.
Yeah, when he looks at that, he's going delicious.
Delicious.
That's right.
Yeah, I need my Shadow Army token. I'm sitting on 0 damage. This is not gonna be a difficult. It's not gonna be a difficult decision.
And he needs multiples of the Arumiel as well, just to get those crit lines running. But I think that's like a next turn play. But just Friendly Fire sitting at 0 is very, it's so bad when you think about it. Even though, well, actually, there's not many things we can say about it. He's at 0.
Yeah, there's not much thing you can say because you need those combo blasts.
Okay, he's taking 2 damage. All right,
that's a draw right there.
Wow, that's pretty good damage.
Yeah. It ain't gonna be pretty because right now, I think it's just a 5k guard.
Yeah, but you do it. You definitely do it, because then you can make if he takes this, then he's at 3. You can make some weird lines. Vanguard swing for like a crit is a forced guard. If you get a crit on the side, you can stack it with a Bibwell, and then nice times.
Going into
draw attacker gone as well. I think we've seen a lot of the
draw attackers going on.
Yeah, he only runs three Jabba tails.
All right, so discarding the Eclipse right there, so kind of shows that perhaps that he already has another order card in hand. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, he plays two of the
Moonlight.
2 of the hollowing Moonlight. Interesting. But now we get to see him.
Orpheus. We got to see Orpheus. Yeah, Orpheus time.
Get some Shadow Army tokens going.
This is so huge, but he's not using it.
Oh,
hey,
really?
Really? Yeah. He's not using it. What is this?
This
is pretty interesting.
Surprising. Yeah, I feel like you might as well. You know.
Yeah, I mean, your opponent's sitting on 4 damage now.
It's literally free, you know.
It's 30k fields, right? It's 30k fields. So you gotta wonder why he didn't call.
Yeah. Are we? Do we miss something or?
Did we miss something? Is there something in Yahalo's fodder that could be excruciatingly painful if he calls out that that Shadow Army token?
Like, there's nothing that Celestial can do about those tokens.
Yeah.
Thing, right?
Maybe he doesn't have Shadow Army tokens. Maybe he doesn't play them.
I would hope not. I would hope not.
I mean, showcasing prime Orphis,
I mean, this will. If he doesn't, then it showcase that you need to come prepared to a tournament. But yeah, I think that's a bit of a miss. You definitely want to develop that. Call 3 tokens to the back and just push damage.
I mean, it's not even the case of cost management here. Having 3 Shadow Army tokens set up behind in the back row is just perfection.
That's right. Like cost. If you got damage to 9 next turn, it doesn't matter because it only matters. Cost management only matters if.
That's an overtrigger. That's a very bad card to bind.
Yeah. Cost management only matters if you actually need to do something next turn, and with 3 of those tokens sitting back, you don't need to do anything, right? Anything. And I mean, you could have even retired like the Vanguard token to destroy the Elkoi, and that would have totally ruined this turn.
Yeah.
So
a lot of combos that Friendly Fire could have gone for, but yeah, maybe there's no such thing as Shadow Army token. It's all in our heads,
That's right. It's a shadow for a reason.
Yeah, it's a shadow for a reason. It's like I'm just gonna rely on the extra 5k that the World Order cards are gonna give me. That's it.
Yeah. Now, since the Elkoi is bound, we have both with both powers on. He's able to get the minus power and the crits. It would have been disaster if he didn't. He has like two different. He has odds and evens in the bind zone, but Elkoi just ignores that and says it works.
It worked, but still, this has been very horrible binding that I've seen.
Yeah.
One of the worst bind zones in history.
I mean, on the plus side, he can get that overtrigger back into his hands, right?
You don't want that. It's a shield, a lot of shield, but you don't want that,
I mean, against Orphists, you want to do that,
Yeah.
You want to do that.
The scary part about the Orphis is that, again, with all of the brand gate in itself, the possibility of the overtrigger coming in during the Vanguard attack is such threaten. It's such a big trap. You don't know when it's gonna come out. You don't. You gotta think ahead of what you gotta do.
Yep.
And quite possibly it can be lethal. But right now, Yahalo, it seems like he's going for lethal.
Yeah, he's developed 2 the Rumils, I think, is what it's called. A Rumil. So basically, there is a lot of crits somewhere. Right? You can stack crits.
Yep.
Yeah,
just give it to one. Yeah, just give it to one. That's fine.
Yeah. So like this is hitting with crits. So ideally your opponent will want to guard this. Then you can like stack 2 crits on one side and make like a lethal column, or you can stack a crit on the side if you feel confident you're gonna double crit this turn. That's different ways to play. You get to people in a draw, right?
I'm kind of seeing blanks there.
Yeah. It's not, if it's not a crit, it's a blank, right?
Yep.
I think that that big wall is going to come in handy because he now has to manage two bind zone cards, which can be very troublesome. But now we get to find out where the crits have been placed. If you place them all on this column,
I think it was on the right column. Yes, it's like.
Bear in mind that the grade 2 there does throw a wrench in some things.
It does throw a wrench or something, but again, we just gotta see. The Shadow Army token should be making its appearance during this turn. Jokes aside, if Friendly Fire does not call it out,
it'd be weird.
I mean, I'm speechless right now.
But he has a 3-card guard that's pretty scary. But you don't need to commit your hand to the field usually.
That's the beauty of Orphis, isn't it? I mean, you get free rear guards. That's all Orphis has been about. The way it shines, and then if Friendly Fire managed to get the persona right during this turn, everything's going to be huge.
So we're going to see how much damage is going to come in here. He's swinging in. This is like a 16 on an 8K. If he takes 1, then we would have known that he stacked the criticals on one side. So he takes 1 damage.
Wait, what's happening right there?
I think he took the damage, but they're still calculating. Everyone's on their toes.
I'm on my toes, but I'm still having trouble figuring this out. Is there a possibility that there is an extra damage there that he wasn't aware of? I doubt it. He's still gonna take it.
Okay, so it looks like he split the crit across both sides, and just took to 2. So he's on 5. Lots
not
of
where you
CV to work with.
Yeah, not where you want to be.
I mean, it's not that bad because against Celestial, you kind of go, yeah, it's not too threatening. But you have a lot of CB to work with, so you can.
That's the persona, right? All right, beautiful.
Yeah.
There we go. So he does play the Shadow Army token. It's just been delayed.
Yeah, so it's the pink sleeve cards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could have done this.
You could have done it the previous turn, isn't it?
Definitely should have done this the last turn. That's like, even if he lost the front row cards as well, then he could have done it again, right? It's like,
yeah. I mean, it's been no trouble at all. And then you have to think about the possibility. What if you had a heal trigger in the previous turn? I mean, that would have been cost well played, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So.
All right. Oh, swinging in. That's a crit right there. All right. Critical to Vanguard.
For Yahoo?
Yeah. And that is
Crit
a
front.
Sentinel. No, that's a Sentinel right there. Yeah.
Oh,
is it a front?
I think that's a front.
The front. Oh, okay. But it doesn't matter because the game's end right there.
Right. Yeah. So Friendly Fire wins over Nyahalo, and Orphis moves on. Quite unfortunate that all the not as popular Lyrical Monastery decks are falling, right? But
yeah,
it's still a long time. Maybe we're gonna see some.
Yes, just goes to show, row narrow. You gotta row. You're narrow.
Wow. Okay. Is that how it is?
Yeah. That's all it's gotta be.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see some more. We'll see some more lyrical variants later on. But yeah, we've just been seeing some nice different standard decks. Standard decks.
But it's still a weird gameplay for me. I mean, who am I to judge, right? We're just here to talk about, the players have their own plans, but it's still gonna be a bit weird, right? What's the mindset behind delaying one turn?
You turn your Vanguard sideways and you go, oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Can I rewind this?
That's right. Yeah, it's for a lot of players, honestly, it'll probably be their first big tournament because Standard did bring in quite a lot of players. If we look at some of the signups, even around the globe. It'll be their first tournament, also be probably like their first big online event, you know, things are happening. So yeah, getting featured as well, it's always nerve-wracking. So yeah, anything can happen. Anything.
I mean,
but yeah, let's just
in that case, you gotta be excited, right? You know, and that's why you gotta be on your toes. You don't wanna make the mistakes, and and certainly you do not want to forget, the main mechanic of your deck.
It happens.
It happens.
We've seen misplays happen, and that's just it's just nerves, really. I think when you think I don't want to misplay, you eventually do. You eventually do.
He was able to win. He was
able to win, so it's all good.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how he gets there. It's the destination that matters when it comes to Vanguard. He's just gonna win.
All right, that is it for round 2. I would say we'll be back for round 3, so stay tuned. And we'll be back soon.
I think he just forgot.
Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Buff Sartra is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
That's really good. Let me show you how it's done.
In this video, we're going to take a look at one of the most important things you need to do right before a game. Shuffling. Breaking. We've all been there. Sometimes it's because of our deck build. Other times it's because we didn't shuffle properly. Hey, you! Can you show him the shuffling methods again?
What was that? Could it be? Is it the heart of the...
Okay, we'll first have this guru do some warm-up exercises. Hisatsu Namikasane. Probably the most popular shuffle, it involves taking a chunk of cards from the bottom and gradually transferring them to the top of the deck. Usually used by beginners or children, this smooth shuffle is fun to do once in a while but not recommended for tournaments. An advanced technique that takes some practice. It's one of the best shuffle and it can be done rather quickly. A good way to ensure you have the right number of cards in your deck, but it doesn't shuffle well, so make sure you mix it up with other shuffling methods. No, not a shuffle. In order to really randomize your deck, use a combination of the shuffling methods, or reshuffle 7 times. Now, let's talk about a different kind of shuffle.
Okay, attack your Vanguard. Hisatsu Chaos Shuffle.
Hand shuffle, a fearsome shuffle in which shuffling is not the goal, done by moving cards from one hand to the other rapidly, completed with cards slapping noises. I get it, we all do it sometimes, and some situations call for it, such as preventing your opponents from memorizing your cards, or when you need to drop a hand card at random. But you've got to admit, when done excessively, it can be pretty distracting.
stop hand shuffle, and make this world a better place.
Attack your vet.
He sucks. Hello, Serene. Thanks for joining me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, I understand you have been with Bushiroad for like a couple of months now, at this time of shooting. Yeah, and you do marketing for Vanguard.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So as you can see, we have prepared a little bit of snacks and coffee, tea, and some drinks for us. Yeah. So before we begin the interview, what would you like? Coffee, or tea, or just water for you?
Tea.
Tea?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, Serene. So you are the marketer for Vanguard. So maybe you could market to us, just a bit of the kind of work that you do on a day-to-day routine.
Okay, I do. As a marketer, I mainly do the marketing materials. Then, so there's like you manage the stuff that goes on to social media, and then you do newsletters, and then you also liaise with other departments like the design team, the video team, to make sure that you get accompanying materials to put together. They go together to present to fans.
Okay.
Content. Yeah.
So you actually do have to communicate with a lot of different departments for your job as marketing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Because as marketing is not, not everything comes out of the marketer alone. So like say for example, the banners, definitely you need the design team, and then if there are video showcases, then there's a specialized team for that. So I think that's also one of the good parts of being a marketer, because you get to work with many people while wearing many hats. At the end, you get something nice to present to the fans and viewers. I think that's a nice end products that you can get out of marketing.
And then as the marketing in charge for Vanguard, which is one of our best selling titles, do you ever feel like the pressure to perform, as compared to, let's say, you were to handle something else? From Japan, but is there anything that you can share with us that how were you able to use the data that you mentioned in order to do something like a marketing campaign?
Actually, for data, it can come in a variety. So say for example, you can use like sales statistics to look at how did each past product perform, and then for other initiatives you can look at what kind of campaigns have been done before, how did they perform. They are not materials that spoon feed you answers, but it is something good for you to infer from and work something from there. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess as marketing, you actually have to work a lot on data as well.
Okay, at least for this industry, it is not entirely e-commerce based. So I would say the reliance on data is still there, just that I personally, in my opinion, it is not as much as, yeah. So like say for example, if you're an e-commerce based company, most likely even your sales, everything, it's all online, and those data you have to rely on more as compared to non-e-commerce platforms. Your data is separated and you need to piece them together and figure out something.
Actually, you raise a very good point, because our industry, they don't deal directly with digital goods or even ordering online on a website. Because if we do that, you can easily track all the data, and then we find out how we can improve our services to our players and customers directly from the data that we can gather. I guess there is a challenge in our industry, like how to get the data from physical goods.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
I understand you held a previous job prior to joining Bushiroad as a marketing position as well. Are there any main differences between that and this one?
My previous company mainly dealt with e-commerce, and unlike in Bushiroad, which is more of a brick and mortar business model. So I mean, as a marketer, definitely it is something that I will adapt to and work out and see what kind of marketing strategies that I can execute to make sure that it is suitable and appropriate.
So what made you think of joining the marketing industry? Because you held your previous job as marketing, now you're marketing as well. And I guess you believe you are on the right track, or at least the right career path. So what made you decide to join the marketing industry?
I would say marketing has been something that interests me for a long time already. And I can safely say that the marketing industry is one of the industries that can handle my wild imagination.
By wild imagination, you mean like you come up with a lot of creative ways to do like different marketing campaigns, hold different, I don't know, promotions or something like this. Could you define like what a few instances where your imaginations actually help you with your career?
In this sense, I would say it is easier when ideas come to you pretty easily. Of course, not all are usable. I mean, they can be just really random ideas, but who knows, I mean, one day they can be useful. And I mean, of course, I try not to limit myself to certain methods of delivery and the kind of content that I can present. But of course, I mean, there are many factors into play here. So, I mean, I can be creative for all I want, but I still have to conform to the rules and standards set by the company as well.
Oh, definitely. So I suppose how one would imagine it is that the company guideline kind of like draws the boundaries, and then as long as you're within that boundaries, you're free to run wild, in that boundary.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
And I do agree that I think the marketing industry is a bit less strict and rigid regarding how far you can take your certain projects to.
Like, it doesn't restrict too much on how you can do a certain thing. Yeah. So I think that is one aspect that I like about the marketing industry.
And then why Bushiroad? Like, what made you think of joining like Bushiroad as a marketing?
I would say Bushiroad to me is it plays a big part in my life, even before joining the company. Because I've been playing Bushiroad's games way before, I mean, just many years before joining the company. So, of course, when I got to know about this opportunity, I was like, ooh, why not?
What were the Bushiroad games that you played before you joined?
Love Life, School Idol Festival, and Bang Dream. So that mobile games.
So those are the two main Bushiroad games that you play before you actually decide to join Bushiroad.
Yeah. At some point, I played the Symphogear game as well, but that's only in Japanese. Yeah. Then I realized I have too many games to handle, and I decided to filter a bit. At some point, I would say I'm quite crazy about it.
Okay.
I can safely say that Bushiroad can be my national anthem.
Wow.
Because when you start the game, push him now. And so it's something that you hear every day, multiple times a day.
Wow, that's impressive.
Vanguard is, it's something that I have seen people play, but I have not tried it myself. But ever since I have started on this role, I developed more interest into the card game, and I actually called up a few friends to pick up the game.
Oh, so you actually had friends who were playing Vanguard?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
They don't only play Vanguard, they play Weiss as well.
Weiss.
But of course, I mean, that's a lot to digest in a day of Crash Course. So slowly got to sync to the new playstyle, and yeah, I'm doing my best.
Do you learn Japanese, because of work, or do you learn out of a hobby thing?
I started learning Japanese roughly 7 to 8 years ago, purely because of interest. Just that I think right now I can count myself lucky that I'm working in a Japanese company, because I get lots of practice at work.
Okay, so actually you started learning a new ability, a new language out of purely interest, and now you're able to actually implement that, or in fact you managed to find a job precisely because you learned that.
I would say it's a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bonus skill to have, because I mean, not only just work when we are communicating with any Japanese, it just makes things easier.
I guess it's kind of cool to actually be able to use something that you actually like and love, and kind of make money out of it. I suppose that's a good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we say that way?
Yeah, you never know, because I don't think you actually thought of, I'm going to find a job 5-10 years later that deals with Japanese. You just learn it because you really liked the culture and the language. You learn it, and then 7-8 years later you actually found it to be very, very useful. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's cool. Yeah. I suppose that would give people out there who might be thinking of learning a language some kind of motivation. Yeah. So what kind of advice would you actually give to someone who might be thinking of joining the marketing industry?
I would say my advice not only applies to the marketing industry, because I mean, when it comes down to the field or the industry that you want to work in, the most important thing that you should have is interest and passion.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I mean, it's not gonna work as well as when you have it. Of course, don't forget to have fun while you're at it.
I guess you can do anything you might not have interest in, but why force yourself? So if you do something that you're interested in, it makes life more fun. Okay, Serene, thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you so much. All right.
That's not by the way. It's gonna be sent to the group.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 Standard Tournament. I'm tagging in for Kai this time round, but we have seen we've just seen some good matches across the board, haven't we?
Definitely. I've been excited all throughout. Got a weird match just now, yeah, but we're gonna look past that one because we're gonna bring you guys some exciting new matches right after this.
Absolutely.
But in the meanwhile, let's look at the standing, shall we?
Yep. All right. So, Ahmad, take us away on this.
All right, so we see some familiar names right there, but you can see that Raiko X is now currently in first place. You got Zidus, Vimimine, Musrax, Apples, Iro, Ryan, Iki Ryan is at 2-0 right now. Diablo 69, you gotta be excited to see the top 8 rank right now. And in the top 16, it's not that exactly that you're far off. It's only been 2 rounds. It means that this particular players, they have a chance to snatch away the top 8 ranking. You got Vanilla Circus, of course you've seen Skunk Witch just now, Tyler Yu, Peter, Mario, King, Bushiroad, and of course BZE. Well, very creative names all around. Yeah, hopefully we'll see them more, or still see them here.
Absolutely. So hopefully we'll be taking a look at more of the builds. But let's get to the next match, shall we? Let's take a look at the 2 fighters, which is, I believe, the first one that we're seeing is for Bruce. And here we... Oh, sorry. This is for Buff Sagra, actually. So Buff Sagra, this is actually the Buff Sagra right deck, along with an inclusion of Valiente, actually, which is actually quite interesting to see.
Well, thinking about it, when you talk about the Bar Saga deck and the Barfs, the Barfs deck, they're still running Trickstar currently with the set, but I think this is a pretty nifty build. Thinking about it is that you're trying to work around a certain order or method of playing. So you gotta go with the Overdress still with the Bar Saga deck, but it's still pretty powerful. It has a lot of retiring focus, and then, not to mention with the armaments, not a lot of people have experiences playing against them, so they have the edge of surprise, because there's a lot of things that can come out that not a lot of players would be familiar with.
I can totally see that happening because this is definitely one of the more unorthodox builds that we've seen. Let's see what the opponent is rocking for their own build. And it's like a Bruce deck, as I mentioned earlier. So again, this is Bruce versus Buff Sagra. And Bruce is running, as I can see over here, a very... it's a very run-of-the-mill, but a very effective run-of-the-mill build for Bruce. What do you think, Amar?
Well, thinking about it is that, it's like how Kai mentioned in the earlier rounds just now, you either go Leonard or you go Eden. We rarely see decks that actually play both, considering because they, you need a lot more utilities, and then you need to make sure that the deck runs in a certain method. It has a lot of utilities here. I'm liking this, And all in all, we gotta see whether or not the Leonard way or the Eden way is right during this tournament right here. It's all about the bros right now.
Yeah, indeed. Also, and I like to point out that this deck is actually making use of a Hellblast full dive instead of the usual Pandemonium tactics which we see in some of the other decks. But that is actually still going to give a lot of pressure to that front row when he uses the Hellblast full dive.
Well, still, all in all, both players bringing in very exciting decks. I can't wait. Now it's a battle. It's a battle of attrition. We talked about how Bruce is all about raw power, but Barf Sagara isn't exactly lacking in power.
No, not at all. Not at all. So I've experienced with both of those decks on a personal level, and both of those decks have even just Buff Sagara at a base form as well. And even if you build up from the older parts with as we've seen, so using Virina in that deck, so you actually can get off a lot of capabilities and a lot of functionalities for Buff Sagara deck who's still waiting for their next boost in the PO4.
But all in all, you see the Buff Sagara deck list, it's a bit unique in the sense that other than the overdress cards that they've actually inputted into the deck, it has a lot of the niche cards that you don't normally see in a Nirvana deck. You don't normally see them, but you do see them in the Eugene deck, though. Once in a while you do. It has a lot of retiring forces, but what can I say right now is that the player that goes first has the edge. Bruce is reliant on the Ikikaze. it is reliant on the final rush to actually utilize a very straightforward, gentlemanly tactic of destroying your opponent with a Lunar. However, if you give the Barf Sagara the edge of going first, set up with the armaments, you're in for a lot of trouble. You can't really set up if your opponent is, the playstyle is very reactive in the sense that I'm waiting for you to slap down your units so that, you won't see the light of day after.
Correct. So I know this is mostly determined by the player who goes first in this matchup, but who would you put your money on this?
Well, honestly, despite being a Bruce fan, we rarely see Barf Sagara in the game. I'm gonna go with Barf Sagara. But it's been pointed out to me that so far my picks have been wrong. Third time's the charm. Third time's the charm right here. I'm gonna say that this is. This is the charm.
You want to know something funny? I believe that I too am putting my money in the Barf Sagara.
All right.
Because I know what Bruce can do, and I fought against Barf Sagara before, and I've seen what the Barf Sagara deck can actually do, especially when it has a DPT 01 cards in consideration as well. So we're gonna be in for quite a good match right now.
All right, so Barf Sagara is going first, so taking the edge right there. So the fun stuff about playing the deck in itself, is that you can discard armament for right, and then when you go above the right line, you can actually get back the armament from the drop zone and then equip it to your Vanguard straight away. It's nifty in a sense because you don't really lose out on anything, but of course, we talked about the edge just now. Barf Sagara, it shines. It really shines once both our armaments are already equipped to it. We do see instances where but the Barf Sagara isn't completely equipped. When that happens, it's gonna be it's gonna be quite a melee sort of gameplay whereby nothing really happens. But it's gonna be really defensive because we see that Keru actually took the shield, which is running one off.
Exactly. So with the one off shield, especially with the ease of being able to fetch it out using the right line, Namoka, just being able to allow you to actually immediately fetch a shield. So you've got one arms right there that you can guarantee to put down, and it gives you that defensive edge also with its one foot and skill.
All right, so we're seeing the Bruce actually, it's just a straightforward attack. Soul charging that heal trigger just now, Not what you want to see, but it's still fine, I think.
It's still fine in the early game. So when it comes to Bruce, right, because it's a soul charge based deck still, you have to accept what goes into soul. But at the very least, you can actually blast it out, and with certain cards, you can also call them out using not with the gear double, with Masri, I should say. Oh no, sorry, with the Lanat. My mistake. With the Lanat.
No worries. So we're seeing the eye formation right here, the inverted eye formation right here. So no trigger right there. This is gonna slightly hurt actually. This is gonna hurt
also. But one of the things about the Bruce deck is that its weakness is its early game. So it is smart on Keru's side to actually
don't trigger
as much damage. No triggers on Udon side. Yes, you're right. So no triggers on Udon side. So he might actually have to guard off this one. Yes.
No, this is not what you want to do, as a Bruce player in yourself, because until you get into that final rush, all units are actually precious. It's going to be a bit difficult because you need to manage your hand size. Then going with the deck build that we can see from King Udon's side, not a lot of methods for you to actually get your cards out, that easy. Only running about 4 draw triggers right there. I've seen a lot of Bruce decks that actually run 6.
Yes, because they do need that big hand size in order to be able to supplement their final rush to be as effective as possible.
But still, they're trying to match up with that is a critical right there, So trying to match up with the field power right now. This is gonna be a very easy guard right there. 15k shield, that's all you need. That's it. Sometimes you gotta take a bat with the Vanguard sometimes, right? You gotta attack with the Vanguard first.
Yep. You gotta attack with the Vanguard first in order to be able to pump your side with a lot more power, especially since this is the standard format, where fronts and criticals are the norm in this format.
So now this is the rise of the Queen, the Blaze Maiden in itself. Now imagine you are watching the Vanguard Overdress, the anime itself, and then the appearance of Barf Sagara, the holiness of it, the pressure that it brings. I'm sure King Udon is feeling it right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna get itself armed. Yes, this is very scary. In fact.
Correct. So, and with the Bushiroad's ability to actually soul charge, that's actually going to fund for its ability later on once it gets the second arms down.
So in itself, pressure is on, but nothing there.
As well as arcs over there. He might be able to get a draw, but that depends on whether if he can keep those cards in hand once it passes over to the Brewster.
Well, still fine, I believe. Karu is sitting on 1 damage. That's pretty healthy, all things considered. And we're not going to see much action just yet anyway from King Udon's side. It's not in Final Rush. This is like the first ride of Bruce. It's going to be a bit watered down. It's going to be a bit melee. And you don't want to be putting down rear guards when you know that, Buff Sagara can pretty much just clear out the whole row, and then you'll be left up with nothing in your hand. You don't want that.
Yeah, exactly. So with especially with the built-in Basagara as well, the fact that it will use up a lot of counter blast, so that actually is in the advantage of the Bruce player. But at the same time as well, you do not want to lose any precious cards that you could use in a Final Rush turn.
So yeah, choosing to just attack with the Bruce right now and 2 blanks. That's not good. More units, that's beautiful, but you gotta think that how are you gonna get, or are you just gonna be pretty much taking in all of the attacks right now, soaking in the damage? Because still, without the second armament, Path Sagara isn't gonna be a threat.
Yeah,
it's trying to get it now. Yeah,
correct. So with arcs coming down right now, so there is the counter blast 1, draw 2. So he's hoping that he'll be able to find his the sword right now in order to lay on the right side of Basagara.
Exactly. So we've already one sword being in the damage zone. Nope, not seeing that. So this is a scenario that we're talking about right here. With 1 armament down, in Basagara, it's not gonna be threatening. It's not even threatening lethal right now. It's just it gets a bit of a shield, it gets a little bit of power right there, here and there. Okay, that's a draw trigger. Let's just hope he gets the armament. Still, it's just going to be 3 attack, nothing much, nothing doing.
With the draw trigger coming into play, so that 1 column is actually going to hit a bit harder. But once again, the key factor is that without the sword, without the second arms, Buff Zagara is slightly neutered this turn.
Yeah,
he's watered down. It's handing the turn back to Bruce, who will go into Final Rush. This could be quite dangerous for Karu at this point.
Because he's been saving up. The thing that Udon has been doing right now is just soaking up the damage and then ensuring that the hand size is pretty healthy. But going in right now, everything is going to be coming down. Final Rush has been declared. You don't really need to declare, but still, overall, it's just whether or not King Udon can actually Persona right to make this even more threatening. But
not possible.
Guess not. Guess not.
Not possible. So he calls down Derek, and he's double checking because Derek does have that skill whereby he can actually remove rear guard. So he can actually remove arcs actually in order to avoid Valiente actually coming down. If that were happen to be in the hands of Karu.
Well, Valiente with Trickstar and whatnot. Yeah, it's still okay, I suppose. Basagara can actually just call out the Trickstar from the drop zone after this. All in all, I think it's just to deny an interceptor, yeah?
And here's the good thing about Derek, because you're in Final Rush right now, you can actually look up to as many cards as your opponent's empty regard circles and call them. So that's actually a free reinforce. No cards that you're using from hand. So you can actually get out a lot of your plus units from there. As you can see with Marjorie being one of the key cards in there. And I believe that one is the Protoball, if I'm not mistaken.
That is a Sentinel, actually. Yeah, this Portal Bell, and then the last one is a Sentinel. So it means that 2 Sentinels are already down from King Udon's side. But again, as I've mentioned just now, without the second armament equipped, there's no reason to think that the Vanguard is anything lethal.
Correct. So he can take that chance by putting down the Sentinel there.
Yep, and I believe that is a Leonard. Yeah.
Yes, that's Leonard, and I believe the Leonard would be going after the column just so they can actually eliminate the entire board for Sandra. That would be a wise move.
Yeah, and it's pretty good because again, with Leonard attack hitting, you can actually call out another unit.
Takes the damage for. It actually attacks the Vanguard. So my mistake. It attacks the Vanguard, and Leonard skill pop off. So charge 1 and choose a card from Soul and call it to empty Regard Circle, which Unfortunately, he's behind the Vanguard, but if he has something significant that can actually add a lot more power, he can actually.
Yeah, it's a great one. It's still fine, that's an extra additional boost power right there with Final Rush being declared.
Yeah, that's actually a 30k booster because that's Bad Steve. He gets
Mhm.
skill plus 5k if you have a Final Rush.
All right, Soul Charging another Proto Belt. That's pretty good actually.
Mhm. Good choice, good choice. So Marjorie's skill pops off, so he gets another plus 10k.
Mhm,
Again,
mhm.
with no Persona right on, King Udon needs to get as much power as possible if he wants to make everything hurt.
Ooh, that is an
check.
over trigger. I believe this is the first. Yeah, this is the first over trigger being propped throughout the whole commentary. Yeah, we've seen it being being used as a defensive. We've seen it being bind, but this is the first time, man, that we're seeing it being propped as a defensive, and that's pretty good. 100 million goes to the Vanguard. With the attack still coming in.
Yeah, exactly. So Bruce will be attacking the Vanguard because there's no way he can attack the Vanguard. So just get his drive checks and can pass the turn over. So there is a bit of benefit with King Udon being able to save his soul so that he can actually use it for the next final rush turn. But right now, that defensive over trigger really comes into to play for Kara right now with that Persona right coming down.
Beautiful, yeah, and then there's another Persona right, and then all in all, we're seeing that even
there's the sword right there, ladies and gentlemen. There's the sword right there. Buff Zagara is fully armed,
equipped, and ready to go. There's no denying the possibility of those criticals coming in every turn right now.
Yeah,
Soul is healthy.
Soul is very healthy indeed for Buff Sagra, and I feel King Udon once that Counterblast 2 hits, I feel the pain of losing Leonard and Marjorie all too well.
Did well, just took in the damage. I believe that's another arcs.
Yeah, there's another arcs going off of there, but I just realized that it actually has no Counterblast left, so it might actually have decided to. Oh no, it's actually Soul Blast 2. My mistake. I thought it was
it's just Soul Blast 2 for the critical and retire. It's just Soul Blast. That makes that this is why Buff Sakura is it's so meme, but at the same time it's so threatening because the cost is pretty much non-existent.
Exactly. So now with both sides off right now and Soul Blast 2, and there's a arcs on the side and the left column, I believe that one might have been the Caliban, if I'm not mistaken, which is the grade 2 for the right line.
I believe the other side there is actually a Brachio Force.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, you're right. I believe so. Brachio Force is actually quite unique because it actually applies the on-hit threat, because when his unit attack hits, you get to draw a card and you retire one of your opponent's Rigard. So he definitely wants to try and take out that Protobomb before he gets
Yep. Ooh, that is a front trigger.
There's a front trigger, vital front trigger to add more power to
and that is a critical trigger. That is not what you want to see.
No, that's not what you want to see. So Bruce has taken the damage, so he was at 4. Draw trigger, second check.
Heal trigger.
Oh, that's a heal trigger. Oh, that's a heal trigger.
That is what you want to see right now. Yeah, we don't want this exciting match to end just yet. No. We want to see more. We want to see Bruce acting out. Rebel, Bruce. Rebel to the finest position ever.
Bring up that final rush symbol, because we're gonna see it one more time.
One more time. Yeah, definitely. This is insane. Yeah, eating up that 3 damage. Just taking it all out. And the bat paid off. And this is what we want to see. So let's hope. Is there the persona right? Is this what makes the game lethal right now? Both decks are pretty thinned out, actually. That's pretty interesting.
Quite thinned out, actually. Very, very interesting indeed. Both decks are actually thinned out. But that's the characteristic of a Bruce deck with all the soul charging that it does. As well as with King Udon actually playing that many draws also. So he teeters on decking out, but he'll be able to fish
one final rush. Yeah. One final rush attack could do it. We're just gonna see, because this King Udon's hand feel pretty healthy. Getting that draw trigger first was pretty good. So we're seeing, all right, there we go. So now the United Front is out. The full force and the full dive of the Hellblast is here.
Yep.
You don't have Persona, right? That's fine. I'm gonna give my I'm gonna make my own pseudo Persona drive right
Pseudo
here.
Persona drive right here. So absolutely, Hellblast full dive will give plus 10k to the front row, and that's just a good way to supplement any turns where you can't get a Persona right now. Marjorie going off, so sending Steve back into the Soul, and Soul charge 1, draw 1, and Marjorie will get plus 10k, so even more power on that column, which which will restand actually.
And I believe that is the final Sentinel being Soul charged, yeah?
Yes, I believe so. You're right on that.
That's not good. Because if he goes to the defensive.
Yep. Now Carrier is actually now on the defensive right now. But of course, the Gear Double going to the Soul and giving plus 10k to Leonard, yes. And Leonard is of course attacking alone, but Leonard will attack entire column. So will he go for the Vanguard or will he go for a side which will eliminate potentially that whole side if the attack is let go?
I mean, you're going for the kill right now, Vanguard, that's what you gotta do. And then I believe that the shield's ability has been procced, yeah?
Yes, the shield's ability has been procced over there. So plus 10k for that battle.
Mhm.
But now Bruce is going to Soul Blast 5. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Interestingly enough, we haven't seen the over trigger being procced just yet.
Yes, the over trigger is still missing on King Udon's side. So we do not know where that possibly could be.
So now it's very risky business, of course. Yeah, Karu choosing to be on the safe side. A Sentinel, a Sentinel to the Vanguard right here. Wise move, I suppose, considering that the Dark States. Well, we just gotta see. Will this actually play out the way that King Udon wants it to do? Okay.
Yep. There's a front trigger in there, so there's another plus 10k to the front row. So even more power to Marjorie and Leonard with the portable boost as well.
This is so huge, yeah.
That's the characteristic of Bruce. It's big. Everything is big.
43k right there from Marjorie. I'm just if you were me, I'm just gonna soak it in. Okay, that's a front trigger right there.
That's a front trigger right there, so even more defenses. But with Karu teetering on 5 right now, can he actually defend off the Leonard?
I think he can. Yeah, I think he can. Shouldn't be a problem right here. It's just a matter of...
Yeah, exactly. Because considering that he actually activate arcs twice, so he's got to have some guard to be able to guard it off.
All right, smart move there. Udon taking in that Sentinel. So possibility of having it in hand too, especially possibility of having 2 Sentinels in hand. That's pretty good, considering that Buff Sagara is actually a three attack deck.
Exactly. So just got to make sure that you can defend against that. Any side that is gonna be bigger, so most likely will be the Vanguard.
All right. Ooh, that is the final Persona right there from Buff Sagara. Insane, if I have to say it. Yeah, we haven't seen Bruce Persona riding at all during this turn. We've seen it done 3 times. Yeah, from Karu's side. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, indeed. And a raw call for Arcs just to be able to get an attack off, which means there isn't any ways for Carol to actually be able to get Trickstar back onto the field.
I mean, this pretty much in this time, you don't really need it. You just want more attackers. You just want more interceptors.
Yeah, everything's got to hit. So
and everything is huge. Don't forget, you still have the Persona. Vanguard's hitting with critical trigger. Everything gets retired in the front row. Buff Sagara at its finest with 2 armaments equipped.
Indeed.
All right. So thinking about it, it's sitting on 5 damage because now the Vanguard isn't the only thing threatening lethal. You gotta think about the possibility because right now, not only do you have the Sentinel, but what about the rest? Oh, and I think I just saw a glimpse of the over trigger in King Udon's hand right there.
Oh, so you might have that ace in the sleeve. For defenses as well.
Yeah, the defensive ace in the sleeve.
The defensive ace in the sleeve in this round. That could make it or break it.
There we go. So
right now,
it's actually a no pass. Yeah.
Yep.
Critical trigger. All right. And I'm not sure what was the second card right there. It was
able to catch that, unfortunately. Yes.
I think it's a Trickstar.
Yeah. But of course, the side now with the critical coming in. So now just planning a defense, checking the power on both sides. I think King Udon might be able to guard this off. He might be able to bring the turn back to him.
Yeah, Sentinel right off the bat. That's easy.
Yep, the Sentinel goes off.
A fif-
And 20k.
Yeah,
And,
because
Natalia actually coming in. Yep.
it's a 25k column right there, right?
Yes, you're right on that.
All right.
So how many?
That's it.
This is where you ask the question. This is where you ask the question to Bruce. How much cards do you have left in your deck?
I mean, it shouldn't be a problem for the Bruce in itself. Okay, so there it is. Yeah, managed to draw out.
Yep.
Managed to draw the persona right. It's still healthy.
It
Still
looks like
healthy for
it's still
one
healthy enough,
more attack.
One more attack. So, but what's left in his hand? There's the
Question
crucial
right
question
there.
right now. What's left in his hand?
Double Marjorie will be good here.
Double Marjorie would definitely be good.
You know, heck, just having a Derek or Leonard would be good here. So many
Pretty much.
possibilities.
And any grade 2 or any grade 3 right now would be fantastic to be in the front row. But of course, King Udon is making sure to plan everything, laying down cards.
Wise
laying
move,
down
wise
cards.
move right there. All right, that's the Marjorie. All right, beautiful. So that's the thing. See, with Marjorie, that magic number at 33k is pretty much absolute. And
It's quite yeah.
depends on if Hellblast is in hand as well. If it is, we're seeing more than just a 3-card guard coming in from Keru, yeah, for each attack.
That would be very dangerous if King Udon does have another Hellblast full dive in his hand. So now potentially counting triggers just to see what might be left in the deck.
All right, Gear Dober is there. Yeah, that is the extra power that we're talking about right there. It gives a 10k to another rear guard. So power is there. And there we go. That is a Leonard, I believe. Or is it a Derek? Yeah, it's a Leonard.
Yeah, it's a Leonard over there. And the Gear Dober, of course, being able to move into sword after end of battle, they boost it. And then it gives another unit plus 10k. So giving that to a unit like Leonard would help push the agenda even further.
All right.
And
So
also making use of Marjorie's skill as well. So Derek goes into the soul.
there we go. This is strengthening lethal. This is what the expectancy of Keru is that in order for you to survive this beautifully, you need to know that you need to have 3 Kanzens in your hand.
Yes, you're absolutely right on that. But of course, we do have the dragon that actually increases shield based on the number of cards in your drop zone. So that might be a slight breather for Keru right now. But how long would that breather last?
Well, we haven't seen a lot of heal triggers coming out from the side of Keru, yeah. So possibility in hand, possibility being drawn out, possibility that is still inside the deck. All that, this Vanguard. You just gotta hope for the possibility that if your opponent can 6 damage heal, you need to say that so can I.
Yeah, you're right on that. So if I can do it, so if you can do it, so can I.
Because there's nothing much in King Udon's hand right now. If the attacks did not penetrate at all during this turn, have at it. You're gonna win.
How nail biting this is, third round, and all of us are basically starting to lose our fingernails. This is nerve wracking.
All right, so choosing to use the shield's ability, I suppose, yeah, and adding on to that extra 10k. Now all that's left, yeah.
All that's left right now.
Yeah, because it's 33. So now it's just a matter of whether or not there's 3 Sentinels or just one passing that Bruce.
Yep, indeed. So with 3 cards left in the deck, this drive check will tell everything. I am.
Yeah, I believe.
My nerves are acting.
I believe there's still 4 cards in the deck.
4 cards left in the. Yeah, you're right. I do see the gap.
Yeah, there's a gap there.
Yeah, we have to look really, really close just to make sure that we can see that there's 4 cards left in the deck. But nevertheless, still, those top 2 cards, right, is nail biting.
Well, all in all, what you can see right now is that Keru's hand is pretty healthy. We know that the drive check gives a lot of trigger, and then there's still a trick star inside hand. But again, discounting the fact that you gotta count the triggers. Yeah, buddy, you gotta count the triggers right now. Your opponent only has 4 to 5 cards left inside the deck. Count those triggers.
You
See,
count those triggers, yeah.
yeah, see how much do you need to actually put down for you to guard. Sometimes it's key, knowing that say that if 15 triggers has already come out, why not? Why not put 2 to pass? It means that it's a no pass indefinitely. So yeah, so 23 to 28, that is already a 1 to pass. All things considered,
The front will actually be the worst thing for Carol right now. If the
To
front
come
is
out right now.
Yeah, that would be the worst thing. But Carol's trying to commit more guards. So he's
that,
gonna make
that,
this
that,
2.
that is a 2 to pass.
All right, let's see what happens here right now. First check.
Nothing. Oh, wait, that is a critical trigger.
Oh, that's a critical trigger. Oh, sorry, my mistake. That's a critical trigger. Oh,
Yeah, okay, this is interesting. Now King Udon is doing the smart thing and calculating his triggers, which Keru should have done in the first place.
I hate to be either player. I would honestly hate to be either player right now.
I mean, thinking about it, if you only have 1 or 2 Kanzen guards in hand, if you're Keru, you gotta think that you wanna save it for the rear guards because they're the biggest threats right now. Vanguard, 2 to pass this. Oh, he's gonna go all in.
He's gonna go all in because he counted 12 in the drop right now for triggers.
Okay, all in.
So all in.
Oh,
wait,
no,
he's
maybe
pumping
not.
to the side instead. Yeah, not the case. Right, so he's pumping the critical and the power to Masri right now. That second check.
Bruce.
is
All right,
Bruce.
smart move right there. Smart move right there.
Very smart move. Not taking the gamble over there despite the
Mhm.
the amount. But
There we go. That is the sentinel that
There's
we're
the
talking about.
sentinel.
That
Yep.
then the possibility of there being another sentinel is pretty high. Or just 2 15 key shields would do it.
250 key shields would do it. Got about going in and just fetching out another. I think we missed it, but it might have been another. But yeah. Oh no, he's grabbing right now. I think he's debating whether
Grabbing the final sentinel. Yeah, the other
final
sentinel. We keep saying final sentinel, but the sentinels in Soul is pretty much the final sentinels anyway.
Yeah, there is no end to this so long as you can fetch things with protoball. But nevertheless, the perfect guard coming in for Keru and he survives this turn.
I mean, I have to say, I'm not seeing a chance for victory for King Udon right here. Being 2 cards, it means that you can't take any more damage. You stand and draw, you're left with only 1. You can't even utilize Final Rush. It means that you're only left with 2 attacks the next turn. You have a bruise, but you can't even Persona right. You Persona right, you basically self-destruct.
Yes.
It's the end.
That's what I mean by teetering on the edge of deck out when you play Bruce, especially when you add draws in it. So it's not a bad move because having an increased hand size will give you a lot more options. But if you're willing to risk that seesaw, that teetering, it can work best for you.
All right, so attacking with an extra critical right there, 23k. You gotta be thinking right now, just force out the sentinel, and then force out any damage. Any damage at all right now would be lethal.
Yes. Even though he's at 5 right now, but any damage will be lethal.
Yeah, that is the sentinel right there. Okay, but actually, Karu got his own sentinel right there, if I'm not mistaken, and another Brachio force.
Yep, and King Udon got everything, everything in hand defended against it. But now what can he do? He calls Derek. He calls
Bruce.
Bruce attacks first.
This is pretty small. There's nothing there. Nothing's gonna happen here. There's nothing gonna happen here. It looks cool and all, but that's about it. Stand and draw.
Check. There we go. End of turn right there, and the win goes to Keru and Buff Sagra. Woo! Woo!
Beautifully played by. I want to say both players, but of course, there can only be one.
There can only be one winner. This is a competitive game after all, but there can only be one winner. And my word, what a choice match for me to just come on and just commentate, man. I'm like, my boy Bruce. But Bruce will always be my boy. But that Buff Sagra plays from there, and especially with how nail biting it became at the end. It's you take that match and you animate it, I think you're gonna get a lot out of just that rally right there.
I mean, we just got a deja vu of the anime anyway. You just saw the live action of the result from the anime in itself. You know.
yes, you're right on that. So, but we gotta take a breather after this. So we're gonna go on to the break. So we will see you guys for the next round.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hey Terrence.
Hey Julius.
Okay, first of all, thanks for joining me here with Coffee and Bushiroad series.
No problem.
You are the first of all our interviewees. Well, and there's a reason for that. Then that's because I think a lot of people have seen you in a lot of videos as well, especially for Buddy Fight channel, which you frequently appear. Well, along with me. So, and the other reason is because Terrence you have been with us for about 9 years now.
Yes.
So I think you're probably one of the veterans, if not like the person with the most experience number of years in Bushiroad right now.
That's true.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to ask you a bit about the kind of work that you do here with Bushiroad, mainly your current position, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So you are a senior development executive.
Yes, that's
and can you tell us a bit of the things that you have to do as someone in your role?
Okay, not only senior development executive, I'm also a team leader, as you know, for Buddy Fight, and our viewers also know. My job comprises mostly of product management as well as marketing advisory role. So it's like main part of the job is of course products. We can't have a card game without the products going out. So most of it is scheduled around product management, designs, translations, and basically making sure that the product goes out on time.
So I guess as team leader, you kind of have to manage everything and not just the product.
Yes.
Developing the product is like one aspect of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Our development mostly central around localization. So
Okay.
Japan has their main product first, then we take the same product and try to localize it for the English-speaking community.
Okay. But so just for the record, localize would mean to translate into English for the international products. Yeah. So could you tell us more about how you would go about localizing a product? Like probably take us briefly through the steps from the very beginning and to the end when it's actually printed.
Well, basically, Japan needs to have their product ready first. Then we just take the designs, the translation, as in the text that they have, and do translations. Okay, then pass it to our designers. Designers put everything into what you see today as a card. Then we take the design, have it sent to the factory. Factory produces everything, including the packaging, such as the pillow pack, which we call pillow because the packs look like a pillow.
And although like you made it sound like very easy, like from translating to printing, I know for a fact that it's not.
You have done some products.
Yeah, I know for a
before?
fact it's not, because you kind of like split into 3 major categories, but I know it's gonna be definitely a lot more work than that.
Yeah, that was just a general description of how it is, but of course there's many detailed steps along the way.
Definitely. So during the course of your translating and stuff, what do you think is the toughest thing about translating Japanese into English?
Oh, they have a lot of very Japanese-centric puns. Those are the worst things you can come across if your command of the Japanese language is not as good.
What do you mean by that?
They have certain like puns or play on words that central around the Japanese culture. So if you were to do a localization, you try to look for something in the English language that is equivalent. You cannot just translate the entire thing as it is. If you do, a lot of players won't get what it's trying to say because they are not that into the Japanese culture. So they will just be, it's just another flavor text. It's just another name.
They might not even get it as or it's supposed to be a joke.
Yes.
Because that cultural difference just doesn't get through.
Yes.
To the Western side, I suppose, definitely. So that would be the toughest thing for you as a translator.
That would be one of the most challenging. Toughest is when there's a lot of problems along the way that would cause the release date to derail. Yeah, then you have to do whatever you can to keep this production schedule back on track. Sometimes that's one of the toughest things, is meeting deadlines. When everything doesn't go your way. If everything is smooth, it's perfectly fine.
So that would be more on the production side rather than just the translating side now. So you have a lot of obstacles on the translating side, and then you also have obstacles on the production side. Yeah, so there's a lot of deadlines to meet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's definitely tough, and I can relate to that. Okay. Then what's the most rewarding thing about your work?
Seeing players use your product in a tournament. Major or small. Sometimes you just go to a card shop and people are playing with the cards and you say, hey, that's the latest release. Then you'll be like, oh, are they using? Are they having fun with it?
Okay.
If they are really making a ruckus and just generally having fun, that's the most rewarding thing for a developer.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. I suppose when you go and visit card shops or maybe in tournaments and you see that card on the table and you're like, then it brings you back, to the memories of you translating that, maybe in the office. Oh, I have problems with this certain pun, this certain joke.
Right. Or that card was changed last minute. We had to make all the arrangements just to make it proper by the time the product is released. They go like, oh, I remember that one.
All right. So, okay, maybe you can tell us what's your most memorable product that you have done so far. Like, probably the one that maybe gave you the most trouble, or maybe you had the most fun.
Limited only to Buddy Fight, or because
it could be anything. You have 9 years worth of experience here with Bushiroad, and I understand you do other titles as well, such as Luck and Logic, and I think a bit of Weiss Schwarz as well.
In fact, I've actually handled every single English card game localization up to now.
Oh.
If I didn't start it, I would have participated in it at a certain point in time.
Okay.
In fact, most of the English card games, I think I was one of the starting members when they were doing the localization.
Also, like the first English product for every game, like probably BT01 or TD, the very first series, TD01, BT01, that would be all you.
Yes, except for Luck and Logic. Luck and Logic, I was already team leader by the time that started, so I only checked. I did not actually do the translations or the localization part.
Okay.
But other than that, yes, I started most of the English card games, Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, Buddy Fight. Yeah.
All right.
And after that, once after starting the localization work and maybe the production work, once there are new staff on board, I will train them and then let them control the production. Then I'll move on to other projects, of course.
All right, that's cool.
Right. Okay. So along the way, as you can see, there's a lot of products that I've covered in these past 9 years or so. So you want me to narrow it down to one?
I mean, you can give us a few if you have, like, this, whatever comes to mind would be your most memorable product.
Now, the most memorable one, I think it's a bit out of the ordinary. It's because it was English Weiss Schwarz, the Attack on Titan set.
Okay.
It was a big challenge for the English card game because the English version released 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay, that's gonna be rare, right? Because usually it's gonna be Japan first, and maybe like 2 weeks or 1 month later, then we release the English version.
If at all, because Weiss Schwarz, we don't have all the titles in the English version. Sometimes it's due to copyright, sometimes it's due to the popularity of the set. Some sets will not sell as well outside of Japan because it's not as well known or as popular.
Yeah.
But Attack on Titan, that's a worldwide renowned title.
Yeah.
So at that time, I was given the instructions, English version is going to release 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay.
And it's something that we have never done before for the English version.
Okay, I would say that's memorable.
Any English version. So it's like, what? Really? Was the first reaction.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't say it's impossible, but the logistics of it was that Japan will need to finalize every single data before I can work on any of the components.
Yes.
So the biggest risk of doing something before the Japanese version is that once you have finalized all the data, the factory is printing, if Japan makes any changes to the Japanese set, we will not get it in the English version.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the biggest risk of all.
Okay, so can I ask, why did they do something like this? You know, something so out of the norm. Like, what was the reason behind that?
From what I heard was that Attack on Titan was really popular overseas, so they decided let's do something phenomenal for this set. The English version will come out before the Japanese one.
Okay, so simply it was just for the fans, like, oh, okay,
Yes.
it's super popular in the Western world as well. Then
Yes.
just get this out earlier than the Japanese version.
Yes, and it's something the fans can brag about in the English community.
Yeah.
Hey, we got ours before the Japanese set.
Yeah, because usually it's the other way around.
Yes. So even at this time, sometimes the simultaneous release is going to be quite difficult because of Japan's very short lead time for data, for designs. Overseas, we have a lot of logistics issues, considerations before we can actually send data for print, finalize all the data. So it's going to be a lot tougher.
Okay. So the schedule for this English Attack on Titan, how bad was it? Like how much of a rush were you in? Due to this sudden arrangement.
I can only say that for this particular set, it was a good thing at that time I was living in Tokyo, Japan, and working in the main office. Because at any point in time, I had to get up from my seat, run to the Weiss Schwarz team, the Japanese team in the office, and just discuss every single detail. At that time, I think we were 1 floor apart. If I remember correctly, we were 1 floor apart. We were definitely on different floors. My office was, I think, 1 floor higher than the Japanese Weiss Schwarz teams. So at any point I needed anything, it would be leave my seat, run all the way down, iron out all the details, get back to... No, somebody out there will say, why don't you just call downstairs? No, some things you need to iron out in detail and have all the details straight.
Yeah.
Because any single mistake there would cause the entire set to be different from the Japanese one.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So that's one thing. So that's something that's manageable only because you were working in Japan at the time.
Yes.
Oh wow.
It is going to be very difficult, very challenging if we were to attempt the same thing.
And well, since you mentioned it, I understand you worked in Japan for a number of years. How many years was that?
5 or 6.
5-6 years.
Yeah.
So 5-6 years of your years working in 5-6 years out of 9 years working in Bushiroad. 5-6 years was in Japan.
Was in Tokyo, Japan. Yeah.
Tokyo. Wow.
Working out of the main office.
Okay. So I'm a little bit curious. Like, what's the cultural working difference? In Japan and then in Singapore. Like, what's the main difference do you see?
It's more of the working culture, I think, and mostly because Japanese tend to be very polite. So the place is mostly quiet. It's a lot more quiet than any other office than I've seen so far. So, and people tend to like to finish their work before they leave the office. So some employees tend to leave like 8, 9 p.m. at night just because they finish their work and then they prepare for the next day's work. So it's slightly different from overseas where there are certain companies that, of course, once it's time to knock off, you go home.
So in Japan, a lot of people, they actually like stay up later than usual.
Yes, they normally stay back later just to finish up their work, which is not a bad thing, but sometimes you need time for family.
I guess you kind of like have to balance. Some days you might have to stay because you have to stay, but maybe other days you can take it easier and then you just take it easier.
Also, just to dispel some rumors out there, there's actually a rumor out there that says that Japanese companies, you don't leave earlier than your boss. No, that's just a rumor.
Probably from very long time ago.
It might have been a practice maybe long ago, but nowadays not so much. I mean, the boss sometimes leaves earlier than most of the staff because sometimes they have maybe business dinners, business appointments. They need to talk to other companies or have their own appointments. So it's definitely not that true.
Do you have any kind of tips or advice for people who might want to do translating for a job? Like maybe they want to be a translator as well. Maybe they hope to be working for Bushiroad one day. Do you have any advice for the young ones out there?
Young ones.
Yeah.
If they are young ones, they are still a bit away. But for tips, all I can say is first you must get your Japanese language up to par. For that, you probably have to listen to music, watch shows. If you can, try practicing. If you're in a class, grab your classmates and just practice whatever language it is that you want to practice. Getting better at it is first priority. Then after that, practice a lot, I guess. Listening to music, watching shows, reading books, or even if you're starting out in Japanese, reading manga. That's one of the easiest ways. Go for the lower age mangas like Buddy Fight. We have Koro Comic.
Yeah,
the Japanese magazine. Just get a copy and just try to read whatever's in there. Then after that, JLPT, the Japanese language proficiency test, pass, or if you can go all the way to level 1, that at least shows your employer that you have the skills.
I wouldn't say it's absolutely necessary because as with any language, just being able to speak it, write it, it shows that you know the language, and then from people who know the language will know what level of proficiency you are at. So I guess it's just good to really just show it. I can do it.
It's just documentation that you know.
Because from what I know, I think Terrence, you don't have any JLPT at all.
No.
And yet, everyone who needs help with Japanese in offices, they just go to you.
Yeah, because if you stay in the country long enough, it becomes natural.
Yeah, exactly. So it's, I wouldn't say, we wouldn't say JLPT is absolutely necessary, but it's just good to have.
Yes, it's
just to show, because I think people, that's a kind of like official verification that you can do, you have proficiency in this language.
Also depends on your employer. If your employer really requires a proof that you do know the language, but there are companies out there who actually just test your proficiency during the interviews. Right. So it again depends on the company who's going to hire you.
That's true. So Terrence's tips for everyone is just immerse yourself in the language, in Japanese language if you want to translate Japanese for a living.
Or if you want to translate other languages, just
same thing.
Learn, adapt, be really good at it. At least a normal conversation.
And I suppose the kind of things you're translating for matters as well. Like you can be interested in Japanese language, but you also have to be interested in, let's say, the anime and manga culture if that's what you want to translate. Because if not, you might not get the puns or the,
References.
a lot of references and connotations that come with a lot of different words.
Right.
Yeah. So I suppose, if you want to be working in the industry, I guess you have to be interested in that industry as well.
It's definitely a plus.
Yeah. Because if not, a lot of things you just wouldn't get.
It just goes over your head.
Yeah. So thank you so much for sharing all your insights here with us.
No problem.
Thank you. Yeah. Because as one of the longest standing employee of Bushiroad, you definitely have a lot of valuable experience to share with us. So thank you so much for the interview today. And I think I think that's all we have for today.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
Great
Thank
being
you.
here.
Yeah. Thank you.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this is round 4 of our Bushiroad Rumble Online AO region tournament. So Amar, have you taken that deep breath that you needed?
Yes, I believe that after the excitement that we've watched just now, between the battle, I'm pleased to say that we are going to be bringing in more intense fight after this.
Well, prepare your vocal cords because we're going to have something interesting coming up. But first, let's check out the standings, shall we? Alright, as you can see from the standing, the dynamic of the standings has changed between round to round. Now we're seeing on top right now, Tyler Yu and King with first and second. Vanilla Circus, Man Long, right now Ho, Reiko, Wam Wong, and Kiddis just rounding up that top 8 right there. None of the names that we saw from that last round is actually here right now in this round. That's amazing to see. But of course, we also have the top 16 as well. We can't ignore them because we see some familiar names. Yasu Wu as well. That's my boy. Kitten Pants, which is a familiar name that we've seen in previous formats. Chanel L, Carol 2011, which we saw in that last game. Fato Kevin Cho, also another familiar name, and Chairman as well.
Champion, yeah.
Yeah, champion indeed. So, but it's amazing to just see some familiar names over here. So, but right now, let's just get straight into our match right now. Let's go over to see what we're fighting, or what we'll be seeing fight in this round 4 of a match here. And first off, we have Konkudo with
Roro Nero.
Roro Nero. I should have tossed it up to you. So what do you think about this deck, Amar?
Pretty clear cut. Thank you very much. We're looking into the deck of Loro Nero right now. I'm seeing all the staples being here and present. Yeah, we see that the student council president is here. We're seeing all the big number powers, and of course the much played autumn version of the order card. Yeah, to be sung to get that extra critical, to get extra power. I mean, Loro Nero has always been that Vanguard prioritized, unit. You gotta know that this is the only, lyrical monastery unit that is still standing inside this tournament.
Indeed. But let's see what those warm vocal cords are gonna go up against with the next deck. And it's actually going to be Kairos Dark.
I like this one.
Eugene. We have a good laugh over here because Eugene is one of those decks that has been underappreciated, to say the least.
Yes.
But the thing about the Eugene deck is that it still holds its place where it is, especially after DB 4 with so many good boosts that it got in that set.
It has superior calling abilities. It has retiring abilities. The only thing that it doesn't have is the capacity to be a finisher. It's always been talked about that, while it boasts a lot of firepower, it doesn't really have the edge of, bringing into that late game and trying to finish off his opponent in that grandiose way. Similar as like a Final Rush in Bruce, or even with the Nirvana deck, or the Brav Sagara, the other variants of the Dragon Empire. But, Kairos must be doing something right. They've gone 3-0. It's been beautiful so far. So let's see if they can bring in to that 4th match.
Indeed. So this is actually going to be a good match to just see just how the dynamic between Eugene as well as Loro Nero is going to stand up. We've known about Loro Nero for quite some time, especially if you paid attention to international tournaments and just what the meta is like over there. So seeing Loro Nero in this tournament right now, so what is it that you think that we could expect to see from both ends?
Well, we're gonna see it right now, yeah, because it's unsurprising to see Lornerol within the top brackets right now. They're overrun. True, there are a lot of players playing Lornerol right now, and we can see, because it brings forth the idea that it's stable. It's the current meta right now, the top three. But Eugene has always been, again, as you've mentioned, is underappreciated, but it doesn't mean that it's weak by any chance. No, it's not.
No, I do not speak ill of a deck like Eugene. Because even though I said the words that I said, Eugene is still a force to be reckoned with. Because as far as Overdress is concerned, no deck has destructive capability better than Eugene right now.
All right, so getting that order card right now, it's that's why Lornerol has always been popular. It's very stable. There's no risk at all of you actually singing a song that you don't want to.
Yes,
setup is there. The ability for it to prep for that grade 3 is just intense. But of course, the lackluster of going first as a Lornerol deck is, of course, you're not able to fully showcase the whole power of the deck just yet. But it again, I'm going to be saying this a lot. It doesn't mean that it is lacking in any way.
No, it's not lacking in any way possible, especially with a setup like Romantic Happiness just getting ready to be sung by Lornerol once it hits grade 3.
But all in all, what I really want to pay special attention to is how Kairos is going to be playing it out. Because if the opponent does not put any rearguard down, it's still a plus for them. Eugene thrives with having Soul Blasting 5, calling out as many rearguards as possible from the top deck, or putting it into Soul. They're not lacking anything at all. The only risk that Eugene usually tend to run into is decking out.
Yes, indeed. So especially with his skill actually allowing you to be able to move the cards that you search to the top of the deck. But as you can see here, there's actually a very good play right there, calling down the two dinosaurs on the side. Let me just fetch the name.
The Brachios. So all in all, because your opponent has less rearguards, one or less rearguards is gonna stand. You get extra 5k. Beautiful turn, and you're gonna say that by getting 2 of them right now, that's super lucky, isn't it?
Yeah, it's super lucky, especially with its ability to be able to restand. And once it goes into your battle step, so that's just pluses for Eugene because you don't lose any fighting power.
And it's a 10k shield against a 10k. It's pretty pesky. It's pretty pesky.
So even though there's no destruction, there's still a lot of power going on. And I think that plays to the advantage of Eugene Curry right now sitting his opponent at 3.
But getting that defensive right there, I think, going second, Lornerol has no issues whatsoever because you can actually utilize more right now.
Prepare your calls, ladies and gentlemen, because we are about to have another song in concert.
Being only singing one song right now, of course, you are going to be lacking that critical. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The setup is still there.
He can still get the critical actually because the critical does come from the song card. But the benefit of Lornerol is that it actually has the skill that allows it to deny sentinels during its battle.
Okay, I see. The guard constraints is still there. So let's just see. I like the capacity that Lornerol has right now because it's not dependent on the rearguard. Sure, getting an extra rearguard attack is pretty much of a bonus, but it's not dependent on that. Against a deck like Eugene that we're seeing right now, we can I can safely say that having a Vanguard like Lornerol is extremely advantageous.
And putting down another one of the grade 2 song cards, just putting that into
the autumn, the autumn song is being there. So 2 crits after that.
Yep, 2 crits after that. So, with the song sung right now, so that's just one more step away from Lornerol actually being able to activate its guard restrict.
Oh, okay. There's a draw trigger right there.
Good.
That's about it.
That's about it. So 3 damage straight up to Kairos right now. So.
But it's still fine, because there's no critical just yet from the Vanguard. That is the only opportunity that they have right now to Sentinel, because after this, the guard restrict is going to come out. the critical's gonna come out. They're really gonna plan out on their steps right there.
The game begins right now as the turn passes over to Eugene. But does he have a persona right? No, he doesn't have a persona right. So he actually be calling out 2 more cards using Eugene's skill to rest 2, game plus 10k. Even though there's no destruction, but there's still going to be a lot of power going off.
So the Brachio is gonna stand, and that's okay. So he wants to give the Vanguard a critical right there. Like I said, the Trihorn is that's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty good considering giving your Vanguard the edge of that extra critical. I'm loving that. You know, Lauronero isn't the only one that can get free crit. Eugene can too.
Eugene can as well. So this is gonna be a guard for Conan right now.
A sentinel right there. Yeah.
He doesn't want to risk being put to 6
front and crit.
And the front and crit is actually a good call. So he's able to avoid instant
death.
But the critical is now on Jibra Brachio right now, which is attacking for very high power. If I'm not
35.
35. Yes, you're right.
It's the intensity of the game that we're seeing here is that because you don't want to lose out too much hand card right now when you're playing as Lauronero. Of course, you know you can still get it out. Losing 2 Sentinel in 1 turn, that's pretty painful. But at the same time, you don't want to go to 4 because you don't want to go to 5 because the next turn is going to spell danger. Eugene has no problems losing their rear guards at all. You can just replenish it. And the danger that you're going to be seeing is on whether or not he is able to persona right. Once the persona right comes in, you're in for it.
There's nothing right there because we finally see the key card in Lauronero, which is the Snow Fractal, the six flower fractal, I should say. That one is going to be the one thing that would actually make trouble for Eugene right now, especially once the song has been sung. But right now with Lauronero actually activating it, she's now at 2, so she will get that guard restrict when she attacks, and then she can also sing another song as well, which means that she can add another critical.
All right, Igdal is there, and then being able to unflip, at the end after the battle, this is huge. Then at the same time, you really can't think about the fear of losing your rear guards right now to Eugene because every time that you only have a single Vanguard on the field attacking the opponent's Vanguard, it means all the more that the opponent is able to conserve their hand size.
And as I can see over here with Conan actually now attacking with the rear guard, I think he's gonna go for the 6 flowers fractal song. So he will get the restance because he does have 3 and he does have exactly 3 rear guards they can attack with. So this could make it quite vital for Eugene to be able to survive this.
Yep. Oh, getting a defensive is pretty good there, but still, yes, having multi-attack and having a Vanguard with guard restrict and critical, it's pretty painful.
Oh boy.
I'm losing my voice just thinking about the fact that there's so many things that could happen. Lauronero, it's always been a deck that utilizes in being very Vanguard specific, but at the same time being able to utilize songs that are able to stand your rear guards and utilizing them to the max. I gotta say, I gotta hand it to you. This is what I like to see from Lauronero players.
Even though your voice is gonna gone, one more song is gonna play. So I hope you are ready for that Sentinel to just to be denied right here on the damage circle. The question is, does Kairos have enough to be able to block this off?
Exactly, you're sitting on 4. That's pretty scary right there. This is pretty huge. All things considered.
And there is a critical on it as well. So this is a must guard for Kairos right now.
Thinking about it, you have a lot of cards in hand, but how many of them are actually quality guards?
That's the overtrigger. Yeah, the overtrigger guard off right there. So that is actually quite crucial. It could help defend off against this center column attack.
This is still a 2 to pass. This is a no pass or an overtrigger.
Yeah, no pass and overtrigger. We have not seen Conan's overtrigger just yet. We do not know where that.
Vanguard is 23, it becomes 73, opponent is at 58. Yeah, you need an overtrigger. And that is the overtrigger! Woohoo!
Ask and ye shall receive. There we go.
Ask
the overtrigger.
And ye shall receive.
Overtrigger, I believe. Hold on. Did he add the overtrigger to the side?
He did, didn't he? That's weird.
Yeah, that is kind of weird because he didn't go for the damage, but with the +1 critical, Oh, okay. That's interesting because of course the additional effect is actually going off. So all regards for the rest of the fight, all regards get plus 10k. So this would actually be
Still be
no,
taken.
he actually has the
It'll still
Vanguard.
be taken.
Yeah, it's gonna be taken.
And that is the game. All right, Overtrigger versus Overtrigger. I like that. That's
Yep.
spicy. Rivera making its well-adjusted timing. Now, this is what I love about standard right here. You can account for like a no pass, but at the same time, that Overtrigger is just gonna pop off and it says that nope. You're playing in the wrong era here, buddy.
Yep. We've seen them in action about in last month quite well, but this is where they truly shine right here. Just having the overtriggers be able to activate on specifically when the high number is needed, especially with the capabilities of the overtriggers, especially when you check them as a trigger check, that can actually change the dynamic of a matchup, especially in crucial moments like we just saw earlier.
And definitely, and then having like Lyrical Monastery's particular over trigger, it means that perma, your rear guards are going to be having an extra 10k attack during your turn. That's so huge.
It is huge. Yes, absolutely. So, but take nothing away from Eugene, because Eugene does have the capability. If you can't get any damage, get power. Like power is definitely one of the ways that you can actually be able to apply a lot of pressure on your opponent. As you can see, even on the third turn as well, Conan is actually dropping a lot of cards just to actually keep himself at 3 damage, so that he actually can go to the 6 flower fractals and be able to devastate his opponent with multiple attacks and that overtrigger not too good.
And thinking about it, the only way that Conan could have won that game just now was through that overtrigger in itself. There was no other condition. Because you are already denying a sentinel from Kairos. The only way that you can actually pop off is through that overtrigger. You want to win during that turn, you gotta, because hand size is lacking already as it is. You've already put down rear guards for that final attack. Eugene's just gonna pop off and burn you. Yeah, all I can say is that overtrigger came at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on that. So that was the clutch moment when the overtrigger would have been the most utilized as well. So being able to cut off, I think Eugene Kairos would actually have been able to cut off the sides, and he would have taken the turn back, and then he would have popped off all of his destructions, get his refill on his side of the field, get a lot more going basically. If you can find another tri-batch, that's just additional pressure that he can actually put onto Conan, which he may not be able to afford, because I think his hand size wasn't that great before his drive check.
I mean, all in all, yeah, what we're seeing here is just finesse from both players. I gotta say, even the way that Kairos handled the Eugene just now was very beautiful. It was very beautiful.
I'm glad that we'll be able to see so much diversity in this tournament. Just in this tournament, we are the first Bushiroad Rumble Online tournament happening. There's still the other regions going on, but just to see such diversity in just these first 4 rounds, I would love to see just what goes on for the rest of the event for the standard tournament actually.
But all in all, showcasing it, or what I would expect, or rather what I'm excited about, is actually just seeing if we can actually get a Seraph Snow in the top table.
What have we not seen yet? We've not seen Seraph Snow.
Yeah, I haven't seen Seraph Snow.
Yeah, I haven't seen Seraph Snow. We have seen a Bastion, but we have not seen. Actually, we have not seen Draconic Overlord. We actually have not seen Phantom Blaster Dragon, which is actually quite interesting.
I mean, there's no one playing that deck. I mean, there's one person playing Overlord, but
yeah, there is one person playing Overlord, and I believe our data also showed that nobody's playing Phantom Blaster Dragon. But in my circle, I have to say that the reason why I say so is because in my circle, there's a lot of Phantom Blaster Dragon fans. So that's actually one of the more common decks that I see out Canter Century, more so than Hexor Op. So Bastion just is up there, but the second one in my circle is actually Phantom Blaster Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, playing it in a for fun situation, a casual situation, it's pretty good. It's pretty nifty deck, but you're going to BRO, you're going in for the win. So what most of the veteran players would actually do is, of course, they go for this meta search. They research it out. We do see some Hexor Ops here, but the majority is still going for Bastion, because the consistency within Bastion is just too much. You're hard pressed to find a deck that can straight away go active during its Great 3 turn. Again, you can see it in Seraph Snow, but Seraph Snow as we've analyzed, the weakness of it is that it doesn't have a finisher. At the current stage that it is in right now, it does not have any form of finisher at all. But in any case, don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We've had an action-packed round 4. We're gonna go on a short break, but we'll catch you guys later.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hey, hello Julius.
Hi Fiona. Okay, first of all, good morning and
morning.
thank you so much for. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I can see you're very excited to start, eating the pastries and stuff.
They look very delicious.
Yeah,
So-
but that will have to wait because
Okay, yeah.
first of all, I want to thank you for joining me here on this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, so as I think you understand, this series is just to highlight some of the insights into what Bushiroad staff actually do, to bring the game to the players. Yeah, and you do events, and I'm sure a lot of our audience and our players have seen you around events as well. Not just in Singapore, but in maybe Cardiff, France, or wherever you have been to, because you go around the world to organize events and plan tournaments for everyone.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for that. And you have been with us since August last year.
Yeah.
So I think you are with
1
us
year plus.
about 1 year now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us. Yep.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay, so as you can see, I have prepared some snacks and coffee and tea for us. So would you like coffee or would you like some tea?
Some tea, please.
Okay, tea. Well, good news. I have a few different blends. This is English breakfast. Yeah. And then
Too strong.
Too strong. Yeah, I like English breakfast. I like strong blends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And this is some kind of fruits infusion.
This.
Yeah, and you can. You're not even listen to the.
No.
This is the one.
This is the one.
Yeah, you can even see like some real berries and.
Yeah, it's a very nice sweet smell.
Yeah. It's very fruity. So this is what you want?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
cool.
please.
All right. But just for the record, the other one is Earl Grey.
No, it's okay. I'll stick to my choice.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna prepare the tea. What made you, interested in joining Bushiroad as like an event planner?
Oh, wow. I guess first of all, I like attending events, and I guess I also played like Bushiroad games before I joined Bushiroad.
Oh.
Yeah. So I started with Vanguard, and
Okay.
I think I've been playing for about three years now. Yeah, 3 years. So that's how I knew about Bushiroad. And then I just thought like, I just graduated. I'm looking for a job, but I don't really want to kind of find a normal 9 to 5 job. I kind of just want to try something new. Because I'm still young, right? I'm still young.
we're all young here. We're all young.
Yeah. So I thought like, maybe let me try events. It's something that requires like a lot of like patience, and then you need to like be on the ball most of the time because you have to like solve all the problems as they come, And I guess that's why I was like up for a challenge and I decided to just try it.
Okay, cool. So
So
some snacks for you. You
Sure.
can help yourself.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think this one is yam. There's
Okay.
yam filling inside. Yeah, and these are scones with some nuts. Yeah, and then this is the red bean pastry.
Oh, what about this?
This one is also similar to a scone, like it has nuts inside. Yeah.
I'll go for the red bean.
Okay, yeah, it's nice. I wanted that.
Too bad.
Okay, so when you're planning events, like, especially in Singapore, do you see like your friends around? So like, do they?
Yeah.
Because I mean, I'm sure you have some Vanguard friends.
Oh yes.
So you still see them during the event as well.
Yeah, I see them at the events, and it's actually very interesting because like how the tables have turned. Like I used to be an event goer, and then now I'm the one organizing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it is quite interesting to see both sides of like the event, like the back end and as a attendee. And what makes me like feel satisfied, right, is when the players kind of enjoy the event, and then especially my friends. Like I also want my friends to enjoy the event. So
Okay. Has there been anything interesting that happened between you and now that you're planning Bushiroad events and any of your friends that attended the event? Like, or do they ask you like, hey, give me some tips or that kind of stuff, or like close one eye or anything like that?
Oh, I mean they do sometimes, but it's more of like a joke. So
can I have an extra play, man?
That's like no. Then win.
Yeah,
win yourself.
Yeah.
Win yourself a playmat, that kind of thing.
Yeah, if you want to have the top 4 playmat, be in the top 4.
Be in the top 4. You want an extra PR item, participation item, go travel somewhere else.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, they do ask, but I mean they also know that it's still my job, so I have to be a professional and not like give them stuff. It shouldn't be any biasness. towards players.
And I'm sure, like you say, they're just joking and teasing you.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So have you been interested in planning for an event before the job? Because you mentioned like you attended a lot of Bushiroad tournaments and events. So at a point of time, do you actually think, it might be good for me to plan an event? Did that occur to you?
I think more like I've attended other events, not even just Bushiroad events. And I just felt like, there are some things that maybe I had some ideas. Maybe this event could have had maybe some special side event or something like that. So I guess when I actually joined a company, Bushiroad did give me the chance to kind of develop these kind of new ideas. And that's when I had space for growth and I get to kind of implement some of the new things in the circuit. So we are kind of trying to change some stuff, and hopefully the players enjoy it. Yeah,
that's good. Because if say Bushiroad doesn't give you the space and autonomy to actually do some new things and improve, you probably wouldn't enjoy the job as much because
it will be very rigid.
Yeah,
but not in Bushiroad.
Yeah,
so that's
correct.
why I really like.
Yeah, and because of that, I can see our events changing. I think our numbers for players joining the tournaments have increased as well. So I'm actually very happy for that.
Yeah. It's just mainly thanks to all the players. Actually.
Okay.
It's not really,
Yeah. So what would you say is the most challenging thing when you're planning for an event?
Most challenging, I think, is on the event day itself. I mean, it's definitely it's the main event, but because you can prepare well ahead of time, you can do all sorts of things. You can imagine all the situations that might happen, and you can have plan A, plan B, plan C all the way. But sometimes things happen, and it's very unexpected. So we just have to keep, be very on the ball and fix any problems as they come.
Okay, yeah. Because no matter how much planning you do, there's
there's no way.
There's no way you can foresee.
There will never be a perfect event.
Yeah. Like you want everything to be done at this time. Everything done at the no way.
No way.
So can you tell us what probably one memorable challenge that you had to overcome during any of your events? Yeah, if there is any that particularly sticks in your mind.
I think it's World Finals. I think this year.
In Japan.
Yeah, in Japan. So it was actually my first time being, kind of participating as a organizer in such a big scale event, like World Finals. It's like the biggest event, and then I felt a lot of pressure, and I guess I just felt very alone. And when things really weren't going very well, it was so hard to continue. And my colleagues were actually there to tell me like, hey, everything's gonna be fine. You're just gonna just don't give up. Continue doing what you're doing. Things will be better. So that's kind of heartwarming to me because I realized that I'm not in this alone. I have my team. I have you, you, and that's how I guess I managed to overcome those challenges. Like, I know we could have done better, and that's why I really hope that this year's World Finals will be better. So cheers to a good World Finals 2019.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and you are going to this coming January's World Final.
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess I'll see you.
I'll see you there. See you there. I'll see all the players there.
Yeah. Okay. So from what I can understand about that is, planning for an event is not just a very physical draining job. It's very emotionally draining as well, like what you mentioned. And what's interesting is that you mentioned you felt very alone. Could you elaborate more on that? Like, why do you feel alone when you're doing that event?
I think because I didn't, before this, I find it hard to trust people. I think it's more of a personal thing. So, like sometimes you feel that if you do it alone, things won't go as wrong. Because with more people, there are more things that can go wrong. So that was kind of like a barrier, I guess, for me. So it was very hard to let people know, like, hey, I'm struggling with this, can you help me? So I've actually, throughout that, I learned to ask people for help. And I guess that made me grow as a person.
Wow.
That's so deep. No.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a great story. Yeah, because one wouldn't expect, people to, I guess, like maybe most people, especially if they haven't entered the workforce, they might see work as just work, and they kind of like separate work from life. But I guess work actually is part of your life, and then if you grow in work, you grow professionally, it helps with personal growth as well. Yeah, so I'm very happy that you overcame all those different obstacles. Yeah,
it's just thanks to the people in Bushiroad. They are really very nice. They're very kind. Not like just saying, complimenting everybody. It's just that, they've made me feel very comfortable.
Yeah.
That's why I enjoy like going to work.
Yeah.
Every day.
And I think this aspect of understand building trust with your colleagues and your friends, I think it comes especially strong in your current role with events planning, because there's no way you can run an event by yourself. So I guess you kind of have to learn how to build bonds with all your teammates. Yeah.
Actually, it's not just my teammates. Like, there's a lot of communication between internal and external parties. So we actually have to liaise with like the different officers. We have to liaise with the development team, the design team. We have to work with the marketing team. We have to work with like even mobile as well. And then it's more of like we have to communicate to each different teams, and that takes it's not something that you can run away from. And also like we have to outsource like PR items, like for example like storage boxes or something like that. We need to liaise with other suppliers, so it's a lot of communication.
So it's not just planning, you kind of have to communicate with a lot of different vendors and parties as well. So I guess because I from the designation of events planner, people would think you're just planning events all day long, but that's probably not true, because you have to, like what you said, you have to do a lot of other stuff as well, such as planning, the PR items, contacting vendors. Could you tell us a bit more about the kind of like your day-to-day routine when you're not actually planning for an actual event? Like what do you have to do? Probably email, a lot of emails.
Yes, a lot of emails. A lot of emails. And actually we plan like each circuit more than half a year before.
Yeah, wow.
So during that time, we actually first have to start like, making the logo. We have to decide the format, like is it team league or is it a single kind of format. And then we also need to source for new Shioko. As in, we will ask we will ask Nishi Sensei to design a new Shioko for each circuit.
For each circuit, right?
Yeah.
So I guess if players notice, they will notice that each Shioko for each circuit is different. Yeah.
Actually, it's not really different. She's just wearing different
clothes.
Yeah.
I mean, of course. I mean, if her face is different, then she's not Shioko.
Yeah. I think all the Shioko fans out there will notice. So
I suppose. Yeah.
all the hard work is noticed.
Wow.
Yeah. No. And then I guess after that we need to liaise with the development team. We need to start preparing like the PR cards that we want to use for the circuit. Like participation, we have the short challenge as well, regional champion, stuff like that. And then I also will start thinking of new PR items that we want to produce, like play mats. We can have storage boxes. We can have dice. Now the new Buddy Fight live counter.
Live counter.
Yeah. And that was something that I really wanted. So I'm very glad to see it, like from my idea, it became like an actual thing.
Yeah, from how it came from your idea and then it materialized into it.
Yeah. It was. I don't know. I feel like a little proud moment when it actually came out and I saw it.
Yeah. Remind me again. Has that live counter been given out yet?
Oh yeah.
So how do you feel when you see players taking that, using it in their games and tournaments?
It feels very. I don't know how to. I really don't know how to express my thoughts.
Let me try. Maybe it's like a.
Yeah, I guess so. It's very nice because like if they like it, it means that I did a good job. So I hope they use it more.
Well, I guess a lot of our colleagues like it as well. They're passing over.
Like, wow! I mean, I like it also.
Yeah. I'm sure you will.
I have one on my table.
But I don't have one.
I'll give you one later.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so just now you mentioned you actually meet some of your friends in events. But I went with you on a BSF 2019 just earlier this year at Cardiff, UK. Cardiff. And I noticed it's not just local players. I mean, over there you have, I think it was someone from France, if I'm not wrong. I think a group of people from France, they were coming up to you at the counter and just like, thank you for the tournament or something. Yeah.
Actually, I think there were a few like people from France, people from Italy as well.
Italy.
Yeah, I think because I met them at World Finals, they actually remembered me, and I do remember them also because before that I was actually in charge of like their flights and everything. Yeah, so I personally talked to them, and then they remember me and they're like, hey, saw you at World Finals. Thank you for organizing this BSF. I really like it. It's very nice because most people would kind of like complain about the event, right? But it's nice to see that some people still enjoy the event, and that makes me more motivated to organize better events for them.
I guess once in a while you get the kind of player who comes up to you and just really sincerely thank you for organizing the event, and then amidst the chaos in the event like you described earlier, that can be like a very warm fire in the middle of a winter.
Yes.
It's just like, thank you so much.
All hope is lost. No.
So I was quite surprised. Oh wow, they're really nice people over there, and they just come up to you and thank you.
Yeah, they're really nice. Actually, UK was my first time in Europe in general. So it's a very interesting perspective because it's very different from Singapore.
Definitely.
Yeah. It's also very cold. I remember you wearing like a few layers when we were walking outside. Yeah.
It was very, very cold. Okay, so I guess since you have so much experience about attending about the events here in locally in Singapore, as well as tournaments around the world, what would you say is like the cultural difference among the tournaments over there and over here?
I think different countries, you know, they kind of have a different perspective towards tournaments. Like for Singapore, it's more of like, I want to compete. I think they're more competitive, and some like countries outside, you know, of Singapore, they are more. They like events because it brings people together. So some people they like BSF, you know, like Team League, and then some people they like BCS, which is more competitive. So that's why we actually have 2 different circuits, so we can cater to both different players. And I think I personally like Team League because for me it's more about the friends. But then again, BCS you get a free trip to a final. So I think it's also a very good incentive to join.
Yeah, I think it's exactly like what you say. BSF caters to people who want to enjoy the game with friends. They join. I think some of them even travel. I think some they were from Italy and then they travel all the way to UK, Cardiff, you know, with their friends and then just join, and then they have fun whether they win or they lose. And at the same time, on the other hand, BCS, like what you said, caters to the competitive group. So they're really passionate about the game, and then they want to prove that this deck, you know, maybe it's not the meta deck. They build this deck and they really want to prove themselves. Fiona, what advice would you give to people who might be thinking of becoming an event planner like yourself?
I guess being an event planner requires a lot of, like I said, you know, like they need to be up for a challenge. So because it's always unexpected, you really need to learn how to kind of be calm in the chaotic situation, and then really think what's the best solution that you can come up with at that point of time. So if you're up for a challenge, this is the job for you, you know. I guess the person has to just try their best. I think just trying our best at anything and everything, that's already a one step further. Than not just, you know, just giving up, stuff like that. Because personally, I actually graduated from a science major. So, you know, it's very weird, like, oh, you're a science student, but I'm doing event planning now. So people be like, At first I thought like I wasn't cut out for it as well. So I just thought, you know what, I'm not gonna care. I'm just gonna try. And if I fail, you know, maybe I'm just really not cut out for it. And so I just decided to try. And the passion for gaming kind of like spurred me on to give it a shot. And Bushiroad actually came back to me, so I was like quite happy. So that's why I joined. So I think for people who want to join Bushiroad or any company as an event organizer, they just have to, you know, don't think that you cannot do it. As long as you try, you give it your best shot. If you really cannot do it, then, you know, there's always other doors open for you. But if you don't try, you won't know.
So for them, you know, so in a nutshell, stay calm, and plan. Yes. Okay, so Fiona, I actually do have one final question for you, and that is, do you have anything that you might want to say, you know, to players who have attended our tournaments in the past, or who might be thinking of attending a tournament?
I guess support us, join, participate. Just you know, before, like I said, you know, I was an event goer. I participated in Bushiroad events before, and I thought that, you know, it's very nice, you know, BSF, you get to form teams, you get to like brainstorm, you know, different ideas, deck ideas, and then you kind of compete together. So sometimes you actually, you know, play tests before the event, and it's like boot camp, you know, and that's when they forge a stronger bond, you know, and it's not really about the competition itself. It's more about the friendship, like, hey, if I won, you know, we won this together, or, you know, my teammate carried me. No, I'm just kidding. But that's why I really like BSF. Or maybe because I'm not competitive.
Well, I mean, it caters to different players. Actually, you raised a very good point in saying how get together with friends and then it's like a boot camp. Because I remember interviewing champions at World Finals. I think it was last year's one. And then all the top 3, they said almost the same thing. Like when I asked them who they want to thank, it's always like their friends who helped them test the decks, gave them advice, or maybe even they had to borrow cards from them because they don't have the cards. So what I saw from there is that I think they're connecting, through our games.
Yes.
And I see something that's very heartwarming and very beautiful. Because I think, especially right now in our society, I think we're just so disconnected with each other because we are always playing mobile phones. Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, because I use my phone a bit as well, and I play games on it as well. But I think once in a while, coming out, connecting with friends over a cup of games, having some tea. I think that's really nice, and I think that really provided them with the opportunity to do that. Yeah.
I think actually, it's not just like meeting up with old friends or connecting. There's also a chance for you to meet new friends. For example, I have 2 people. I need another team member. You can actually gain friends through games, and I think that's why I really like gaming. It kind of brings people together from different countries, and it just breaks off all the geographical boundaries. Yeah.
Wow, that's a very poetic point. Yeah, I like that.
Oh yeah, but anyway, for those who are scared of joining our tournaments, I don't think you should be scared. We're all like nice people. At least I hope that we are nice people, and just come and say hi. We will be there, right?
Yeah.
So you can just say hi to any one of us. You can make new friends. Just enjoy the game.
Yeah.
So participate. And for those who have kind of supported us through our events, I really thank them for supporting us and continuing to support us throughout all our events, participating and stuff like that. It really makes me feel like there's a purpose. My job has a purpose. If you want to bring it even further, my life has a purpose.
Let's not go there.
Just...
Yeah. Okay. So you said something about making friends through events. I just want to add on to the point. Just before we end the entire thing is, because when I attended, I think BCS Singapore, I think last year. I think some people, they came alone or they came with 2 friends or just 1 friend because they don't have enough, and then they look for a new teammate at the event itself. Like what you say, I think that's a great way to meet someone new. I mean, if you can't get a team, then fine, you can just go for the side events and stuff. But if you happen to find someone who's looking for a group as well, then you have 1 good friend, and you never know what sparks off from there.
Yeah, may become a very good, strong friendship in the end.
Exactly.
And it's through card games.
Yeah.
Who knew, right?
Yeah, and I feel that's nice and beautiful.
Yeah, I think that's the essence of gaming.
Gaming, yeah. Competitive at the same time. There's a way for you to make friends. Yeah, it's like a frenemy. Your rival. So. At the same time, you're as friends.
I think that's only because as a card game, you require 2 people to kind of interact with each other. It's not like some kind of single player game.
Yeah, it's not solitaire. Yeah. All right. So I think it's a great interview. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having me here.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's have more tea.
Yes.
Yes, more
coffee.
More tea.
Coffee at Bushiroad, and so far none has picked coffee.
Welcome back, everyone, and I'm back after a short break.
Yes, it's good to have you back, Kai. Yeah, hi.
Yeah, how's it been? I've been watching the games from the sidelines. Pretty crazy, eh?
The games have been crazy, as you said, because of the fact that we've just seen like a good back and forth. We've also seen a good matchup that makes it or breaks it. So just the right timing of things to happen. It's such the past rounds has been such a delight to be a part of. So I'm looking forward to seeing more.
Nice. So we're halfway through the tournament. Let's take a look at the standings, see if we see any familiar faces. And at the top we've got Keru at 2011. I think we've seen that one.
We've seen him in round 3 actually. He was part of the epic matchup between himself and Brewtech.
Yep, and we've got Manlong in second. We've got Chairman in third. I've got SBTCG Nuts and OG Nuts in fourth. We've got Tyler Yu and Kevin Cho both from WCC in fifth and sixth. I've got Mimi in seventh, and that's my boy in eighth. All right,
it's my boy in 8 indeed. So
indeed.
Yeah, but of course, let's not ignore the second 8 that we're going to be seeing very soon. Yep.
All right.
With Dream in Rain, Musk Rax, Fried Steaks, Team Tiger King, right now Ho, Kitten Pants, Fido, and Reiko. A few names that has been clutching on to that top 16.
They've been sitting around there. So hopefully they want to sit there for a while. You know, they want to stay there for the time being. So
yeah, you're right.
They definitely some familiar names from even other tournaments as well. I think Kevin Cho has just been topping every single AO tournament. Like, he's from America, but you know, AO is his secondary home, it seems.
Kitten Pants too as well. So with the epic match that Kitten Pants showed in the premium tournament, it's good to see a few familiar names in this ranking.
Yeah, I think Kitten is actually from Australia, so feels right at home for him, right? So
absolutely,
it should be halfway through. If you're here, if you're in the top 16, you want to stay here. It's where you want to be. And I mean, even if you lose a game, we're starting to see like the X ones creep up into the top 16. So
hell yeah,
just gotta stay strong, right? Stay strong for 4 more rounds.
Absolutely.
All right, let's take a look at some of the decks that we're seeing. All right. So first we got Kazuo Aizawa. So Cap,
this name is familiar actually. This is actually one of my moderators on my streams. So she's playing with the Greedon deck, and this is a deck that I've grown too familiar with because I was a practice partner. But this is a deck that runs Greedon. It's a bit round the mill, but there's a lot of heart in this. I can definitely say that this deck has a lot of heart in it.
Okay. Normally with the Greedon decks, we see the Time Girardi Dragon come into play, but it looks like she's decided not to run it all. Just go Hysteria. There's maxed out Goldmans. The Perfect Guard as well is actually running. Is that that's the TD?
That's the TD1
start
actually.
deck. Start deck. Yeah.
Yes, there is the start deck PG going in, but it's actually a good call because in my experience, right, especially we've seen throughout this, we've actually rarely seen the skill of the rare Perfect Guards actually being used in this tournament.
Yeah, there is some discussion on which one is better. Although the start deck Perfect Guard, the rare Perfect Guard from the booster pack has the ability to just guard for basically free, right?
Yep, exactly. If you have 1 card less, then you can guard for free.
If you face a guard restrict like a Goldman, for example, it's actually a mandatory effect, so you're forced to call extras for that.
Yeah,
so it's pretty
exactly.
Yeah. Let's move on. Let's move on to the next list. Got Spectral Rue here with Barrow Magnus, and Barrow Magnus. We've seen Barrow Magnus before. We've seen it again. This time the build is slightly different. Only running 3 Barrow Magnus. So
running 3 Barrow Magnus, as well as the Crimson Expeller as well, because the Crimson Expeller was one of the cards that's designed with Barrow Magnus in mind. It was absent in the last time that we saw the deck, but it's actually interesting to see how this can add a lot more power to Barrow Magnus with its skill.
Yeah, you're able to put it down earlier and just push, and at the same time with the Barrow Magnus, like cutting that 1 is able to just add that extra space that you might need.
Yes, it is a pretty interesting move, but it's still effective nonetheless, especially if you need that extra support on the side.
Yeah. Okay. So I think this should be a pretty good matchup. Now, Greedon is kind of interesting how it empties its whole field. So Barrow won't really suck anything in from its effect, right?
Yep.
The removal
exactly.
probably doesn't matter as much, but at the same time, you know, both decks kind of go to that deck out range, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So when both of them go into the deck out range, both of them will be able to access more of their cards if they're able to get more of the draws off. Also, but nevertheless, with both of them actually being able to just counteract each other, because you have to remember with Greedon actually, if he uses the Soul in its skill, then basically it's not gonna be debilitated by having a loss of field due to Baromagne's skill. But of course, it will have a big hand size because of the multitudes of drive checks that Greedon can actually do. So that might actually make it a bit easier for Greedon to actually defend against Baromagnus.
Now, Kazu is able to go first. She rides the Gorman past as normal, but now Spectral can kind of do things. Now, one thing I just want to mention, right, is that Barrow can really go off.
Yes.
And, you know, Spectral is just even just being very aggressive, like right now.
Overtrigger went out early. Oh my goodness. Overtrigger actually went out early in that first attack. So while Kazu still stays on 0, but losing that Overtrigger might actually be difficult for her to work with.
Yeah, knowing that the Overtrigger out is quite big. But at the same time, she saves herself basically having to guard 2 attacks. One of the most annoying things about Greedon is your first grade 3 turn. It is generally not great in terms of the field that you want to call out is not good. You know, you're just looking at your hand and going, "Hey, I wanna do things, so I have to throw everything in my hand out and just, you know, suck it in for Greedon, right? Otherwise, the alternative is just not doing the skill."
That is true.
So any cards that is saved pretty much is just saving a lot of, at least in the early game, right? The early game is the most important part in saving cards, you know.
Absolutely. So Gangrunam coming down just to get 1 more additional soul. Now the thing about Greedon is that you want to get to 10 soul, because when Greedon restands, he actually can get the plus 15k, but at the cost of actually soul blasting too. So there's a bit of a give and take when it comes to Greedon, especially when you want to reach that high power.
Yeah, draw trigger is very big. Talking about how the first grade 3 turn hand is not great. Getting a draw kind of mitigates that problem a lot. You get a draw trigger, which you can just slam down, but you just get another card. So pretty good.
Absolutely.
Pretty good.
Selfish Engraver is such a good card for Dark States, especially with its on-hit threat, because sometimes, especially if you don't want your opponent to get either the soul charge or get the soul charge specifically, they would either have to drop a card or take a damage.
If Spectral is forced to guard, he's forced to guard with 2 cards as well, I think. It's like,
because of the draw trigger being pumped to Selfish Engraver.
Yeah. Discards a Gorman again. So it's actually relevant in this matchup, the start deck Perfect Guard, because against the Gormans that Baromagnus is running, actually can be quite good.
All right, so Electrospartan actually attacking the Selfish Engraver, so the critical trigger is actually put to Gorman, with Kazu actually being at 0 damage, so he can comfortably take this, and she can comfortably take it because of Greedon's ability, which is if you have another Greedon in the soul, you lose at 7 damage.
Yeah. At the same time, though, it would have been pretty interesting if she was able to guard that, because Greedon's own effect does not require a counterblast.
No, it does not.
So you can kind of operate under that idea where, like, you know, I can stay at 0 and still play an even longer game, you know?
She can, as long as she decides that she's not going to activate the skills of the Desire Devils, because the Desire Devils is what really gives Greedon the ability. The additional drive checks, the guard restrict with Goman, and just a lot of capabilities as well. Muka actually to be able to call from the soul to Rearguard Circle to have another Rearguard for the cost.
So it looks like she's able to put another copy of Greedon into soul already.
So she is setting up just in case that she gets pushed early, especially once Spectral actually goes into Baromagnus. With him being
Yeah.
aggressive thus far, I actually don't see him actually letting up from his attack patterns.
That's right. That's right. So setting up that 7 damage as early as possible. You're mitigating your opponent's Barrow Magnus 15 soul as well. So yeah. I think this is the first time we might see the damage meter hitting the max.
Yeah, hitting max, and the game is not over. Yeah, you're right about that. We've not actually accounted for such a mechanic, but nevertheless, we should still see a good match here, regardless.
I wonder how much she's going to commit in this turn. She's already got the setup. Does she want to go for the restand, or
The restand will actually be helpful, yeah, actually, because you see the double Boshoku's being called down. Boshoku's skill is that at 4 damage, you give your Greedon Vanguard plus 5k for each copy, and given that there's already 2 in there, so this is actually the other 2, all 4 copies are in there, that's 20k to the Vanguard whenever it attacks.
Yeah, I think it needs to be at like 4 damage or more.
4 damage or more, you're correct.
Yeah, so right now, not going to get the power, but still, getting a restand's pretty good. And, you know, you're just saving it for later, pretty much.
Saving it for later, you're right on that as well.
Ooh. Is
guarding for 1.
1?
Guarding for 1, perfect guard, and heal trigger.
That heal is massive.
That heal is actually massive. That just gives her a lot more breathing space.
That's right. We might actually just be going for a deck out game right now.
It could possibly be the case. Actually, that's a possibility. You're right.
Yeah. Given that Barrow does have ways to replenish the deck, but Greedon doesn't. And Greedon does go through its deck quite quickly.
It does. Especially if you play with too much draws. I've had that problems before.
Yeah, you don't really have a choice though, because you kind of need the 3 draws.
I mean, when it comes to playing Greedon, I actually had to consult a Draconic Overlord, the end player, just to get some insight on how to actually pilot the deck.
Wow.
But another heal going off right there, she's back to 0. She's actually back to 0. She has completely turned the damage over. It is now what was 0 to 2 is now 0 to 2 the other way around. Or 1, sorry, my mistake.
Yeah, it's at 0. Wow. Okay.
Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. I see games like this where the damage is turned around, but not to the point where it's gone to 0. This is quite a rare opportunity, and caught on stream even as well.
Yeah. Well, Barrow's definitely got its work cut out for him, it seems.
Pandemonium Tactics coming into play. This is actually a very popular card in Dark States right now because of its ability to Soul Charge 4.
Yeah, it's very important. Soul charging is so important for Barrow, and especially the turbo.
Yes, because you do need that 15 to be online as quick as possible in order to take advantage of all of its effects.
How is he going to develop the field though? Is the question.
Since that his Soul Charge 4 was actually there's quite a number of good cards in there. That he can actually use on the field, but unfortunately they all have gone to soul. But nevertheless, he does count +1. He gets the +1 draw as well as the 10k 1 critical.
Is there going to be a guard for Kazuo, I wonder? No guard.
No guard.
No guard.
We can see the hand chop. That's a very clear sign of a no guard right there. But an extra critical comes in, so that's going to be 3 damage coming to Kazuo right now.
3 damage. It's fine. You still got 4 damage when you're on.
Yep.
When you're in Greedon.
Yep. Plus 10k. That's very, very good. Defensive triggers will block off the Selfish Engraver.
Wow, double defensive as well.
Double defenses. Triple defenses. My word, triple defenses. Selfish Engraver may only be able to get a counter charge.
I don't know what you do here as Barrow. You go in for the counter charge for sure, but at the same time,
your field is actually getting less and less, even though your sword is getting more and more. But that's just another turn straight back to Greedon.
You might not need to use it just because you kind of know you're going to take damage next turn anyway.
Yep.
Which is, I think with Spectral's deck, you're like much more focused on, since he doesn't run that many Persona Ride, you're much more focused just on like turboing. So as the game goes a bit longer, it feels like the power
It makes you
It's
think
dropping,
what will actually be his viable targets. He does play only two deep Sonicers, but if he doesn't get that second Sonicer in the soul, what will actually be viable for him to call out using Barometer's skill?
Yeah, it just becomes not great.
Yeah,
a bunch
actually.
like all of it. Like sure, it gets 10k, but you know, 10 plus 10, it's 20. It's nice, but it's shut out by just one trigger, for example.
It makes it into a one guard. Yeah.
Of course, like all these triggers gone though, might just might be fine. You know, the power lines aren't that high, but you know, as long as that trigger doesn't come, nothing is shut out. So yeah, and cards are dropping a whole field again. Well, not a whole field, actually, just 4 cards.
So with just the Gridon attacking, this could be a sign that she might be using Gridon's skill once more, and with the double Inkins as well. Inkin's ability to be able to give Gridon +1 drive for Color Blast 2. Although she doesn't have that much Color Blast, but she might be able to pop it off just to gain additional cards in hand.
We really want to see triggers come out here because you know we want to get the value from the Gridon restand.
Yeah, correct. So because if you add that one critical to Gridon when he restands, again, it's the same idea as if you will be seeing Draconic Overlord. If you get a Vanguard, if you get a critical on there, that just makes the 2 attacks even more devastating.
And
Incan skill, so there'll be a Color Blast 2. Oh wait, no.
Gomon's
Color Blast
skill,
1?
I think.
Yeah, I think she might be going for Gomon's skill.
But Spectral still at 3. You can kind of just no guard this. To be fair, what are the chances, right? All these triggers are out.
Yeah, actually, did Goman go into Soul?
No,
I think Goman didn't go into Soul. I think. Ah, okay. All right, but that's the guard off right there.
Is it? What are the thoughts here?
Right now, with that double guard, that's actually just dropping more cards off a Spectrum right now. So maybe he might be inching closer to the 15 in Soul, so they actually can get the 2 additional calls out right there. But with his hand actually being as low it is because he's just been mitigating damage thus far. If he wants to come, if he has a 15 Soul, he might not have something sizable in order to be able to apply more pressure to Gridon.
So the null was placed. So it definitely was Goman because you wouldn't go like this. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so Goman, yeah, you're right on that. So Goman actually came into play, and that forces 3 cards in total to actually go down.
Yep. And that is the annoying thing about Goman and the booster pack perfect guards, I guess.
Yep.
It's not a cost. Discarding is actually not a cost. So you are forced to discard in those situations.
Indeed. So with 3-3 right now and Pandemonium Tactics coming to play once again, I believe Barra Magnus should be fully online, but does he have... He seems to have only 2 cards in hands, and he might be committing. So with his side also having Goman as well, so Kazu has to be careful about guarding because she'll need to be able to guard 3 attacks with 2 or more cards.
Yeah, but again, you know, got a lot of damage. Right, got a lot of HP.
Got a lot of HP. There's a lot of space right there. Both players actually having 3 damage to play with.
Yeah.
All right. Now I guess I'll get the answer to my question. Does he have 2 Deep Sonicers? Ideally, my target would be Deep Sonicers to actually call out because of its plus 10k ability, and also because of the plus 10k from Barra Magnus as well.
Yeah, Spectral's list is running the 2 Sonicers, which is interesting in this day and age because normally they just cut it down to 1 for the ride line. So it at least gives. It's weird in a way, I guess. It does get power, right? Power is good, but it looks like he's going for defense.
Yeah, he's actually going for defense with the double Ashudas. Ashudas will be able to intercept, and then there will be 10k. There will be 10k shields. That actually could be vital in helping to defend off against Gridon, especially if there's more Gomans in play.
Yeah, if he's thinking, okay, the game might go on a bit longer, let's put out some defense so we have more turns. Technically, I'm not on the clock unless my other Keenly goes goes away, gets sent to the damage zone, then I'll be in trouble. But I can refresh my deck, so I'm going to leave it to my opponent to sort it out here.
From the looks of the deck, it seems Spectre's deck is a little bit thinner right now, but he does find that one more keenly right now, so that might save him.
Very important getting that keenly and taking the damage.
Another one.
Takes another one too. So,
6 damage, but the game is not over, ladies and gentlemen, because this is Gridon after all. He loses at 7. So that's not a graphic hiccup. That's how Gridon plays.
Yeah, that...
Both players are being very careful right now. They're really trying to skirt around each other's gimmicks. Being able to have enough cards to guard, being able to remove rear guards off of the field so that the other can actually take advantage of it. It's smart plays across the board, I feel, between these two players. But there we go. There's another Goman there, and she actually has enough counterblast to use both Incan and Goman. So this could be critical. The double shooters would actually be able to help Spectro for sure, just to be able to guard off any other attacks that might be coming in. But Hysteria actually coming into play. Hysteria skill would actually go off, which is instead of 2k, it gets plus 5k for every regard in stand. So that's actually with the persona, right? If I believe that was a persona, right? Oh no, there isn't a persona, right? So that one is actually 33 coming in. So the double shooters immediately go off.
Yeah, this is a huge attack because Hysteria just it hits massive for each of the for each standing regard. I think it's
each standing regard it gets plus 2k, but if you have 5 or more damage, it's plus 5k instead. That's 20k just from that one attack.
Yeah.
All right, double checking the Boshokus right now because that Boshoku gives power to Gridon and makes it even more that he has to guard off if Spectral decides to guard even further. But with him being at 3 damage, something's got to give. He's got to be able to take damage, especially if he wants more counterblast.
Yeah, it's at 3. Honestly, you're kind of safe. You're kind of safe.
You're right on that. So we're just waiting with bated breath, you guys. I'm starting to lose my breath just watching this go off. It's kind of like watching a thriller. Kind of right now, it's actually kind of like just watching a thriller. It's like 2 monsters just going after each other. And it's hard to tell which monster will win. So
it's honestly rare to see Gridon. I mean, it's one of those decks that people like, but it's usually at the local level, right?
Yeah, it's usually on the local level. But when you take it to the competitive side, that's something to watch out for.
Yes, sir. Another drive check coming up.
Selfish Engraver. And a critical trigger. Ooh, that's vital actually. Because being able to give the critical and the power to Gridon. And if she commits to the restand, which I believe this will be the case, that's just... While he may be able to take it, well, Spectrum may be able to take it because it's 2 damage, but then again, there's another drive check in there. If there's another critical in there, this might lose the game for him.
That's
especially
right. You have
with
to
him
be
having
very,
one card in
very
hand.
careful. Yeah.
Yep.
This is like the perfect situation you want to be when you're Gridon. You go, ooh, first drive check, have critical pressure now.
And take note, Goman went into the soul, and he only has 1 card in hand. It comes down to this: if there is a critical on the top 3, if there's a critical on the top 3, Kazu takes this. And as long as I'm losing my words right now because it's just starting to get a bit more epic, and it's getting even more that I can't even process what we might see in the next 5 seconds.
The only thing, if a crit comes out, the only thing that says Spectral is an overtrigger, because you can't
1,
heal.
2, 3, no extra critical. So, oof, draw trigger.
That is rough. That is rough.
That is rough. Front trigger, but sits at 5 comfortably. All right, and then the turn passes over to Spectral.
Now I don't think it's an issue for Kazuo to guard the next
It's the deck right now
attack.
that's the issue. Yeah.
Both of them looking very uncomfortably low.
Very, very thin. Oh,
that's right.
Boy.
But again, Spectral did have that keenly, unless it was discarded. But
Yeah.
if it was discarded, then he also has no outs.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if he does, then there is a line of play here.
9 cards in a hand right now.
Yeah.
Aye.
The problem for Spectral here though is even if he decides to like go for the deck out game, he has no hand. So
he has no hand. He actually can't guard the next attack. So this might be make it or break it for him.
Yeah, he has to do something.
Yep.
Ooh, that's Soul Charges 2 though. Was that
Soul Charges 2? That was a heal right there. But the heal wouldn't have mattered anyway because of Kazu actually being at 6, he actually cannot heal because he is at less damage. So that heal wouldn't have saved him. It had to be the overtrigger.
And now
blocks off Curtis.
Draws a card. These are all. You can make a field here, but yeah.
I want to scream right now, but I cannot because I think it will blow out everybody's ears. But oh my goodness.
Is this
the perfect
actually
guard
going to deck out?
Yeah, that's actually, is he going to actually deck out? Because right now he can call out 2, but does he have enough cards in his deck to be able to commit to this drive check? I mean, he has to, but so I'm assuming that there's at least one more. But if he can't take down Kazu this turn, it's Kazu's game.
He's calling out the Sonic is. He's going for an Ashura, I guess.
He might not have the second one in there. So.
Yeah, but
okay. So so Kazu does.
This one is perfect guarded.
So now it's the twin drive. Let's see what comes out. Drops Hysteria.
Discarded the Hysteria, yeah. Hysteria. So first check was the Curtis.
Second check, over trigger.
What a guard. But
what a guard, yeah.
The problem here is Kazu needs another perfect guard.
She needs another perfect guard to take to defend against Ashura with that 100 million.
Yeah, the overtrigger finally coming out there. Spectral's deck should be very low though. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's very low. Ashura, so she has to take this. I think she doesn't have enough. She doesn't have another one, but that's the final PG she needs.
That was rough.
That was rough, but evenly matched as well. It's good to see at this late of the game just such high level play with both players actually just doing everything that they can to actually skirt around each other. That's fantastic, actually.
Yeah, that was quite unfortunate. Both players playing well. Finally seeing Greedon doing the work. You know, we've been seeing. We saw a lot of how do you say, more roguish decks, and finally we have Greedon ticked out.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we get to see Greedon in action also, and it's great to see it play at this high level. They can just see what's revealed left in her hand. She only has that 4 cards. She had another Greedon in her hand.
That hand wasn't that good.
It wasn't, but what a game! What a game, Kai! What a game!
That's right. What a game! What a game!
This is a story that I'm definitely gonna be talking to her for a while.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're a huge fan of Bruce. Unfortunately, that didn't pan out. Are you gonna join the Barrow train at some point? They've been doing pretty well, right?
They've been doing pretty well, and I actually do have a Barrow Madness deck, but with my focus has been on Bruce, which is the main boy, and with Kazu actually playing Greedon actually, so I have to brush up on my Greedon knowledge just to be able to bounce ideas off of her.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. At least you have someone to test that matchup with as well.
Exactly. So she played very well in this. Both players did very, very well, especially with Spectral actually being smart about calling out Ashodas for the additional defenses.
The Ashodas really pulled through. Doing so much work, and we see Barrow Magnus is valuing defense more than offense in a way, right?
You think about it. Yeah. it's a good kind of nightmare. It's that good hit whenever you watch like a horror movie. That is definitely one of the matches that will stick with me for quite some time.
Okay, that's good to know. That's good. It was a good game. It was a good game all around. Right?
Very good game all
Very
around.
close. Very close. So we're gonna have a short break. We'll be back very soon. The round is about to end. So be back.
Be back.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Buff Sartra is with the new Arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
My name's Ron Manankil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion, and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. The problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Tempeспhere and Zazan, and in the end I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection, so we weren't able to really gather parts. And so preparing for the event, I was just watching videos on like WCC and Different Fights channel on the meta and thinking of how I can counter that without using the vanilla engine and doing the turbo engine. And in the end, I also thought of the mirror match because thinking of the meta, you're obviously gonna encounter your own meta deck, and so to take the meta into account, you have to really think of the mirror match too. So yeah, that's how I prepared for BSFO. I actually participated in BCS starting 2017. I wasn't really a competitive player back then because I was really busy with other things like school competitions and other fights. But yeah, those were the only ones that I joined because BSFO, Springfest rather, was not really in my place. It was in the main city in Manila, so I wasn't really able to participate with that. But BCS, I participated yearly starting from 2017. Well, I think I met a lot of interesting people, for sure. I met Kendo from Team Rising Dragons, and I met Derek Dow from WCC when he came here for BCS, and I also met I made many friends through BCS because there are some players that don't join weekly tournaments, but when a huge event comes, you suddenly see all these people pop up. I would also want to give a shout out, by the way, to the BCS 2019 champion. He's also a Cebuano. He's one of the only people I know from Cebu that also won a Bushiroad event. I want to give him love. His name is Vince Del Rosario. I think he deserves more love than me because he wasn't able to actually go to Japan due to personal reasons. So I want to give him the spotlight too. I think for BSFO I was kind of like I was scared at first to join because as you said, it's through a webcam, and like cheaters may pop up once or twice, but actually, unexpectedly, the judges were actually really well organized. They were monitoring the entire situation, and it was a pretty fun event actually. It was nice to participate through my own home, and I didn't have to go down or risk like getting COVID, especially now, to just join an event, which is really nice. It was really convenient. I posted in my Instagram story the progress through of like how the event went, and I was also watching the stream, so I could like study the other decks that were on stream. Because it was pretty fun to like see everyone react to the Instagram story, because not a lot of people knew about the event here. So it's pretty nice to see like people react and stuff. Well, my advice for BRO, if you're a seasoned player, I suggest you study the meta, since it's a pretty Wild West meta right now, and literally anything could happen. And for new players, I would say don't be scared. Just do your best, and it's a free tournament. You win, you lose, you don't lose anything, so it's alright. Just calm down, and I'm rooting for all of you. Follow me on, if you guys want to follow me on Instagram, it's Hello Ishiro. Just hit me up if you guys want to chat, hang out, or even play remote fight. So thank you and good luck to everyone. I hope to see you all, and I hope to see everyone in top 8 also. Well, not everyone, but yeah. I hope everyone does well.
So hi, my name is Johan. I'm from France, and I participated in BSFO 2021, in which I got first place in V Premium in NA with Bermuda Triangle Prism, and then I also got third place Europe with Gastil in Premium, and second place of stand-up format for EU with Bastion. I took all three formats with. I was pretty happy about it. Yes, so it was quite difficult because there was a lockdown in my country, okay? So I trained with my girlfriend. We played every day and each format, and yeah, we tried many decks. We had a good idea of what the format looked like. So yeah, we kept practicing every day. I wasn't really expecting to top. I mean, I really play tested a lot, and I also participated to the shop league, the remote shop league. It was just because I found the game funny, but I never expected to top or play to top. So I started Vanguard in 2019, and so my first event was BSF France 2019, and well, that was a great experience. So wanted to do another event, so I went to Cardiff the same day, the same year, and then I participated in many BCS this season. It was the last BCS season. Really great experience. So I hope it will come back very soon. Initially, I started the game with my girlfriend. So we traveled together, mainly together. I mean, and sometimes when there were some other French people who traveled with us, but well, in Paris we had a small group who travel a lot. Very interesting and very weird at the same time, because I like the fact that I can play with anyone in the world, like with Australian people, and it was a really good experience because I'm not used to play with these people. Like I think Singapore people and even NA people. That was the first time I played with them. It was great in that regard, and at the same time, you don't see your opponent, you only see the hand, so well, you can't read on his face. Well, after a game is played, you can't go with your friends and talk about the game. Hopefully, I had a group of friends with whom I chatted during the event to recreate the atmosphere of a real event, but it's never the same. So I registered, I think, 5 tournaments. So I know some people registered for like the 9 tournaments. I don't know how they did. Yeah, I decided to only participate in 5 because I think I needed to sleep just to be able to play correctly. Maybe I played like 12 hours a day. I didn't sacrifice sleep time for the tournament. And so for people who want to participate, so maybe it's a bit late, but they should prepare before, like a month before, if they want to have a chance to talk. If they just want to have a fun moment, I think that's a great experience to chat with people as well, because after a game you can just chat with people and have a different view of the game. Thanks for listening, and good luck for the tournament. Ciao.
COVID-19 has definitely made things difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to remote fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to remote fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time. If you found a creative way to hold the phone, do share with us in the comments. If you're using a phone or tablet, lock the orientation so that the video can be reversed. Whichever setup you use, please make sure your opponents can see your field and cards clearly. If you don't already have Discord, you can download it at discordapp.com. Make sure your video and audio capturing devices are working properly under the voice and video settings. After that, join the Bushiroad Remote Fight channel with this link. Once you're in, you will see this message. React to the message by clicking on the game that you wish to play. This gives you access to the respective game channels. Then, go to the respective channel of the game you wish to play. To request for an opponent from the channel bot, type @fight once. Sending another @fight will cancel your request. When an opponent is found, the bot will inform you. Now you can video call and contact each other to proceed with the fight. Please be reminded that you may encounter new players, so let's all be kind and patient to everyone. We hope you have fun and stay safe. But that does not mean that our lives and hobbies have to become a standstill.
Yes.
Hey everyone, we're back. How's it going, Cap? Had a good break?
I'm good. How are you doing? How are you doing, Kai?
Yeah, it's been fine. It's been fine. We had a great game last game, right? What do you think?
Yeah, we had a great last game. So that was a real thriller. That was a real thriller.
So great on. We saw great on. But
yeah.
what we're gonna see now is the standings.
Yeah.
Let's see who's been hanging out in the top few tables. Man Long, he's still there.
Still there, yes. 5-0. He's still going strong.
And we've got Muzrax, Fried Steaks, OG Nut as well, Chairman, Kevin Cho. Yeah, looks like AO region is still his home, right?
Yep.
Kitten Pants. it's his new hometown. Kitten Pants and Ragnaho. We've seen a lot of these names. They've been doing fine. They've only got 3 more rounds to go, right? 3 more rounds to go, I think.
There's only 3 more rounds to go right now. So, and if they can actually continue the streak that they're on right now, we will definitely be seeing them tomorrow.
That's right. This next round is actually huge. If you're able to get a 6-0, your chances of topping exponentially increase, honestly, because your tiebreakers are just better that one extra round. Let's take a look at who's been chilling in the top 16. We've got Keru, right? The Bad Saga player that we saw before. Vanilla Circus, Mimi, Tyler Yu, Rouge Man, Reiko, Dream and Rain, and Yaku.
Yeah, Yaku. So I hate to break it to you, Kai, but I believe we might be seeing Curve in the next match one more time, actually. So I think if let's actually toss over to the decks and just see what the next match that we have right now.
Okay. So first we have Sakya FM and we've got Hexorb.
Yeah, this is something that I've taken a personal interest in because of my time with against the Hexorb deck. There's definitely a video out there of me just losing in a very mimish way to the Hexorb deck, but that's what makes the deck actually very lovable. I see a lot of the staples in there, although there are a couple of cards in there that I don't use, but I would love to see how these cards actually function and do in this matchup. So I'm expecting to take some notes from Sakuya's play right now.
And we see the lineup. We have crits and fronts. I know some of the players like still running draws, but taking a bulky lineup there and being able to freely use whichever trigger with Hexorb skill, it's good. I have to say I love Totris now. The new grade 1, getting just Persona Ride.
Yeah, just guaranteeing that Persona Ride will come up +1. And the good thing about Totris is that if you haven't checked your top deck, then it's the opportune time to actually use Totris.
That's right. And it solves like Hexorb's one weakness, which is relying on that Persona Ride to be able to access the skill. Now you just get it, right? If you don't have it, you just play it and get it. So,
exactly.
Very nice. Let's take a quick look at Keru's deck again. We've seen it before. It is a lot of. It seemed it was also very high rarity, right? I saw a lot of shiny.
Yeah, there was a lot of shinies for the triggers and all that. So it's quite a high rarity deck. So, but we had Amar's take on this as well. What's your take on this, Kai?
I like it personally though. I like the beta build more rather than just the overdress build that we have here. Just because it's less clunky. The overdress one can be a bit clunky in terms of sometimes you have this piece but you don't have the trick star and you don't have that, but then you have this, so that can be a bit weird, right? But sometimes you need luck to win a tournament, and I mean that kind of luck, maybe that's what brings this deck a bit better than just the straight up beatdown version. And I mean Keru did fine that game, even after missing one of the swords for like a turn, which normally is just a huge negative, right?
Yeah.
But just shows that the deck is kind of competitive, considering that it's actually just a start deck from a start deck, right?
Yeah, built off of the start deck by using parts from the previous sets as well. You can see the defensive cards, you can see the offensive capabilities, and even though he may have only just the 5 arms from there, and it is dependent on whether if he can overdress by the effect of the arms cards. Nevertheless, we have seen it in action, and we have seen just how strongly the how strongly the Bazooka deck can function with overdress in play.
Yeah. Now, Sakya is going first. This is actually very important because, one, there are 2 big power plays that Sakya has access to now before Keru can even kind of respond. The first is the ride lane for Hexorb. If lets you stack the top 3 cards of your deck once you ride the Hexa Orb. And if you see something good there, I think we can see a lot of grade 3s being played immediately, you know? And at the same time, going first lets you access the Persona Ride 1 turn quicker, and being Hex Orb, you can access Persona Ride quite easily, just getting that huge power spike versus Kerry having to wait till its second grade 3 turn to attach both weapons and start getting the criticals and retires going. I mean, as a Hex Orb player, do you like this?
I do like this. I do like this a lot. So and just seeing what especially if how far Sakura has already come with the Hexa Orb deck, it only gives me the chance to be able to gleam into what are other things that I might have missed out in my own plays as well. As well as with the capabilities of the Hexa Orb deck. The thing about Hexa Orb decks is that you don't look at the top cards. As an opponent, you're not looking at top cards. You're looking at the player. This is a game. This is a game. This is a game of poker that you will play with a Hexa Orb player. So
And Kara's swinging in. Okay. As a one weakness I have to say with Hexa Orb is you always kind of want to take the first damage. Because you want to CB1 for that ride line just to draw a card. A lot of other decks can kind of just guard early and keep 1 damage around, save it for another turn. But as a Hex Orb, you kind of want to do this, and at the same time, this also kind of CB locks you for a bit. But luckily, the rest of your deck going up doesn't require CB, but just one slight weakness, you know.
Slight weakness, but a better advantage, especially if you're able to find specific things that you need. Ooh. It seems the RNG gods may be smiting us for speaking ill of Hexa Orb, but nevertheless, Hexa Orb, rather Pentagleam Sorcerers will be attacking, getting the +1 draw, and another one being called down, so we actually will it's sent to the bottom of the deck, so that Pentagleam will get +2k, which means that's a card that Sakura would not like to see at the top.
This is what I like about Pentagleam. It's free. You know, it's free. And it lets you stack. There is actually one card that looks at the top card of your deck. I think it's Kakaroni, right?
Yep, Kakaroni, correct.
Yeah, which lets you look, but doesn't let you move them around.
It doesn't let you move them to the bottom of the deck. So you have to work with what you got on top. But if you combine that with a card like Totris, which allows you to shuffle the deck, you can actually just reshuffle it and just see whether we can get something a bit more favorable on top.
Yeah, and we see a committal here from Sakura. Is two lining immediately and hitting 16, which is pretty good. But unfortunately, stopped by a trigger.
Yep. So unfortunately, that side will not be able to go off, and the turn passes over. Caliburn comes down, so fetching back I believe it's the sword that he dropped in the drop zone.
Yeah. Now, with Bav here, you have the option of going double face, or you can attack the Pentagleam. Even though the Pentagleam has kind of lost its use, surprisingly, I have to say, Hexa Orb does not gain as much advantage as you kind of think it does, right? When you think of Hexa, be like, oh yeah, it's OTT, it draws so many cards. But it actually doesn't draw as many as some of the other decks in Standard right now. So
actually, no, that's a common mistake with people who underestimate the Hexa Orb deck, because the Hexa Orb deck isn't about getting hand size. It's about setting those top cards to be the cards that you want to overwhelm your opponent with. If you don't mind the spoiler, Hexa Orb deck is actually a power deck.
And we see Kara kind of realizing he actually just double attacked the Regard, locking Sakura 1 damage. And now, we'll see what happens in these top 3 checks. I think this is the first big power.
I see a couple. I do see a couple of criticals in that top 3.
That is a double yellow. Yeah,
that is a double yellow. Yes, and I think the double yellows are actually the second. Is actually the second and third cards. So maybe with the use of Owen, if Sakura is going to call it down, you can actually use Owen's skill, so +1, and actually send that card to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, and that's what's happening.
I called it. I called it very well. But yes, top 2, put one to the top, and the other gets sent to the bottom. So we now know that it's going to be a double critical on top. But let's just see whether if Karu anticipates this.
Yes. So I mean, in a way, when you see this, okay, there's probably triggers coming, but it's not like an over trigger. So you're kind of going, yeah, do I want to guard this or not?
Actually, that's the fear. What if that top card was an over trigger?
Yeah.
And speaking of which, there's the over trigger on his side.
Showing off an over trigger so quickly though is quite. It reveals so much information.
It reveals so much information. You don't have to worry about the over trigger coming out in your non sentinel guards actually.
Yeah, and at the same time here, right, this side, I don't know how you're guarding that apart from a perfect guard, because it is hitting for a lot of damage.
It is hitting for a lot of damage and a lot of power as well. With that critical actually being able to move in the soul after the battle, that just replenishes the cost that Owen used earlier. So this Owen right now is actually at 34 against 10k. So this is like 25. That's a lot of guards out of his hand.
Yeah, and I mean, is there a scenario where you'd keep that maybe? Just keep that out?
To keep the...
just as like a body on the... Yeah, just as a body on the field. Do you think?
Only in situations whereby you need to avoid your opponent from having empty rear guard circles. So say Bruce, well, I had a second example, but I lost it immediately.
It happens. It happens. Actually, the shield come out. The shield come out for Bavside. I think a lot of people underestimate how bulky Bavsagar can be, right?
Yeah.
The shield is a 10k shield every turn. And, 10k shields are a bit hard to come by in standard. Just having
10k
one.
10k shields, yeah, correct.
Yeah. Just having one that stays there every turn. You get a free guard every turn. How good is that?
Yeah, it's a 10k once per turn, once battle per turn. So just being able to have that 10k can actually fend off some of the smaller attacks, or even compound your other guards to actually block off a big attack. A lot of people underestimate how important the shield is. Even if the right line enforces it, there's a lot of stock that you can actually put in the shield just with its defensive capabilities.
I like how Kara is being
over trigger comes out on Sakuya's side.
That is a huge snipe. I like how Keru is being so careful attacking rear guards, because he also knows that Hexa Orb doesn't really get that much advantage. And now Sakuya is stuck in a really weird position. No CB, can't get the... Well, Sakuya can Persona Ride, but can't really get the skill off, because that requires CB as well. In a perfect world, right, you want to boost. You want to put boosters behind Hexa Orb just to put on, like, power pressure.
Yeah.
But nothing... look at this swing.
No, nothing. Yep. So this is just... With the lack of the counter blast, so... it does avoid it actually makes the Persona Ride actually not worth it, because you're not able to actually take advantage of the setting the card to the top, or even the triple drive for that matter. So just playing it simply, increasing the hand size and also increasing the soul in this regard is the best play that Sakuya could do.
In a way, Kira kind of negated the kind of power spike on the Persona Ride turn by just not allowing you, and now he gets to develop his sword immediately. And
puts down the sword. And
it's time to play, right? It's time to play.
It is time to play.
Yeah, no, both over triggers are also out of the game too. But we're seeing Keru just playing very, very conservative, but he's developed the third line now, and now we've got the L formation going.
Yep.
Right? How is he gonna swing? Is it gonna the Vanguard first? Gets a crit.
Vanguard first going in, so 2 damage will come into play. And then with the skills all popping off right there,
draw trigger coming out.
There's a draw trigger.
Yes.
Thank you. Draw 1.
Puts it to the side. That side will be hitting for 35 actually.
And I believe
front.
that's a front. Yep. So that's a lot more power coming straight for Sakuya right now. But Sakuya does have the damage to spare. The question is just what was on the top. And we see Hexa Orb, we see Kakarone over there.
Is Sakuya going to 5? Is Sakuya gonna 5?
Is she gonna go to 5? Will she be willing to take it and push to 5?
These power lines are big. They're big.
They are. They're very big. So that either drops a lot of cards in hand, or that just puts Sakuya in a dangerous position.
Finally gets a trigger. Yeah.
Alright.
Finally gets a trigger.
And defense with this. Oh, hold on. Changing up. Oh, changing for the circulating sorceress for the guards.
Yes. Okay. All right. That's a. Wow.
Wow.
Big change. Big change in damage right there. Both
Right
of them
there, so.
sitting around 1 damage. Now one side on 4. But this activates Sakuya's persona, right? Which is great.
Plus 10k one draw as well. I almost said one critical, but that's a different.
Pentagleam coming down again.
Checking the top card, leaving it on top or the bottom. Just double checking the hand just to make sure. Pentagleam Sorceress is definitely one of those cards that really helps to ensure to send cards to the bottom. I think one of the things that the Hexo Orb deck lacks is they have limited choices in terms of sending cards to the bottom. So every Owen and every Pentagleam Sorceress is actually a key card in the deck.
Yes, and
and
send that one to the bottom. But he had to think about it, so that's it's a bit of a and he's able to develop a booster as well. So
correct. So that one is Mel Coco. So Mel Coco actually when it plays, it actually gets a +1 draw. So but of course you drop 1, so there is no pluses. But nevertheless, that might be able to swap out a card with something that's a bit more vital.
Yeah, now the scary thing is Hexorb does have a boost now, but the non-scary thing is on Kara's side, 1 damage. What's the fear, right? Even if you double critical here, I still live. And you want counter blast. You want counter. So here's a critical, right? 1 crit comes out, pretty good.
Comes out. That one was the guarantee from Hexo Orb. So that is public knowledge.
Did he put one on?
Oh, I think I missed it. I might have been mistaken.
Yeah, you don't actually have to stack a critical.
No, you don't actually have to put a critical or a front on top, but you do get a triple drive.
Yeah, okay.
And only the 1 critical in place, actually. So there is only going to be 2 damage, so there's not a lot to go around. But nevertheless, we will see Pentagleam actually swinging for another, but will it take out a rear guard?
I think the problem here, right, is none of it really matters that much in a way, because 1 damage, okay, is at 4. Maybe that's better because then you're a lot more threatening with your Vanguard, but you're also retiring your rear guard. It's not that impactful, you know.
Correct.
The problem here that is going to happen is Hex Orb is at 4, and Bavsagara does hit big. And we're talking about we're not even at set 4 at Bavsagara where it hits massive. We're just talking big, and big for Bavsagara is big. Right?
It's big. So that double critical means that Sakuya's next turn, the Vanguard is a must guard from there. And with that persona, right, it just makes it even more dangerous.
Yep. And let's see how he develops this field. He's been playing very, very it's
surprisingly passive, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, he's also, you think he's dropping like cards, but at the same time, he has a lot of cards still in his hand, you know, just the combined power of the shield and just overall big shield lines on the trigger lineup. So
and then additional power from the right line units, Calibum, Namonka as well. It's just been minimal thus far that we've seen from Karu, actually. Just playing minimally just to try and bypass, or rather gather as much cards as possible to block off the high power that you would normally see from Hexorb.
Yeah, and I mean, we can see Hexorb's hand. It looks quite low right now, which is a bit worrying. I know Saki's like just dual laning to play around from the front row retire, but at the same time, there is still not a lot of pressure because you're like in the end you're both 3 attacker decks. But on Bav's side, you are going 3 attack all day. While Sakyo is not, and Keru's thrown the sword.
He's thrown the sword to sit her at 5. So now everything is a must guard, no matter what.
Yeah, now both that sword coming in clutch, you know.
That's what makes the Bavsagara deck actually one of the more unique builds when it came out, especially compared to what we've seen before in Dragon Empire with Nirvana and with Eugene. Sorry, the name eluded me for a while. But even with those two providing their own gimmicks, right, Bavsagara just really is able to showcase just how much different that you can be while still being in Dragon Empire.
Yeah, it's when you think you're at 4 damage, you're not, you know, because
exactly
either you take the crit from Sagara, and die, or you take a sword to the face and suddenly it's like an extra attack, you know. It's like that extra attack, and especially when like he didn't get a trigger from that too. So
yeah. So another Persona right coming down from Sakura right now. So get a +1 draw. Unfortunately, her field is a little bit on the low side right now, but nevertheless, she's still able to take advantage of the colorless one. So +1, she will get the +1 drive, and she sends. Oh, I missed it. That went by very fast. I believe that was a front.
Ooh.
I think that might have been a front that actually was put to the top. It was super quick. I couldn't catch it.
We'll find out very soon. But this time we have a full field or tri-lane develop. The T formation, right?
The T formation.
Yes,
All right.
and we see.
First check. Oh, it's a critical. This is a critical. All right. So
now, do we get another one? If it's a second critical, can all stack on one, and then boom, 3 damage.
So power going across the board, making use of Hex Orb's ability. Second check, Owen. That's not helpful. Third check, Totris. Ooh, that's not. Okay, the next turn is going to be very rough for Sakura.
Okay.
But if she can actually get this, if you actually can get through with this, right, she may have a chance.
Swinging for 1 damage here. So takes it. Keru takes it. Now has to guard this side because it has a critical. But with Keru's hand, I think that shouldn't be a problem.
Shouldn't be a problem.
And yep, just 15k guard.
15k guards off of that. Turn end.
Yeah, now we have an issue, right?
We have an issue.
Losing the front row quite likely, or maybe not. Actually, no soul.
No soul. Actually, you're right. There's no soul, so she won't be able to actually get the +1 critical. This actually, even though it's a must guard, right? Actually, not having the persona right also helps as well, because I think a lot of the extra copies of Sagra is actually gone.
Yeah, but also keeping the front row is pretty important because the hand is gonna likely disappear, and you know Sakura probably needs a 6 damage heal to survive somewhere here as well. Losing the critical again, you know, you would have needed to like guard this, of course, but now you can kind of no guard it, right? Because
as long as there's no additional trigger checks, there's a no guard right there.
First check and second check. Nothing. Nothing.
If there's a heal here, she's still in the game, but no, that's a critical right there. So
unfortunate.
Very unfortunate between Sakura for Sakura, but nevertheless, Keru will continue to advance on with his buff Sagra deck, and it's amazing to see just this build function just as well as we expect it to be, because now we've seen 2 different sides of his deck actually. The side that is more focused on Buff Zagara, and the side that actually has the Trickstar parts, the Overdress parts actually coming to play. So it's amazing dynamic it's amazing dynamic to see just the 2 of them just like come together, and then you can see 2 different strategies in one deck.
Yep. And just showing that the deck so far on stream, it's won both of them. So it's definitely doing something right?
yeah, he's definitely doing something right, especially with his results right now. It's good to see just Keru and the Basugara deck in action, especially with Basugara deck actually relying on older sets for its support currently.
Yeah, honestly, I can't wait for set 4 Basugara, to be honest. Just the trick moons, the spears,
Yeah, the trick moons and the spears. Once DBT04 set comes out, we'll definitely be able to see Basugara in full swing. So there'll be a lot of people. Some people that we know are going to be very excited to see DBT04 go down.
Yeah, no pun intended, guys.
No pun intended. No pun intended. There was no pun. I didn't realize I was making one.
All right, we're gonna head to a short break, and we'll be back with round 7.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack and Bands of Intertwined Stars coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Buff Sartra is with the new arm
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress winner for Europe. And the deck I used was Bruce. Lovely Bruce. Preparing for BSFO was mostly to do in a small friend group, because the fun thing about Standard at the time was the lack thereof, not based because of the format, but lack thereof matchups to learn against. And it takes less time to really develop and understand, hey, so in this I'm going to do this, and in this I'm not going to do this, which makes it feel a lot more like free and less diverse than what the other formats hold at the moment. Prior to BSFO, I've been playing in BCSs and team leagues since 2015, and in 2019 I got an invite to a World Finals for V Premium, and the continent that I normally play in is Europe. I love BCS. I am a huge fan of BCSs. Going out to events to meet people that you've, say, either known already or haven't seen in a while or only know via online. It's just that like whole community coming together that makes the Bushiroad events really, really satisfying and fun to go to. And generally just seeing all the different decks and different people just makes it just a lot of fun. Despite not being as community wholesome as BCS it's still incredibly fun, because you can still you still meet people like you'd never meet, because despite being stuck to your desk or the floor, you can meet anyone at any country. But like, so say you meet an American, you meet this is in my case an American, you meet someone in Australia, you'd never play against them like ever, or it's a lot more diverse. And honestly, it like kind of helps with the lack of in-person communication that is the only letdown I think of Remote Fight at the moment. And in between rounds, it means I can just go into a call with a bunch of friends, like mostly my local friends, and then we can talk about, hey, did you win? Did you lose? How did it go? My main advice is to try to broaden your player base. Obviously, this can range to say, if you're in a small country, you can always try to go out to different locals, because that's something I like to do, because going to different locals means you meet more people, you meet different type of decks. It leads to, like, say you'd never go against this deck unless you went here. So running into different decks means that you just get a bigger broad of like what to do when you go into a competitive. Obviously, if you're not in a small country, that just changes to like trying out different discords, because that's just the easier way to at home or just in general just meet more people and then just have more fun, I guess. Anyway, good luck to everyone else participating in Bro 2021, and I hope to see you there too.
Hi, my name is Chad Lesky. I am the BSFO North America Premium Champion. I played Murakumo, specifically the Nuidayo archetype. So I prepare for all large regional events in a similar way. I typically test with friends remotely or at our local game store by buying a large chunk of the top meta decks that I'm considering playing, and I run a gauntlet against them. For some events, this means hundreds of hours of playtesting, looking for specific niche things to get matched. However, BSFO was a little bit different. Due to COVID restrictions, I wasn't actually able to test in person at my local game store, and a majority of my Cardfight playing friends were taking breaks waiting for things to die down. So I played in a few community-run webcam events, and outside of that, 99% of my testing time was against one friend, and his online tag is Royal Lover, so thank you so much for the help. Yeah, so I started playing the game in V-Series. It feels like so long ago already. My first ever Bushiroad event was the first V-Series BCS in Anaheim, California, where I actually piloted OTT to a top 8. That was a fantastic deck. I love that format. Not very many people did, but I did. I also managed to get second place at Premium BCS Anaheim with Neonectar. And with my team, we got top 4 at Bushiroad Springfest 2019. I was piloting Anj at that point. My friend Andrew actually learned Gize the night before, and we sat him down and we're like, okay, time to learn Gize. You check your triggers, you win. That was fun. Large scale events are always a blast. I usually always end up with butterflies in my stomach, like traveling to and right before. And I always question, did I prepare it properly? Did I pick the right deck? But, you know, once you get there and you start meeting people, you start playing, you know, time flies and it's always a good time. Yeah, so learning premium as a new player is difficult but very rewarding. The card pool is ginormous, right? We have hundreds of, well, more than that, thousands of cards that all do very niche things, especially heading into G Series and even before that. And so to me, it was always interesting when I would get got by like this card I've never seen before. I would have to look it up, and then I would look at all the cards from that clan because I'd be like, I don't want to get got again. But balancing, basically I split my time pretty evenly originally between the formats. And once I felt like I was in a solid place with one, I would reduce the amount of playtime. So it would start 50-50. Standard was the first format. V Standard with OTT was the first format where I felt very comfortable in, so I reduced that to like 80% premium, 20% V Standard in that format. Now with D Series, playtesting 3 formats can be rough. Your time is split, that's for sure. Especially right now, where premium is kind of more open. There's less of a defined meta right now, and so there's a lot more to watch out for. There's a lot more cards you can get got by, and so I'd say right now I'm putting 60% of my time into premium. I'm putting 20% of my time into V Standard or V Premium, I believe, and then I'm putting that remaining 20% into D Series. Thankfully, D Series, you know, the format's newer, so there's less to be surprised by. Definitely a different experience, to say the least. I wouldn't say it's bad. There are pros and cons, and I think one of the pros is I got to have my cats as emotional support throughout the tournament. But there are some definite difficulties. The internet can be finicky, webcams can be blurry, and communication can be difficult, right? Like there's some things that you miss when you're not in person. But despite that, I think the online play experience is a net positive. I was able to play against players that I'd likely only see at Worlds, and my friends created a Discord chat where we hung out in between rounds, which kind of emulated that experience of talking about your bad beats and stuff like that in between rounds. I also really like public deck lists, and that's something that we can do super easily online. It lets me prepare for my upcoming matchup, and it prevents me from like getting got, right, as often, because I can recognize maybe a combo that I hadn't seen before. Most importantly, I'm just happy to play some form of competitive Vanguard. As a person, I only play card games that have like a competitive like tournament structure to them. And with the world events derailing all of that for every card game, basically, it made me really miss it. And so having Bushiroad step up and offer an online competitive event is super cool and important. I'd love for BRO to stick around even in a post-pandemic world. Maybe as a mid-year event to help bridge the gap between BSF and BCS. Yeah, so I think this is just a common card game philosophy that every player should adopt, and this is kind of relevant. I was recently minted as a level 1 Cardfight Vanguard judge, and I can tell you that you need to not be afraid of calling a judge. Especially in remote fight situations, things can be difficult to resolve because you're not there with your opponent. You can't like show them, for instance, what you intend all the time when it's just words. And judges are here to assist in almost any situation. And I promise you, and I promise everyone watching, that it's a lot easier to let the judge resolve issues for you than to work them out yourself with your opponent in the match if things aren't looking like they can. Opponent's webcam or internet low quality, ask a judge to review and work with you. Uncertain about a card, call a judge. I always hear players tell stories when that they should have called a judge, and I always ask them, hey, why didn't you? Are you afraid of calling them? And they typically don't have a defined reason, just more like they don't want to bother the judges. But that's what judges are there for. You're not bothering people or bothering us when you call us over. So always call a judge when you're uncertain. And as a follow-up to that rule, if you feel that something in the ruling is even the least bit off, always appeal. appeal to the head judge. Judges won't take it personally if you appeal. It's all business. We understand that we're not all knowing and sometimes we can make mistakes. So yeah, always call a judge and always appeal. As a competitor, practice makes perfect, but ultimately Vanguard is a game with a higher level of variance present in it. And some days things just won't go your way. You'll brick, your opponent will have it all. Sometimes you'll see no triggers. I know we all know how that feels. But just remember that even if you're frustrated at the game, you need to be able to separate your opponent and the game. And yeah, just be an overall good sport. Lastly, Vanguard is a game of percentages, and giving yourself every opportunity to put percentage points on your side is incredibly critical. What I always do is I typically always pick from the strong 5 perceived decks in the metagame. I use online resources or my opponent's deck list to help learn or interact with matchups. YouTube channels like WCC, Different Fight, all of these places are good resources to learn about the metagame and cards that are present in them. Triple checking your Guardian and attacking columns. Just, there's no reason not to. I've seen so many people lose to accidental overguards or forgetting that they have an extra 5k power on their rear guard. There's no reason to do that. You have plenty of time. Don't feel rushed. Just triple check. And most importantly, I think, is managing your feelings of nervousness, those butterflies that you get. The more you compete at high-level events or regional events, and the more you get to top 8 or top 16 or whatever it may be, the less nervous you get because you get exposed to it more often, but that feeling of nervousness never goes away. Learning to live with that, learning to accept it and not let it affect your gameplay is going to be incredibly critical to your career as a Cardfight Vanguard player. Just have fun. Like that's really it. I know that we can get caught up in the competitive aspect of it, but BRO was made to have fun. So enjoy yourself.
Hello, everyone. We are back. And I mean, spoilers, I think we have something pretty interesting planned very, very soon. The matchup part.
Oh, yeah, matchup wise, of course.
But we have standings as usual. And we can see who's been chilling out at the tops. Manlong is still there.
Yeah, we have Nut as well.
Nut, Kevin Cho. Wow, they've been there for a while, right? They've been there for a while. But then after that in the X ones, we've got the Fried Steak, got Muzrak, got Tyler Yu still there as well. Chairman and Vanilla Circus also there as well. So yeah, a lot of familiar names. I think Vanilla used to be on the second page, right? And now it's the first.
Slowly creeping up to the first page there.
Yes. Let's see who's on the second page now. Dream and Rain. Akeru is still on the second page. Okay. Got Rougeman, Aoi Tempest, Jake, Yaku. He was 16th, now 14. And they got WCC Kel. Oh my goodness. Kelvin's doing pretty well, it seems. Right?
And Aces.
Aces on the 16th now. So these are starting to compress into the first page. I think it's only going to be top 8 for the AO region. But yeah, let's kind of look at the decks, right? Let's look at the decks. What's going to be?
No, this is the interesting matchup right here. Yeah, we're looking at Zorga.
Wow.
Yeah, lovely, absolutely lovely.
Yeah, Zorga. This is one of the. I think this is pretty popular in the West, but we haven't really seen it pop up much. It's one of those 3 attack decks, but it's very interesting to see how it fares in the current environment. Got some interesting text there. Anything that stands out to you, Mark?
Yes, it's the nectar of sensationalism right there. You can see that order cut there. He's playing only one piece of it, the Alchem Magic, yeah. I don't see that played a lot in any of the other Zorga decks, but the reason why BZ is keeping it up, still in the top 16 right there, probably because of certain of the Alchem Magics are just convoluted like this. You have no idea what's going to come out until the magic, the necromancy comes in. Yeah. And it's so scary, isn't it?
Yes. And Zorga can kind of grind. It's actually pretty good at just grinding games. But it does require a bit of skill, right? You need to plan ahead.
Yeah.
The costs and all that. So not exactly the easiest deck to play, but since Zay has taken it so far, it's definitely gone well. Let's take a look at what Gallo is playing though. Gallo hailing all the way from Mexico. And we have
Nirvana.
Just straight up Nirvana. We
first one.
We don't even see Expector as well. It just looks like just one Valiente.
All right, for Expector, there's none.
It's just only 2 Shimmer as well, which is pretty interesting.
Arcs,
4 Arcs for sure, but 2 Shimmer. Normally we see like high numbers like 3, maybe
3, yeah.
Yeah, but it'll be interesting to see how this fares. I think this is probably the last few Nirvanas hanging around, right?
Both are X1, yeah, from my knowledge just now. Yes. So they gotta bring an A game right here.
A bit unfair that one of them has to go to X2, to be fair.
Yeah, to be fair, one of them's gonna be X2. There can only be one.
You have to win. I think they have to win the last 2 rounds for a chance, because you want to be safe. You don't want to.
You want to be safe.
You don't want to leave it to just luck on
and chance,
chance, resistance, basically. But who do you think has the advantage here, Mark?
Definitely, if I have to say, not that I have any preferences here, but it's gotta be Zorga, isn't it? Even despite the high number of powers that Nirvana can actually pull off, Zorga has a little bit more utility to it. Both decks relies on waiting into the late game, into really shining their abilities. But if you want to compare notes, what's better than Alchem Magic in the late game?
Not much. Not much.
Not much. Yeah, nothing stands out more stellar, and that's the thing about playing Zorga right there. You are reliant on your opponent to keep it slow. To keep the tempo, make them lull them into a false sense of security. But it looks like they're going on the attack.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about the late game Zorga, but we see 2 chefs come down. Well, it's actually called carrying processing, but it looks like
that's a crit.
This is a butcher, right? So a crit comes out. This is great. Crits are good. I feel like it's gonna be Zorga having the advantage because, you know, you can tank and then you have high-powered columns and Nirvana isn't exact apart from.
I think that's a heal just now. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Apart from the arcs, right? You don't really have the how do you say it? Longevity, I guess.
Longevity, yeah.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot of games that, you know, when they run out of arcs or they run out of their costs, overusing of it. The thing about the current Dragon Empire right now, or Nirvana deck per se, it relies heavily on the user being able to know what they're going to do, or exactly knowing what their costs are for.
Yeah. Now, one of the good things here as the Nirvana player is you've taken 2 damage, which is not great, right? You know, taking 2 damage isn't usually bad, but he can use an arc here and not fear getting damage denied, which is pretty big. And
there we go. Yeah, the arc's coming down. You know, that's a free 5k and 2 draws. You got to be feeling pretty good if you're playing as Gallo, and then you have another Trickstar and probably another arc.
Do you see this power? Right?
Yeah.
You know, you think good players, good Nirvana players do turn 2 arcs. Gallo, right? Supreme confidence, drops the double arcs, and returns with another tri lane. And a Trickster coming out as well.
Oh, that means that 3 Trickstars are out. Yeah, I'm loving Gallo's energy right now. Seems to be playing on the bit. You know, big energy right there.
Heal trigger coming out on Zay's side, but Gallo decides to just slam the rear guards, and you know, sure, like Zorga, you can call things from the drop zone, but I'm gonna have to make you work for that. You know, you don't just get free cards staying on the field for
no. That's where Alchemy Magic comes in.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Superior calling, calling with power ups. You know, sometimes having the draw ability, retire ability. You know, you name it. Alchemy Magic can do all of it. You know, combined.
Yes. But Zayd's not stopping. He just wants to be aggressive. Drops the Shadow Cloak as well, and you know, go on face likely again.
I mean, why not? You know, you have to match the aggression that your opponent is putting out as well. You don't want to go down, and that's the thing. If
you have Zay, do you go Vanguard to rear and then rear to rear?
Vanguard to Vanguard. Yeah, no, just go Vanguard to Vanguard. You know, you don't care about the cost per se. Yeah, see, no guard.
I think he's going Vanguard to rear.
Vanguard to rear. Oh, okay. And another heal trigger popping off right there.
Yeah, and I think this should go rear too.
Rear to rear as well. You know, once you started on rear, you wanna kind of like end it on rear as well.
So I feel he's gonna go like lock Gallo right there out of CB, and then Gallo, sure, he's done his cool arc stuff.
Cool arc stuff. What can he do after this?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. If you wanna push damage, right, you have to work for it too. You've got to place them down from your hand. Although this would be a great time to throw a trigger down, which is what he does.
Yeah, that's what he does. I mean, you want that arc alive, not because of utility. You just want him to, you know, as a beater. Oh, that's a free into soul there.
Now, one of the things you can do here is you can ride Valiente over
arcs. Yeah,
if he's got his 1 copy.
That 1 copy.
Yeah, just use it as a beater. But Zorga does have retire. It does have retire. It's not exactly just a free beater sitting around, like gaining advantage for the whole game.
But we're going to be seeing quite a vanilla turn, but it doesn't really matter. You know, the overdress capacity of having an extra power, that's pretty good still. But it depends, because, you know, the reason why Ze is just playing it very, very slowly here, you know, very meticulously, because they know that, the late game is my domain.
That's
you know?
right. That's
the
right.
late game is my domain.
He sees this board and goes, yes. I'm fine with this. And
I'm happy with this, you know.
But Gallo isn't fine with it. He's dropping double Trickstars in a single column.
And that's fine. Yeah, they have resist, you know. Your buddy that has resist, they won't get retired.
I mean, this game has been very aggressive, and no trigger comes out for Zay. So,
ooh, there's a Zorga there.
Here comes the Urja play, going multi already. Now the Nirvana pops off. Look at that! What a beautiful play.
What a beautiful play! Yeah, he knows that there's an unflipping capacity coming out.
Yeah, Zay thought he had him, but Gallo goes no.
That's a heel trigger. Ooh, that's pretty big. Yeah, this is big. Suddenly, the wind has shifted.
Exactly. We Zay probably thought he had it covered, but Gallo's gonna show him a trick here. If you CB lock me, it doesn't matter. I'm still going in.
That's the fear that I had just now, because you were overly aggressive during the early phase. You should just maintain that aggression. Just aim it at the Vanguard straight. But right now, CB locking, even though you make your opponent wonder for a bit, what they're gonna do, not so much. They have the counter charging mechanic that apparently, as an opponent, you forgot. They don't care.
Oh, you can just pray it doesn't have it.
yeah, you can just pray that they don't have it. But
yeah, again, it's one of those. I'm gonna make you work for it. I'm gonna make you work for it. But Zay getting a Zorga coming. He's still. I think he's still fine. He's on 3 damage. That means for him, a lot of counter blasts to play with. And
a lot of counter blasts, but discounting the fact that with each cost being used, Zay has to pay attention to be able to, counter charge the capacity, because you don't have a lot of heal triggers left. Counting, 2's already gone. Probably there's a 3rd one in hand.
And we're seeing the first Alchemagic.
Oh, I'm loving this.
Despair and Agony. And now he's able to create a field from the Agony as well, which is pretty nice. Gets a crit. Perfect. A cloak is fine. He's able to swap the cloak and the carrying around. I think he doesn't have. I don't think he has any soul anymore, which is a bit sad. But that crit trigger will replenish the soul at the end of battle, which is a good thing.
Which is perfect, yeah. Which is just perfect for the opportunity right here. The chef's coming back out. That's the thing about Zorga. They put down a lot, but at the same time they don't really care. The power's coming back in anyway. Now it's their turn to be aggressive. And we see another heal.
Yeah. All the heals coming out.
All the heals coming out. At perfect timing. It's like, oh, that's a sentinel.
And a perfect guard. Yeah.
Over trigger. Things are just as spicy as
I'll let you know I have a lot of power in my Vanguard.
This is, I knew there was like big power energy coming out from Gallo right here.
Both players, their triggers have been very strong. Very strong. Heals over. Right, what's next? We still haven't seen Zay's over trigger, so maybe that's happening.
Yeah. Just clear out the board, buddy. You have nothing left. Your ears are the only target. You don't see that mountain of dice there.
Yeah. I mean, go for that Urja. That Urja is big. You want
and annoying.
Perfect time to get rid of it, to be fair.
Okay. Yeah, okay. You make your opponent commit for it. Yeah, make them work for it.
Yeah, it's good. I'll be happy if they
definitely.
After an over trigger and they're still committing hands. Feels good, man. Right, feels good. But now it's Gallo's turn. He has no CB. No CB. Question is, what can he do? What can he do with no CB?
Well, just expecting another Urger, I suppose.
Yeah. Or you can Persona Ride. Persona Ride's pretty good. Just getting power.
I mean, a lot of multitudes of plays that they can do right here. Gallo. You want soul. You want to use Urger again. You gotta ride that Nirvana.
Yeah, and
adding that power, but it comes to a question of whether or not Gallo actually has that extra copy.
It looks like he doesn't.
He doesn't. Yes.
But it looks like he has a.
He's calling out. Yeah, he's calling out the egg of destiny.
I mean, might as well. Ooh, no, that feels like. Oh, it's going very nice. Just going very nice. That's fine. Virina's kind of beat it too.
Okay, thinking. There's something there. There's something that Galo wants to do right there. In the end, nope. I'm just gonna hit this vanilla.
I mean, you have to bear in mind, Zay's only on 2 damage, so if he goes too aggressive, there might be issues too, because it'll be overextending.
Oh, there's a sentinel right there. That's beautiful.
Yeah. Gets front sentinel. So Zay's on 3 now, and then
it's still big power. That's the thing about the Urga and the Virina right there. Because they are in overdress, they get extra power. And yeah, with the amount of soul that Gilo has, might be thinking, maybe I want to cheese this. Maybe I want to use Virina. Do some bit of a burn. There we go. See?
Wow. Okay, goes for the burn. Oh, gets rid of the carrion. Again, Galo's on 1 damage, so next turn Zay could make the best board, and Galo can just
ever. Yeah. There are a lot of capacity that Zay can actually go for, but very similar to how we look at when we see Grand Blue players. You gotta worry about the amount of cards that you're milling out as well. Eventually, they're gonna run out, and there's no way for you to actually replenish.
I think for Zay though, the new kind of builds of Zorg are a bit better because you don't run that many agonies and you don't use it as much.
Agony, I always love that.
Ooh, is that the over trigger? It looked very flashy.
The thing about the Zorga triggers, they're all a bit flashy, so I think that's
I think it's just a heal, yeah.
That's a heal, yeah.
Very high rarity.
High rarity heal.
high rarity heal, that's right.
But if I'm not mistaken, that could be the last heal, right?
Yeah.
Use one just now, then use another one. That's one the damage. So
I don't think he's healing anytime soon, to be fair.
It's done enough. I mean, the heals have done its job. I mean, they've been very brilliant so far. They've been utilized to the max. So now, Zhe has to showcase, the best of their ability, with what they have. Alchemagic, come on, show us that despair and rejection.
Yeah, despair is so good, and we can see a combo play here. He's going to Alchemagic and bounce the Persona Ride back into hand, which would be very nice. Setting up for next turn. That also grants him a soul as well. So here we see. Is that
grief,
despair
and rejection?
Yeah, despair with is that nectar?
I believe that is the sensationalism.
Yeah, so
nectar. Nectar of sensationalism. the sexy Zorga, being.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how he splits this. It looks like he's going to go all front row, and then I guess he can put like a nectar.
But does he have 15 though? I think he does, right? For the extra critical. Yeah, he does.
Ooh. You can stack it on the big column and just make a big crit line.
Yeah, there we go. Stacking it there.
Okay. All right, that works too.
Yeah, because you don't want to stack too much because you know that your opponent already they drove check a sentinel just now, so
yeah.
Split it like this. I like this.
The nice thing about Zorga that I like a lot is you don't need a Persona Ride to make threatening columns. Right? When you do as well, you hit even bigger, which is great.
So yeah, 15 there. A bit more than 15 actually. So Gelu's thinking, do I take this? Is there a chance that the overtrigger is gonna make an appearance? It's gonna be huge if the overtrigger comes out right now. It's gonna be forcing more than just one sentinel.
Get every trigger pretty much.
Yep, any trigger actually would hurt right now.
Yeah. So first check, second check, nothing,
and I believe that is actually.
I think it's a crit trigger, right?
I don't think that's a crit trigger, but I think it was the regurgitation. It was the.
Oh no! I mean on Gallo's side.
On Gallo's side, yeah, that's a crit right there.
Actually makes this very easy to guard because I think the Shadow Cloak is only hitting for 25, so this is a 5k possible or maybe higher.
I don't know. I feel like this is like there were so many patterns that came out from Zer, but the end result is pretty sad.
It's not great, but you know,
it's not great. I mean, yeah,
when your
I don't
opponent's
want
at
to
one
downplay
damage,
it.
there's not much you can do.
Yeah, and just getting shut down by one trigger. I mean, not shut down per se again, but you know, it's just
having to dig for Persona Ride like that is not great. Ideally, you want to dig an over trigger or null back to him.
Alright, yeah, just filter it out back again.
Yeah, when you see Gallo, you go, this is usually a 3-attack deck / Urza, right? But you know, it still means that these big defenses are still very worth it. And looking at Zay's back row as well is empty, and usually you don't like that. You want to develop some ones that stay there for a long time, generating like booster value, right?
Yep.
But he's not able to do that, and he doesn't have soul. You know, he's running out of resources. He's probably gonna have to no guard somewhere here as well, just to be able to have CB.
just to feel something again.
yeah. Like, can you imagine if Gallo goes, okay, let me attack Van, but if you guard my Van, I attack your rears.
Yeah. So yeah, the Shadow Cloaks are gonna be the target. So what are you gonna do? You know, you have the Persona, right? But that's about it, right? You know, you can't really.
Yeah, that is still a super weak turn.
And if I'm not mistaken, Zay does not play any of the cost efficient units to make the cost of Arcane Magic to be slightly better.
And we see a Valiant, the one copy, the one Valiant Zay coming down.
That's pretty huge.
Yeah, just staying there to beat things up, you know.
Oh, that's a
Gets
front.
front.
Not what you want to see right now.
Front.
An arc. Okay.
And arcs, yeah.
That's the Headhunter again. You know, lots of Headhunters going into the damage zone right now.
You want those Headhunters in the back, but the fact that they're just going to damage is very, very... It's bad. You know, it's not ideal. Unless he can heal it out, but he's out of heals as well.
He's out of heal. You know. He's a man with no land.
yeah, it's a...
That's saying something. You're playing an underworld sorcerer.
I mean, it's just he hasn't been able to get his engine going, you know?
I mean, we expected the engine to be running 2 turns ago. Should have been. Should have been running.
Yes.
But as we saw from the pile of dices that came onto Gallo's Vanguard, you know, that ain't happening. And the game just, you know, got into a lull right there.
That engine stopped very quickly.
Yeah, and the only capacity for power-ups right now is either if Zer is going to be playing Agony or, you know, Grief again. Despair again. Yeah, that's all that they can hope for.
Is he thinking of no guarding this, or I mean, his hand seems all right.
I mean, thinking about the capacity, Zer might want to go to 5 right now so that, you know, you can play around with the damage and cost. But again, such a dangerous thing to consider. Yeah, count that heal, buddy. Count the amount of heals that you have right now.
Yeah, we have to remember if Zay goes to 5, Gallo's at 2.
It would be quite a scenic and wonderful comeback victory, yeah, if Zay is able to, you know, get back from that deficit.
He's going for it. Is he taking? Oh,
that's a front.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah, coming into the final attack. Yeah, that's. You see, everything is so foily that I just mistook that crit for another over trigger. But you know, that's fine.
Okay, we get to see some gameplay now.
Yeah,
Certain Ride should be coming down.
Arcane Magic should be coming in.
That's right. You know, crits should be, I guess, coming up. Hopefully.
I mean, you know, show us something. Show us, you know, other than heal trigger, that, you know, the deck is running some sort of other trigger.
Yeah, Zay is doing the calcs. You know, he's doing the calculation. You gotta do the maths when you're playing Zorga. To be fair,
it's not really, no. You're on a Persona, right? Your opponent's on 2. The only thing that you should be calculating right now is, you know, the risk factor. You know, do I get back my Sentinel? what sort of Alchemagic combination that I'm going for right now.
Yeah, I think that is the Blessfair in the drops in the top card. So, in terms of miracles,
it's not coming.
Maybe not coming, but you know, Zorga does make miracles, and that is they can bounce that over trigger back to hand and keep on using it. Which is especially nice when you know your opponent is out of his over trigger, because you're like, ooh, this is just pretty much a one card perfect guard every single time.
Yep. And again, looking at it, yeah, that is an over trigger. Yeah, that's a bit of a rum luck. That would have been a nice, you know, again, a nice comeback song. You know, you have like a party, a little bit of a party in the USA right there. But
the problem also is that, you know, in terms of like counterblast, he's running out.
He's running out.
I don't think he's going to use the Zorga counterblast to call a card.
I mean, that's the reason why Zen is actually playing a lot of the Alchemagic that relies on Soul, yeah, rather than Counterblast. But at the same time, you're seeing that it's actually running out. You're running out of Soul. You're running out of Counterblast. You're running out of units. Yeah, as a Zorga, that's not good. Your opponent is just a plenty. They're just sitting there cross-legged and just wondering, you know, what dinner am I getting later?
That's right. He's basically chilling right now.
That's not good. You know, you're not giving your opponent any sense of urgency at all. They think that they got this in the bag. That's not what you gotta do. You gotta put them in this little bit of heated pressure. The criticals haven't come out as much as I thought it would, so maybe this is the chance, right? This is the chance that we can see some comeback miracle.
I mean, in a way, he's been getting a lot of triggers early on. I mean, like the heal ones. But ooh, we get to see a
nectar. No, we're looking the headhunter.
Yeah, that is black magic.
Black magic. Yeah, black magic.
So the interesting thing about the black magic is that it minuses cost, CB1 cost, but it also applies it to the despair. So black magic plus despair is like CB5, but it minuses 1. So it can go like -1, and then, you know, a black magic plus despair can be like a free
cost.
Pretty nice. Yeah. But just it really depends how many cards are in the bind zone.
Well, it's sufficient enough, yeah.
Yeah.
So Vanguard swing.
Also, getting a draw 2 is pretty good.
Yeah. Count that number. You know, count that. That's your lifeline right there, buddy.
33 with the Zorga to the face.
Critical on the Hound and the. Yeah, both Hounds. Both Shadow Cloaks have critical. Ooh, okay.
Dude, I think they're 5k. The 5k is pretty much.
Oh, they're 5ks instead.
Yeah. So this is 2 damage. So Gala goes to 4. And no triggers.
No triggers. Okay, that's what you want to see.
And this one is like a 35, I think.
20, 30, I guess. Suppose it's 30. There's double 5s there, I suppose.
Yeah.
The number looks a bit rummy. Yeah, like you said just now. Probably the math. We gotta do the math right here. When it comes to Zorga.
Gallo's considering how to guard this. 2 more attacks left. He's actually in 4, so if he takes this, the next one will be lethal. So he has to guard at least one of these.
That is a sense of urgency I'm talking about. You know, you make your opponent sweat a bit. You know, don't let them sit all nice like.
I mean, he's checking. I'm assuming he's checking triggers. So it actually could be a bit bad for Gallo.
I mean, they still have 1 Sentinel in hand. That's all fine and good. But I suppose they're calculating on, you know, what's the next step after this. What we didn't realize was that Zer's hand is actually pretty healthy.
True.
Look at that. Yeah. It's very rare to see in a standard game, yeah, that you have a hand that healthy during the end of your turn.
I mean, he had a lot of counterblast to work with. You know, in the end, he finally got his engine going, so he's starting to get quality cards
All right, a front there, and a Virina being used as an intercept. That's not what you want to see. And an RX.
Ooh, he's throwing so many cards down. And this last attack.
Huge. Huge and magnificent.
You should probably just take it unless it has a critical. Oh.
See, that's the thing. I'm not.
Wow, you got
I'm
it.
not. I don't think that those yellow dices are actually 5 keys. I think those are critical markers.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, those are critical indicators.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. It's that's good.
Yeah, that's good. You know, if you're you're happy. So Gallo is. I'm pretty sure they're feeling the pressure right now. You know. Oh, don't tell me that's all.
Really?
You're just swinging.
Only 2 lanes this time. Oh no, triple lane because he moved up
Triple
the
lane.
arcs.
Yeah.
And not even a persona. That's feels like he just ran out of steam there.
Yep.
So checks.
Okay, that's an arc.
Yep. Checks again.
And I believe that is. I'm not sure. I can't really see. I think it's grade 1. Oh wait, yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Or is it Shimina?
Shimina is whatever it is a 5k shield. That's not gonna be helpful at all.
Zay has to guard these because he's on 5.
5. Yep.
But with that hand, I don't think
Shouldn't be a problem. But thinking more on the next step. What you have for the next round, and I don't think it's gonna be any problems here. Calculating. Looking into the X factor with the other rear guards.
And back to Zay's turn. B.
I believe it's still Gallows. I think there's an expected drive check right there, right?
Yeah. Now, back to Zay's turn though.
Mm-hmm.
Very easy gut. That was a very easy gut for him. Does he have Persona Ride to continue the pressure? Gallo's at 4 now, starting to get into lethal range. Gallo was looked like he was struggling a bit on last turn on what to guard, and his hand's not exactly
healthy. Yeah. But still sitting on 4, you gotta think that counts for something. That's still pretty huge.
Unfortunately, Zay, no Persona Ride, and here's the thing, no Counterblast. So
you might just see a swing.
I hope not. I think what he needs now is he needs a headhunter, right? And then something like and then something like a condensation if he can, but I don't think he has it anymore. He needs something free and a headhunter to kind of lower the cost to be able to dispel. Oh no, that was condensation, wasn't it?
Yeah. That
is good. He's planned ahead. So he can condense here. But he didn't. He didn't headhunter, right?
No. I mean,
he's going for malice.
He's going for malice, yeah, malice and condensation. Okay. We're seeing something right now.
Yeah.
There we go.
This actually fixes his soul and counter charges. I guess
go to soul, unflip.
I think the spiritual goes to soul. Right.
The malice allows for the counter charge. I think that's
the malice gives the spiritual the effect, so they combine the effects, right? So the spiritual goes into soul.
Alchemagic.
Yeah. So, but the problem with this play is spiritual gave you 5k, but the rest of your field is exceedingly weak. Okay, the Husk Dragon I think it's a 5k, but you're hitting like 13, 15. That's not very impressive numbers.
Don't worry, still have a plan right there. Things are still happening. Okay, now that's a 5k right there. And that is there, and then there are still things to be called out from the drop zone. I hope.
There's no way that other side column has a crit though.
No, I think
5k. Yeah.
I believe that is a 10k. I mean, if it's a 5k, you would have put on the dice, right?
It's 10k. It's 10k. But this is like a 13k swing.
I mean, with all the pattern that has come out from Z's side, I'm still impressed that he was able to at least gain some power ups for his units right now. Yeah. Otherwise, it would have been a pretty vanilla turn.
But even the power-ups aren't that amazing. I mean, Gallo still might not be able to block it, which is kind of funny. And how this game has been going, it's just been going. You know,
Counting there, there's 12 triggers already out. That's pretty compressed.
He's asking for that when he asks for that information. You know, Gallo is considering it.
Finally, you've put them in the corner there. There we go. Yeah. Calculate that. You know, maybe you missed one.
just double check, please.
Double check. You know, how many fronts? You know, 2 fronts already came out. You know, the crits already came out. Psych. There's more.
Wow, that damage zone, very very
clean,
very damage trigger heavy. You know. This is just a 13k attack as well.
Yeah, but that's the thing, you know. You put in a 10, you use an intercept and another 5k. That's like 1 to pass. There's still 4 triggers, yeah, not counting the ones in his hand that might still be inside the deck. The possibilities.
Ideally, you just throw a 15 and hope for the best. But
yeah. I mean, no more over triggers, right? So you just go for the 2 to pass.
The problem, he's not even. It looks like he's considering not to, which kind of indicates that maybe he doesn't even have that,
or that or that there's a possibility that he can't guard the rear guards.
Yeah, and we were talking about how weak these rear guards are, but if he can't guard them, we're in a shaky situation.
There we go. Yeah, 2 to pass. That's what you should be doing.
First check, second check, nothing.
Oh, nothing.
Right.
That's just sad.
20 in, annoying guard again.
He's got
to be able to guard this.
Yeah,
right?
Come on. It can't be all Nirvanas in your hand.
He's at 4. There's definitely a way for him to guard this.
There's no order cards that you are playing. There we go.
He's actually guarding it.
Yeah, quite possible that he's just gonna take the Shadow Cloak's attack instead.
Yeah, maybe he's actually a 5 and we can't see it. You know, we're just wondering for nothing.
We're wondering for nothing, but it looks like a 4. Still looks like there's 4 damage there.
Yeah.
1 for nothing. I think is decking out. You know, that's the only possible reason why he doesn't want to take it.
Yeah. Double guards there in this last column should be hitting pretty.
Oh man, it's still pretty healthy.
This is 23 though. This is only 23. Throw it out.
You can take one.
I think it has to be 4, right? It's definitely 4 damage.
It's definitely 4. Yeah, it's definitely 4. So that's why
his hand is going over the deck. There it is. Ooh. Okay, there we go. Fifth damage
Edgar.
comes in.
Yeah. Not what you want to see, but at the same time, you know, you don't care. It's been back and forth between them so far, you know. The game's really dragged out.
This has been an insane back and forth, to be fair. Right. Very surprisingly, very aggressive from Zay. But you know, Gallo wasn't letting up as well.
But it can only be 1. You know, there's only so many chances that we can see Zorga in the top table. This might be the only opportunity that we get to see it.
Is Gallo gonna just throw down his hand? He's going for a check. If he can hit it, he compresses his deck by 1. Ooh, he gets
there we go.
That is insane.
Yeah. And a multi-attack is actually imminent here.
Does he have a soul though? Does he have enough soul?
Not when he used the Virina on the previous turns.
that Virina might come back to haunt him a bit.
Yeah.
But you know, at the same time, we talk Zay had a great hand, but how great is it actually? He's hidden again with his stack, right? It's
not really good. All things considered, you know, a lot of the 15k to 20k shields are already inside the drop zone being used. You gotta think that the quality might not be that great.
Yeah, and he did trigger a blank last turn, so really 2 cards out of that hand is not worth it.
It's a 10k shield. There we go. Now he has enough soul. You know.
Oh, here it is. We see the
The beautiful attacks are coming. Yeah.
And four attacks of soul. All of it is set up. Things are looking good for Gallo.
These are all big attacks. This is so scary. Just intercept with it, buddy. Yeah, there we go. That's the smallest attack you'll ever see.
So here comes the Urja.
Mm-hmm. All right.
CB1.
Nirvana
Get that
attack.
power again.
Mm-hmm. 10k, 10k, 10k. I mean, if you don't have a sentinel or you don't have enough guard, Zay has to go 1 to pass. You're just gonna just hope to God, buddy.
Oh, is he doing it? Is he doing it?
Or unless if you have double sentinel, why not? You can be confident all you want, but in this position right now, if you don't have a lot and that that aggro is staring you down the barrel, you just gotta put 1 to pass.
That's right. What are the chances, man? If he gets it, he gets it, right?
He gets it. Yeah.
you have to be confident, that he's not going to get the trigger.
Mm-hmm. Might get psyched to actually put in more there. That's a super no pass.
His hand's actually still pretty big, right?
Mm-hmm.
We just want to fan it out a bit. But
yeah. All right. Yeah, that's a definite no pass already. Yeah, think about it, buddy. Think about it.
Still thinking. You got to make this one perfect, right? You got to make it perfect.
35k total shield. You're going to 48.
That's hitting 28, so that's still 2 to pass.
Yeah, still 2 to pass. What are the chances that your opponent is going to be putting in the Vanguard anyway? It's the same argument that we have about 1 to pass or 2 to pass. It's the same.
Yeah.
So you increase the chance that your opponent won't be hitting you, that much. At the same time, you're thinking about your, alchemy magic as well. So I have a gut feeling that he might have those sentinels prepped. Or
he has to throw one card that he's not sure if he wants to release.
Yeah. That I really want this, but at the same time, counting the criticals there. Yeah, I really want to have this card in my hand, but at the same time, I can't throw like everything away.
Yeah.
There we go. Still thinking.
He can either guard slightly inefficiently just because he wants to save cards, or he can just go safe, right? And
it's a 50-50 with Vanguard right now. No over triggers are already out. So this is a 2 to pass.
Oh, Gallo, show us your power.
Mm-hmm.
Can he do it?
Show us that double trigger.
Show us how strong your Nirvana is.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's locked it in. He's done the.
Yeah, the lackadaisical position that Gallo is in right now is show the big energy is coming. The big energy is coming. All right, first check. That's a Nirvana.
That's not it. Second check.
Sentinel. You see, 1 to pass would have been the way to go. You contemplated, you went back and forth, but in the end, the fear of just hitting 1 trigger gets to you, and now this is going to be difficult.
Yeah. But his hand is still quite big. His hand is still quite big.
I mean, you want to keep them all, and then right now, look. There's this worry that's insightful, yeah. All right, let's just show that double Kanzan. Let's go. Oh no, that's a
looks like not a Kanzan.
That is a sentinel. Yeah, that's a sentinel with a headhunter there. So
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's reserved for the other column. That's Kanzan. Yeah, there's a sentinel there. So that's probably another sentinel right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Double sentinel. See.
Down to 1 card, and suddenly Zay, what can he do? He needs a turn. He needs to make a decent turn here. Gallo's hand isn't amazing either, though. But
opponents on 5, 1 sentinel, 1 Nirvana. So that there's 1 dead card right there that can be used for the sentinel. But what about the other 3? Your opponent's on 5 cards, one interceptor. I think you got game, buddy. If you have like the right numbers right now, I think you got game.
the biggest problem is, right, I think you can underestimate guard power in Overdress overall. You know, right? You see 4 cards, they're done, you know, but suddenly 2 nulls in hand, boom boom, and you're a 3 attack deck, so you're much more affected by this too. So still has to be a bit careful in my opinion. But it looks like he's
yeah, that's an Malcolm Magic card right there. I think that's the Ooh, we didn't see him use the regurgitation, and what is he gonna take out? You know, you can retire that. Definitely the interceptor, right?
Yeah, that's a big intercept as well. Finally, he finally got that headhunter going as well. So, you know, finally able to play something. But was there no Alchemy Magic with that?
No, I doubt that there's any in the game. But still, it's fine. It's fine because the Shadow Cloak is coming out again. You know, making his final appearance. I can say that it's the final appearance. There's no next turn for if this doesn't end. If this doesn't end.
But is this healing only for 13?
What's the last card in Zeus' hand? You know, can't you put it down and boost?
It could be an order.
Could be an order card. That's too bad. Okay, one to pass.
Intercepting. Second check. Nothing. Wow. Gallo was confident.
Yeah, Gallo was confident. You know, 1 to pass. You know, if it passes, it passes.
He wasn't afraid. If it happens, it happens. But, you know, you gotta face it head on. And Gallo, here comes the Sentinel. Does he have another one for the last column?
I think so.
Or anything.
Yeah, there we go. One hand Sentinel. Yeah, now that 15k just now.
The top deck. So let's see what happens with the top deck.
If it was a Persona, right, it would have been so good. But no.
Always call the Trickstar. Does he still have urges in the deck?
And we saw 2 coming out, right?
Actually, he has no soul, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just gonna be like 1 attack, and that's it.
And that's game. Wow, what a close game.
Yeah.
Oh, is that Zeus?
Is it?
Wow.
What?
What a surprise. Wow, that was crazy.
Okay, I can kind of understand the concept behind that 1 to pass right now. That's a crazy thing that he would pull out.
Plot twist. Biggest plot twist of the day.
Yeah, I mean, a pleasant one.
I know. He said he was coming back to play, and he's coming back. So
coming out as Galo.
Yeah. Wow. That was a crazy game. Amar.
Pretty fun to watch. Yeah, pretty intense as well. I'm loving that. Okay, thank you so much for the good game.
That's right. And we're gonna have a short break before we head back to the final round. Right?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be spicy. Don't go anywhere, guys.
That's right.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Now that Decklog is available, you can register your deck list for tournaments with ease. If you have not used Decklog before, no worries, we have a tutorial video. You can find both the links to Decklog and the tutorial in the description box. Now, due to the shenanigans from the last event, this time we will be introducing a new procedure into the tournament. We will be conducting spot checks by requesting a player in a room to show us that nobody is nearby to give them help, that there are no extra cards or suspicious items around. First, the players who will be checked are based on a highly scientific method employed by many entities and game designers all over the world. Hi player 456, you have been chosen for a spot check through a fair and impartial system.
Oh, I've been selected? Okay. So first of all, this is my table, and as you can see, I'm playing Lyrical Monastero. I love Lyrical Monastero so much because the characters are so pretty and so cute. Okay, now I'll show you my room. So hi, this is the room that I usually play Vanguard in, and as you can see, there's no one else here but me.
Okay, good, thank you.
I'd like to show you Vanguard collection. I've been playing Vanguard ever since the first release, and I also have my showcase here. I have G series, V series, and Overdress.
Thank you
Not
for
only that, I
cooperating.
love Weiss Schwarz as well. I play Persona 5, and I have a lot of other collection over here, as you can see. Very nice, I know. Thank you.
Good to know we have such an enthusiastic fan. Anyway, there have not been any incidents where we found players cheating with external help, but we hope this extra layer of precaution will deter any attempts, as well as reassuring all participants. On a side note, please do not use your phone during the tournament. This has been a rule for physical tournaments all along, and it is not any different for online tournaments. Players caught using their phone during a match is considered an infraction. First infraction, you get a warning. Second infraction, you get disqualified.
We meet again.
Yes, but this time it will be a different fight.
Oh! Guard! Over, Toriga! Please don't heal, please don't heal, please don't heal!
And the championship goes to Chris!
Okay, yeah, that was a good fight. Thank you for the game.
That match was so close. Thank you so much for the game as well.
So Judge, when will this game be uploaded to the official Bushiroad YouTube channel? I want to show my friends like the epic fight I just had with Chris.
Oh yeah, I want to show my friends too.
Because one of you used a playmat with a yellow rat and a blue turtle?
Actually, it's closer to a tortoise than a turtle.
As we can't show merchandise that isn't from Bushiroad, we can't upload the match. During our last tournament, there were a number of exciting matches that we think players would love to watch. However, because unofficial merchandise were used, we couldn't upload the videos. Non-official Bushiroad merchandise are not allowed in tournaments. This includes card sleeves, playmats, and any other objects appearing in your video. Dragon Shield and Ultra Pro generic sleeves with no art are allowed. If you do not have an official Bushiroad playmat, you can buy one at our Bushiroad online store. You can find the link in the description box below. We have a lot of beautiful card sleeves and back boxes, all of which are allowed in the tournament. And from now till December 10th, if you use my code, you'll get 5% discount, 5, for all TCG related products. Use the code BROTHER2021. That's brother, not brother. BROTER 2021. While stocks last. Okay, fine. You can also flip over your playmat and play on it.
Hi everyone! So in order to distinguish between offline and online tournaments, we have rebranded it to Bushiroad Rumble Online, BRO or BRO for short.
That's right, if this is your first time participating, we've created a video with some rules and do's and don'ts to take note of.
We've also included some links to useful videos such as how to shuffle and how to prepare for a remote fight. And the links to all these videos will be available in the description box below.
That's right. Please do take a look at the tournament page where there will be more detailed rules and information.
Alright, thank you!
Hope you guys have fun. See you there. Bye.
Video, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it. During Bushiroad Springfest Online, we had a lot of players, both new and experienced veterans, come into some of their first online tournament experiences through remote fight, and we got to see some amazing narratives develop. Some people start new chapters in their competitive history, some people start playing competitively for the first time ever, and I can't wait to see how the stories and the narratives of these players will further develop throughout Bushiroad Rumble Online. In case you don't already know, I will actually be commentating all of the Vanguard stages for Bushiroad Rumble Online, so I can't wait to see you guys in the chat for the tournament.
This couch I got on sale. It was like very cheap, and it's very good as well. So I recommend you guys to go and get it. Not only that, I have a lot.
Well, guys, that was still surprised, guys. Still surprised. Guess what? We are entering the last round. The last round of today. Swiss. Tomorrow, top 8 will be decided. Pretty much a lot of fates are riding on this one single game. Let's look at the standings and see who's on the line right now. At the top, we have Nut and Kevin Cho. Both Kevin Cho, he really loves the area region.
It's dominating it even.
Yeah, he's here all the time. It's both 7-0, pretty much confirmed to make it into top 8. You need to be X1 to confirm yourself to make it. And yeah, I think they're pretty safe. Then we got Madlong, Muzrak, Tyler Yu, Jake, Curve, and Oli Tempest. These are all X1s. They have to win for that confirmed slot, and they'll probably be fighting each other. So best of luck. But let's look at the top 16, the next page. We still have a few X1s here. Asus, the Derek Dow, okay, and something. These all need to win in order to have a chance. And I think maybe one X2 makes it, right? Yep. So we've got Fried Steaks X2 Chairman, Vanilla, Rougeman, and Dreamin' Ray. They're fighting for that chance to make it, that low chance of making it. So it's a bit of a long shot. But there's
pray for a miracle.
Yeah, you just gotta pray for the best, right? Pray for the best. So let's kind of look at the decks. What are we looking at in the last round of Swiss? Ooh. That's
this is actually unexpected.
Clarissa, hey. We thought Lyrical Monastery were just going to be Laura, but we've kind of seen a bit of everything. The only thing we haven't seen is a Felty Rosa, right? So Clarissa, lots of it's pretty much the brawlers of Standard. Would you think?
Yeah, exactly. It is the brawlers of Standard. 3 attacks, attacking all the front lanes. Yeah, that spicy.
yeah. And it can, once it gets the snowball rolling, he's it just doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. But let's see what they're actually going to fight against. It's actually going to be Devin.
Row narrow.
Okay, so both of these decks are considered to be the best of Lyrical. Laura considering to be the best. And then the second one is Clarissa. Sometimes Clarissa does sneak some wins. They sneak. They do. Yeah. So it'll be very interesting to see how this matchup plays out. Because although we think Laura's best deck, but Clarissa might be able to just grab those draws, those on-hit draws, his brawling power, and see if they're able to snag that win. And just. I don't know. What do you think? Amar?
It's a battle of dominance here. Both are Lyrical Monastero. You're vying for the top spot. You want to be the main idol right here. So, can you snag a win? Laura Nero has been at the top. So you gotta know this is not just a competition. For a spot between the players. This is also a chance for the idol, to shine. The main idol. It's an idol fight.
Yeah. So we're gonna jump to the game now. Let's see who gets to go first. I think Clarissa Clarissa going first, kind of get that quick, how do you say it, advantage over Laura, make it slow down a bit, and yeah, let's see what happens.
I mean, both games are going to be slow at the start. They don't really ramp up until the grade 3 anyway. Laura Nero needs to sing some songs, but not discounting that the brawler tag, is going to come out super early here, and I think that's going to be really good for Andrew. You don't want to overcommit too early. We've seen what happened just now.
Yeah. And the cool, kind of the unique thing, maybe not the cool thing, the unique thing about the Clarissa ride line is it encourages you to not place anything down, because you just straight up get power to hit annoying numbers, right?
Oh yeah, it does that as well. Yeah, it does sneak up on you like that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Laura Nero, they don't really have like any pressuring rear guards, do they? I mean, it's all more on utility.
At best, they have a grade 2 13k hitter. If they have that, then that's nice, and they can put it down early and just kind of push damage. But if they don't, then they're also not really doing much either. Now, with Clarissa, they want to set up a field with, I think it's like 5 different names. Yeah. It sounds harder than it actually is. It actually sounds harder than it actually is. It's actually surprisingly easy, and in this matchup against Laura, there is no way that field kind of disappears unless it gets intercepted, or he gets attacked in the front row. But a large portion of it just is gonna stay there, and
for the remainder of the game, that's about it.
Yeah,
but still, all right. Riding on the Clarissa.
Yeah, we'll probably see Andrew just turn the Clarissa sideways. It's hitting 15 already. Just very easy. Just very, very easy to just not have to commit anything.
I mean, Andrew can sort of go a bit aggressive here. Maybe put on one rear guard down, make it a target, make it like you want to showcase that, you are dominant, right? You're going first, why not?
Yeah, but no,
but you're not doing that.
What's good is it triggers a crit, but actually gets the order, which is very important. You want multiples of that order to be able to, hit off. So it lets you attack multiple cards
consistently. Yeah,
that's right.
Additional power as well.
One thing though, for that is going to play in Devon's favor is the order allows Clarissa to attack 3 cards on the field. So ideally, you're attacking a Vanguard and 2 other rear guards, but Lauren Roll doesn't really commit much onto the field. So let's say if you put something down like 2 front rows only, sure there is 3 targets, but Clarissa has a grade 2 that can restand. But if that attacks first and he intercepts with the 2.
I see. Yeah.
So
that's
you
true.
kind of play around that because there's like no boosters that you can target. So
critical there.
Yeah. Looks like Lauren getting
3 damage.
3 damage. And 2 of the same copy as well.
Yeah, and I believe that those are the restanders.
Actually, I don't think they are. They?
Yeah.
I think it's the more it's the short-haired one that's the restander. That one actually calls cards, but she's only 8k.
8k. Oh yeah. My mistake there.
But rides the Clarissa now. Clarissa allows Andrew to search for aim to be the strongest idol, which is the order.
Aim to be the strongest idol. You are aiming for that now, Clarissa. Can you do it? You've seen so many Laura Nero. You're the last one remaining.
I want to see how much he commits here. Because he can, right? He can just go first in attack phase, and with this deck, you don't even run draws because you just run fronts.
You just because you can just draw from the Vanguard's ability anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, and he puts down the 2, right? The one that we're seeing in the damage zone a lot.
A lot.
And what does he call? You can search.
Yeah, that's the Evelyn. Being at 8k though, that's like kind of rely on the booster.
Yeah, luckily a lot of cards are 8k boosters, so that's nice. But Clarissa does have this one card that is not.
Yeah, and there we go. That's a restander right there, I'm pretty sure. Nope. Yes, yes.
It's,
nope.
nope. It's just it's something that saves your cards from dying. So it's when another card with earns correct in its card name is retired during a opponent's turn. If it's on a reguard token, you can Soul Blast one and discard a card from your hand and put that card back into your hand. So it just kind of saves it
from being gone.
From being gone. And luckily it's an 8K, so you're 8 plus 8.
16. He can kind of boost now.
Yeah.
Nope.
But actually, it's behind Vanguard because there is actually another card that is a better booster. We'll see if he plays it out. There's actually Trilby, which is only he's considering.
He's considering. I mean, going for the T formation right now would be actually pretty fun. Oh.
Yep. So we got the Trilby out. So she's only 5K, but
I like this.
Yeah.
Fully
but
committing.
when the Vanguard attack hits, the unit gets 5K.
5K.
So like, okay, that's not great, right? It's like 5 plus 5, that's 10. But bear in mind, with the order, Clarissa can hit 3 targets. So it's like 5 times 3, that's 15. Multiplication is way better than addition, right? So, and
all right, yeah, that's the restander. Now I'm confident in saying that's the restander.
That's right. That's the restander. Hits in 10K, no trigger, right? And now guards
Sentinel,
yeah, Sentinel's the Vanguard, which is quite smart. This is an easy guard. Just take it. You got to take those wins.
And Clarissa, wow.
Yeah, denies a draw.
And Evelyn, all right.
And denies a possible restand as well.
Ooh.
And a heal comes down. I think it's a heal.
Heal, but then no point. Yeah, it just evens out to 3 and 3. So so we're gonna see a bit of a slow upstart here from Loronero, and again Clarissa going first is so huge. You know, you bypass the chance for you to soak in any damage during this turn. You know, that Sentinel is gonna be useful only during this round. Use it wisely.
Yeah, and I think one of the things with Laura though is that because it does multi-attack, it has this kind of inbuilt reguard pressure where, okay, 5 attacks, the sides don't hit big, but you can easily bully reguards. So front row reguards, perfect target, right? Perfect target. And then this one, Laura's sung the Great Order, so it gets the draw.
That's it. Yeah, and that's about it.
Generally, the first turn for Laura on grade 3 is not very committed.
It's not really that great, yeah.
Yeah, but actually gets I think it's alcohol.
Yeah, there's an alcohol on the side.
Ekanoa, sorry.
Yeah.
Ekanoa. That lets you
draw. Lets you draw.
Yeah, discard 1, draw 2. Fishes for more cards, and also is like kind of a deterrent to Clarissa's multi-attack potential. Just because, if you want to use the order, there's only 2 targets. And guess what? If you attack the multi-attack first, I'm intercepting.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's not a Sentinel there.
Yeah, committing 2 triggers here feels a bit risky.
Yeah. No Sentinels means...
Yeah, screen just got mirrored, guys, so it looks... It's the correct screen now, but...
Yeah.
Eknoa drops the skill, gets 5k. Is able to draw 2 cards now. It's still an easy guard, but actually goes for the intercept. And uses. Look at this combo. Uses the Soul Blast to get the card back. Very nifty. Very nifty.
Oh, but throwing down the Clarissa instead, though. So does that mean that Andrew actually already has another Clarissa?
It could be, but also the order gives a lot of power. It gives all earns correct 5k, if I recall correctly. So even with the Persona Blast, sure, you're hitting pretty big, but already the Clarissa order gives a bunch of power too.
Right, there's some staticky movement going on here, but it's fine. The game plan hasn't changed. Yeah, the game plan hasn't changed.
Persona Ride has come down, and it'll be interesting to see how he swings into this. Yeah, it's 2 targets on the board. Does he want to use the order? If he uses the order at the same time, he can't multi-attack. But at the same time, you do kind of want to draw cards because you want to tank up against the Lorinor Sentinel Restrict.
Or at the same time, Andrew could be thinking, I'm not afraid. You're gonna come at me too critical. I can't Sentinel. Yeah, no guard. Just no guard. That.
Just pray that there's no crits.
Mm-hmm.
I think it looks like he's thinking of if he actually wants to play the order, because there's 2 lines. He plays the order and he goes Vanguard first. But I think he's played the order and he's gone Vanguard first. Because he's kind of forced to in this situation because of Devon's board state. He wants to get that extra draw. And
it's pretty smart.
So I think this is a no guard, unless Devon's thinking of just actually guarding the Vanguards. But first check comes out. It's a crit. So crits are Vanguards. And then he can put the power on the other side, because the Trilby side is going to have a bunch of power. So
just making sure that all columns can hit, irregardless.
And another order comes out.
Ooh, straight away going to 5, but getting that defensive there might help just a bit.
Yeah, Devon's fine. He's got so many cards in his hand right now. And the next turn, at best, he's probably just going to call down 3 cards. So it's not much of a big issue. What is more of an issue is Andrew's hand. The hand's not looking great at all.
That's mighty small. It's mighty small. That's all I can say. But I think bear in mind that probably Andrew already thought about this situation, and I'm just gonna no guard the Vanguard, buddy.
Yeah, I'm looking at it that way too. It looks like it's gonna be no guard the crit and hope for the best.
Getting 2 draws out of the Vanguard's attack hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, looking semi grim, but at the same time looking quite hopeful. If the big no guard against Vanguard actually pulls off, Andrew is gonna be living magnificently.
Yeah, and I mean, if Devon commits a field as well after that, he can kind of replenish his hand a bit. But it just depends how many cards also disappears here.
I mean, the numbers on the sides are huge, but yeah, as with that hand size over there, in Devon's hand size, shouldn't be a problem. There's it's of no consequence right here.
Yeah, he's attacking with the Trilby side first. Hit twice, so the Trilby is 15k.
15k, yeah.
Boosting an 8, that's nice. 23. Persona Ride's 33.
33, yeah.
Yeah, and then the order as well is 40, makes it 43. So that's actually pretty huge.
That's a 25k shield.
Yeah. At least 2 cards to guard. And I can only imagine the other side is pretty much the same. Because the Clarissa on hit, you give 5k as well.
5k, yeah.
5k, so it looks like he stacked it all on the other side of Catelyn. So that one's hitting like 28, 38, 40, 48.
48, yeah.
That's huge.
Bigger.
That's huge.
So both of this at least a 2-card guard. But
We're expecting like at least 4 cards gone from Devon's hand after this. But you know how Lorinor is. Lots of hands, not an issue. And sometimes these power lines can be quite surprising when your opponent asks the power, like, how did they get so big? And then you show the maths and like,
I believe this is the calculation time right now, and Andrew is just explaining to Devon how the powers are, got to be the way it is right now.
That's right.
Okay,
actually, so now we get to see Elma, right? Elma come down. She is a very big guard. She gets 5k
for each
order. Is it each song?
Each song, right? Each song
in your order zone. Or each of the cards. So it doesn't have to be a song. It can be anything.
So that's a 20 plus 15. Yeah, that's big. That's big enough.
Yeah. So it scales bigger as well. Just for the cost of being 9k instead of 10k. Later on in the game, she gets huge. So sometimes you're not afraid to like discard your triggers with Lorinor just because you have big.
That is the over trigger, isn't it?
That's right. Forced to guard of the over trigger. A bit unfortunate. It kind of just indicates his hand might not be as amazing as we thought. The Lorinor comes down for the Persona Ride. And now seeing
It's
the
time to
song,
shine. Yeah,
getting a critical from the matters, and then calling an Ignoa. And what else? There's got to be more.
There's gotta be more. All right. The counter charger is here as well. Big power, big power.
So this isn't actually that threatening because you actually want double front rows. The mass multi attack, but it looks like it's just not happening.
It's not happening. It's not happening. I think Devin is still fearing the brawler effect right here.
Ooh,
that's
and Andrew got everything. If he's taking that, this one.
I mean,
the Fractal is gonna stand these rear guards. It gives 10k to Vanguard. So right now it's 34 then plus 20, so it's like 54 guard restrict.
I think you can do it.
Andrew can throw 2 cards down. I think is that 23.
I'm seeing one order card in his hand though. That's not pretty. Yeah. Bearing in mind right now, why didn't you just take the Vanguard? Guard the Agnoa.
Yeah, it felt like he was very confident in guarding it, but maybe he miscalculated power. But still, it's not as hard of a guard as you'd probably think it is. I think like 2-3 triggers solves the issue.
Yep. No more over trigger. Yeah, no more over trigger.
Don't have to be afraid of that. So, that's true. No, we have a 30k shield, 30k order. Sorry. So this is the order that is played a lot in Lyrical Monastery, and that is the Vibrant Symphony. So if your Vanguard hit this turn, basically if you take a damage, you can use this order and it gives plus 30k. So it is the easiest way to guard, and that is one advantage Clarissa has over Laurenol, because they can fit these in. They have 3 flex slots that they can put anything in, while Laurenol doesn't really have anything for defense. So this Vibrant Symphony.
This is a no pass. Yeah, this is a no pass right here.
Wow, a no pass. That's insane. Just bear in mind you can only use 1 order per turn, so that includes blitz orders. But a 30k shield is nothing to scoff at.
This is 35, so it's 15k shield easy.
Wow, yes. So we thought he was gonna just no guard the Vanguard, but turns out he can just guard everything.
Yeah.
And
this
now
order coming in.
Yeah, Andrew has a pretty juicy setup now. He's got 3 targets. If he just swings Vanguard first, that is 3 attacks. And Laurenol actually still has 8 cards in hand, but we'll have to guard this.
Everything. You gotta guard everything.
Yeah. So if we look at the power lines from the last turn, we can see how high Laurenol actually hits, and the reguards will demand 4 cards from the hand. But the Vanguard will probably demand like at least 2, because it's like a perfect guard, right? So after like losing 6 cards at minimum, and then having to lose 2 cards on the field as well, how is Devin gonna play his next turn? Well, he can still play, right? He can still commit 3 cards, but it doesn't look that great.
No, it doesn't. All in all, you can see that Andrew kind of have a level of control with the field right now. Looking into things, the compression is gonna happen. Just happy. It's so huge. The thing is, the rear guards were practically untouched. As expected, Laurenol was just aiming for the Vanguard the whole way, and the pressure that Andrew has is immense. The only thing that is kind of like out of it right now is that there's no persona right. That would have been huge, and that would have been something else.
But I guess the question is, do you actually need the persona ride when you think about it?
You gotta go big energy there.
Yeah. The Vanguard at least will be hitting 26. So it's
still pretty big. Yeah, still pretty
big. Still pretty big. Actually, no, it'll hit 31 because it includes the Vanguard. So 31 is actually very good. Bear in mind, Lyrical does not have 20k shields. So it doesn't have the 20k front triggers, but it does have big shields. But Laurenol doesn't run them, except for Helmer, I guess. So I guess Helmer can kind of solve problems if Devin has them. But really, yeah, so the order is played.
Yeah, this is going to be big. But still, I mean, on 5 damage, I would do that as well. I would, account for a multi-attack instead of instead of just simply wanting to
This is actually
get a
only
draw.
hitting for 15 though, so that's the easiest intercept.
Mhm.
But the Vanguard attack should hit now. It can hit a back row, which is
Mhm.
perfect. That is the requirement for Catalan to
restand. Mhm.
Yeah. So there
Oh
it
yeah,
is.
yeah, just discarding that. Goodbye.
Yeah, it's no point guarding that. But now, yeah, he has to actually. Well, yeah, it's not good enough to guard it. It's not, power lines just don't work.
And Devin is just calculating right now. I mean, this is pretty big.
Yeah.
Those two cards might be a sentinel and something to throw, but what about the rest of it?
Yeah,
Still
we have
so
to.
many.
We have to bear in mind that Devon, like Lauren Roll, runs orders as well, so there can be bricks in that hand too.
And not recounting, I think there are a lot of things that Devin is very unfamiliar with at Clarissa. That is a two to pass.
Two to pass. We haven't seen the over trigger from Andrew's
Yeah.
side as well. So
Yeah, that's the thing. No.
I mean, we've been seeing them all day.
I mean, might as well. Oh, yeah, it's a two to pass.
This
It's
is 43.
43. You're
43 power
26.
Actually, 36. It's no, 31. Sorry, it's hitting
31.
Yeah.
That's two to pass. It's still two to pass.
Two to pass or over. Can he even guard more though? I think he's risking a lot by guarding more.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big thing.
A big if. Yeah. I don't think he saw Andrew's drive check just now. If he would, that. Yeah, I mean that's nothing.
Yeah, you don't want to be so quick to trigger. Just make sure your
Mhm.
opponent is ready.
Yeah, it's like confidently, safely guarded so that you don't have any mishaps. You don't want to get frustrated over nothing after that.
That's right.
Look at that, just pulling back. So that's the thing that you gotta be thinking about right now. You see, what happened during the phase when you were trying to trigger check and then causing your opponent to self-doubt?
Yeah, he's still counting the powers. He has to put into consideration that restander as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
that's a sentinel.
It's perfect guard. Just
Mhm.
perfect guards it. Which is nice. It's nice, I guess.
Yeah. So, get that confirmation from your opponent. Say that, okay, I'm gonna be.
First check. Blanks.
Oh, that sentinel might have been.
Blanks. And now you can restand. The Catalan.
Catalan. I mean, the Great One has already been retired. You still have that ability from the order card. So yeah, 5k, draw one, counterblast one, stand.
Yeah. And I mean, the left side, I think, is hitting. How much is it hitting now? 18, 28.
20.
Actually, only hitting 28.
Mhm.
Hey. And the Catalan side is 33.
9, 8, 17. 3, yeah. Plus 5, 32.
Guardable numbers. The funny thing also is that Andrew is still on 4 damage, so if he has another order in his hand, that is some bulky shield.
Mhm.
Big shield coming that he can just utilize against Lauren Roll's guard restrict.
Provided that he took a damage first, right?
Yes.
So if Lauren Errol decides to attack first.
That's right.
Notwithstanding.
Usually a Lauren Roll first isn't that impressive. And also we have to remember, right? His hand, he's going to be using a lot of hands, so he needs so many pieces. Then he needs cards to put down. Then he needs the order, because all his songs are face down except for the critical.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he needs to play down a 3. So I don't think you get everything. You don't get to get all the pies and eat them. You're gonna have to choose a couple of the pies at the moment.
But still, this doesn't look fun at all. If I was Devin, I'm pretty confident. If I was Andrew, all things considered, that was a pretty good turn. And judging by the hand size that my opponent has, irregardless of whether or not the guard restrict is coming in from Lauren Errol, there's no over trigger. there's no units, on the field. I'm just gonna be focusing on just fully guarding everything.
That's right. That's right. And I mean, Clarissa really showing that you can't really underestimate it. It's got a bunch of tricks that if you're just not careful of, and a lot of people do kind of forget this deck, just because when they see Lyrical, they go,
Loronero.
That's right.
But yeah, this is a very sad field of a Loronero that I've ever seen. That I have ever seen throughout all tournaments so far. This is this is a pretty sad and empty field.
Yeah, and it happens. It happens. That's just how it is. But
Devin, tried to play reactively towards the opponent, but it doesn't really,
Yeah, and because of the field the power lines aren't actually that insane. The Persona Ride would have really changed things up. That Elma just does work. 25k shield this time. One card got it.
Okay, Persona Ride. Okay, this might change things a bit. You just need that. You just need that one hit, one strike.
And talk about underestimating decks. There is another. You can't underestimate how little Loronero needs to just to go off. Because he's got the order, and he just needs to put a couple of cards down. Right, that works.
Everything down is fine.
15, 15, not a problem.
15, not a problem. Intercept that. you got that.
Yeah, but Devin wants a damage, so it could be valuable to attack Regards here and then swing with Loro in.
Oh, or if he has the order, why not just take it?
Yeah, so if he takes one of these, he can activate the order, but if he attacks Regards, then he can't activate the order, and he loses intercepts too.
That could have been it. The reason why.
And this Loronero is going to be hitting 64k power. Because it can stand 3 targets, and just plus 30.
How is Andrew gonna play around this? I mean, there would have been a chance for Andrew to do something if he had intercepted with the rear guards first, but
I think he's really thinking about what he can do.
Yeah, I'm thinking that there's not a lot of triggers to go by.
He's doing the counts. Bear in mind, we still haven't seen the over trigger. So if the over trigger is in the hand, it actually saves Andrew a lot of problems.
If it's in the deck,
it's in the deck. Then he has to
proc it out.
He has to really hope. But if those over triggers in the hand, he gets 63 and just needs a trigger to be able to 2-pass the Loro.
61, 66. This is 66k.
But I feel like if he had it, he would have put it out already.
He's just hoping for that. Yeah,
nothing. 2 damage.
All right, let's look. Okay, let's believe.
Check.
Nothing.
Second check. Ooh, nothing.
Ooh, nothing.
So unfortunately, yeah.
It's Loronero.
Clarissa unfortunately gets beaten by Loronero. And I guess you just can't underestimate both decks, right? We saw how big Clarissa can get. But Loro from basically nothing, right? Basically nothing, no hand, hardly any hands. Field was kind of non-existent, right? Went to a very scrappy field, but was able to pull out a win just from the few cards it had, as well as just tank all those attacks as well. So,
I mean, it just showcased why Loronero, is standing at the top. I mean,
that's right.
With all the lyrical monasteries, with all of the mechanics that they have, I mean, gut restrict, critical, saving that hand size. He was able to tank all of those attacks. And then just solely relying on the Vanguard, to do its job.
Yeah.
Loronero.
Well, there's a reason why Loronero is considered one of the best decks in the format, and everyone, you just saw why, right? You just saw why.
We're gonna see more of it tomorrow.
So that is the last round. Stay tuned. We will be announcing top 8 when we come back, but we can just go to a quick break, and we're back very, very soon. All right.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Vanguard Overdress. Power up your deck with these new cards. Journey forth with your new allies. Booster pack and Bands of Intertwined Stars. Coming soon. Bushiroad.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress. It's your leader, Mirai. Look how cool Buff Sartra is with the new arms card. Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon. Bushiroad.
That's really Let me show you how it's done.
In this video, we're going to take a look at one of the most important things you need to do right before a game. Shuffling. Breaking. We've all been there. Sometimes it's because of our deck build. Other times it's because we didn't shuffle properly. Hey, you! Can you show him the shuffling methods again?
What was that? Could it be? Is it the heart of the...
Okay, we'll first have this guru do some warm-up exercises. Hisatsu Namikasane. Probably the most popular shuffle, it involves taking a chunk of cards from the bottom and gradually transferring them to the top of the deck. Usually used by beginners or children, the smooth shuffle is fun to do once in a while but not recommended for tournaments. An advanced technique that takes some practice. It's one of the best shuffle and it can be done rather quickly. A good way to ensure you have the right number of cards in your deck, but it doesn't shuffle well, so make sure you mix it up with other shuffling methods. No, not a shuffle. In order to really randomize your deck, use a combination of the shuffling methods, or reshuffle 7 times. Now, let's talk about a different kind of shuffle.
Okay, attack your Vanguard. Hisatsu. Chaos Shuffle.
Hand shuffle, a fearsome shuffle in which shuffling is not the goal, done by moving cards from one hand to the other rapidly, completed with cards slapping noises. I get it, we all do it sometimes, and some situations call for it, such as preventing your opponents from memorizing your cards, or when you need to drop a hand card at random. But you've got to admit, when done excessively, it can be pretty distracting. Stop hand shuffle and make this world a better place.
Attack your Vanguard.
Hisatsu.
Hi Honda.
Hi Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible. Yeah, because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're gonna dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee?
Yeah.
Coffee for you? Okay,
sure.
Cool. You can smell this. It smells good.
Wow.
Yeah, this smell really wakes you up. Yeah.
Fragrant.
Yeah. Go ahead and help yourself to whichever one that you like.
Alright. Which one we like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
Yeah, I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
Alright, so I'll go for this.
I'm a good host. So Huanta, I understand that even before you joined Bushiroad, to work for Bushiroad, I think you played a lot of Bushiroad card games.
Yeah.
What games do you play?
I play mainly Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, and a little bit of Buddy Fight.
So you actually play our three main titles.
Yeah.
When did you start playing?
For Weiss, I started playing I think somewhere around 2008, 2009 kind of time when it first started out in Japan. Yeah.
Wow, that's like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And then for Vanguard?
Vanguard, I think I also started when it first came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you actually played Weiss first.
Yeah.
How do you get to know Weiss Schwarz?
So there was kind of like a community get together to learn the game. Like they brought some Weiss products from Japan, so they brought it over to Singapore, and they actually promoted the event, like come down to learn, and they actually sell some of the stuff they got in Japan. So yeah, that's how I got wine of Weiss, and I started learning, and I liked the game.
Which Weiss Schwarz titles are you currently enjoying?
I'm really enjoying the Fujimi Fantasia set right now, especially the deck with 8 standbys. It's very interesting. And also, I really like playing Goblin Slayer, especially the Goblin Slayer deck. The overall card advantage and the abilities is very flavorful. It's gonna be a huge. It has made a huge impact in the game itself, and soon English player can get their hands on the series. It's coming out in English. Yeah, for Goblin Slayer.
Wow, I think players can really look forward to that. Yeah. Do you still remember your very first deck? What title was it?
It was Fate Stain Night Trial deck.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Yeah.
And ever since then, you just continued
Yeah.
playing the game. And right now, you are actually working for Bushiroad.
Yeah.
Wow, this is kind of like, it's coming to a full circle.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Vanguard clan?
My favorite clan would be Dark Irregulars.
Oh.
I love the overall theme of the deck, artwork, card abilities. Like soul charging, it thins your deck. So that thinning is very important in card games. You get to draw into more important cards, or you might go the other way. Like it makes everything looks exciting. Yeah, that's about all.
That's your favorite?
Yes.
Ever?
Yeah.
Okay. No, back then when you are playing Bushiroad card games, do you actually think that you would, or maybe you hope that you will be able to work for Bushiroad?
So thinking that I will be working for the company would be no, but hoping that I would is a yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And back then, maybe you thought, maybe it would be great if I can work for Bushiroad one day.
Yeah.
Do you have like a job position in mind, or do you just, as long as I'm working for the company that produces these great card games for me, I'm fine with that.
Everyone would want to have a part in creating a game, so maybe a development role would be good. So that's what I think that every card gamers would want when they play the game or they like the game a lot, is to have a impact on the game, on the development side, like card abilities. Like you want to make cards that you love. Yeah, I guess that's it. But I didn't expect like I'll be working in other aspects of the company. Yeah.
So how do you actually get the opportunity, to work for Bushiroad?
So I was already before my national service. I was already going around helping to do demo sessions, maybe helping out at events. So when I came out of national service, I actually did part-time in Bushiroad. I was waiting for my university application. So after that, it has a bit of waiting. So I was doing fine in Bushiroad part-timing. Unfortunately, on the day I received a call from the university, I didn't get in. So I was kind of very sad, this kind, like very disappointed. But luckily, there was an opening in the sales team, and I seized the day and I applied for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So Manta, what's your day-to-day like in the office?
So I start out the day with replying emails. After that, arranging shipments to distributors, packing of PR cards and sending them if there's any. Other than that, I also handle office shipping. So it's intercompany shipment. It's not like business-wise. Yeah.
So you actually have to do a lot of shippings of PR cards,
Yeah.
to our shops around the world.
It's mostly to our distributors and our overseas offices, and then they'll ship it to the shops.
What are some of the challenges that you face during the course of your work?
Yeah, prior to shipping, there's a lot of layers of work, a lot of steps to be done in the production cycle. So if something were to happen, like maybe before shipping, I'll have to rework, reschedule all the shipments, or even rebook because it's already very last minute. Yeah, and it kind of snowballs into like this gets delayed. If this gets delayed, something after that might get delayed too. So I have to plan out everything, make sure everything goes smoothly out.
Definitely. I think it's inevitable that something will go wrong down the production line, and then I think you will have to come up with a lot of different ways, adapt, just kind of like deal with all these last minute changes.
Yeah.
So kind of like putting out fires.
yeah, exactly. Putting out fires.
Yeah. That sounds like a lot of work, and I guess it must be so demoralizing, for a part of your work to be undone, and then you have to do it all over again.
Yeah.
How do you get over that?
You need to be patient. Like you can't rush over things because it's a long process, and you need to be resilient because you can't crumble in your work halfway, and everything will snowball. And once your work is overdue, more works will come in. Work is never finished, so you kind of like you have to do it now, slow and steady. But you just have to keep going through the motion, keep pulling through it. It's kind of everyday challenges. Yeah.
Wow, this reminds me of a quote. I think it was, "If you're going through hell, keep going." Yeah. Because I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think it's kind of similar to what you just said. Because if you're going through hell, why would you stay there?
Yeah.
Just, keep going forward. Yeah. Then you can get out of there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point.
True.
Yeah. Since you play so much of Bushiroad card games, do you think that has actually helped you in your current job?
Yeah, that actually helps me a lot in the sales side of my work. Having knowledge in the products itself helps me better sell the product, so I can pitch better. I can pinpoint the unique points, the strength of the products, and I can explain it to my distributors. I can even explain it to like my colleagues to make them understand better. Yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah, that's good because when you're playing the card games, maybe 10 years ago, you never expect yourself to be landing a job in the company that make the games that you play. Yeah. And you did, of course, you never even expect that just by playing card games that would actually help you in your career. So really, I'm happy for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Besides arranging logistics for shipping to our distributors, you also handle the logistics for our regionals in Singapore.
Yeah.
When we have an event, we actually have to pack everything and then send it to the venue.
Yeah.
How's it like? What's the challenge in that?
Transporting all the stuff that we need, all the event items to the event hall is not really a very difficult task. But sometimes events they need things last minute, and you have to make a rush for it. And when you're rushing for time, sometimes you forget where it is, or you can't find it. You get very flustered. It's one of the few examples I have.
So you reminded me, and because I think recently I keep seeing you flying for work, and I believe recently you went to Gen Con held in USA. for B2B conference kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I believe that a lot of your work are done through emails and telephone calls, talking to our distributors, and then you finally met them in person. How was that like?
Through emails, you don't really get to know them. It's all formal, it's all business. So when you get to finally meet them and get them to know on a more personal level, so it's very satisfying to know, like, okay, so now I get to know more about this person and get to work together even closer. Yeah, I think that's very satisfying. Yeah.
How were they? Were they nice to you?
Yeah, they took great care of me.
Did they bring you around for good food in USA?
Yeah, we went for meetings through dinner. Yeah.
Meetings and dinner.
Yeah.
I would like that.
Yeah.
So you get to travel a lot for work. I imagine that must be very exciting for you, because I think, not a lot of jobs out there actually offer this incentive, this slight perk of being able to travel for work. How's that like for you?
So I enjoy meeting new people and people, our fans, card game fans. So I think that's one perk that I really find refreshing when I travel for work, even though I'm tired, but all the smiles on their face, like when they play the tournament, give me a sense of satisfaction. And just being able to travel for work is a blessing. So I'm very thankful and very grateful for this opportunity. Yeah.
But I imagine at the same time, it must be tiring. Of course, it's enjoyable on one hand, but especially if you fly long hours to from Singapore to US, like about a 20 hours flight, give or take. I imagine it must be tiring, and then you have to help out with the events, attend some conference.
It's kind of like giving back to the community. You're helping the game grow, and you're helping yourself grow too. You go through the tiring days of work. After that, you get to recover. It's all the experiences you get. It's very memorable. And flying overseas means I get to work with colleagues that are overseas that I don't get the chance to see them. So getting to know them better is very rewarding. Yeah.
So is there any important life skill that you actually have learned in the course of your work?
Yeah, definitely. And as I've emphasized earlier, it's being patient and resilient. Things might not seem worth it right now, and as time goes on, it will add up. So small adjustment matters, I guess. Small feats matters. So maybe you go for an extra sale, maybe it's just very little, but each time you go for the extra sale, it adds up to be a lot. Yeah, so you have to be patient and resilient because you're not always gonna get it. Yeah.
Is there anything that you can share with us, for anyone who might be interested in joining the sales or logistics industry?
So the sales and logistics industry is very big. There's the consumer side, the business side. So if the industry is this big, there's a lot of job opportunities for you to work there and gain some experience.
What are the skills that you think are important in sales and logistics? I imagine probably driving might be one of them.
I guess sales and logistics, driving is important. Maybe if you have prior experience in maybe forklift, if you have a license in forklift, it's very easy to get a job in warehouse. They need forklift drivers. You have to be very practical in logistics because logistics is a very heavy on numbers, and also sales. There's also very heavy on numbers and figures that you need to work it out.
Wow, thank you so much, Huanta, for sharing with us so much insights into the job that you do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me too.
No problem. Miss, please. A description of your job in Bushiroad?
Yeah, I do sales and logistics.
Thanks, bro.
All of us are speechless. Oh my word. But yeah, I guess I will kick off by saying that was awesome 8 rounds of the AO region for standard overdress. We've seen so many varieties in here, haven't we, guys?
A lot of the lyrical monasteros varieties actually. Yeah, we've seen today.
Yeah, we saw a lot of representation. It's not just Lauren Arrow all the time. You know, we've seen Clarissa, which was a huge surprise, and we also saw Willista in the first round as well. So, wow! And even then, also diverse builds and from all of the nations. It's been such a good Swiss round that we had today. Kai, I think you're mute. Yeah, there you go.
Final standings. There we go.
There we go.
Let's go to the final standings. We have Nut coming first, and then we have Mizrak, and then Manlong, Keru, Kevin Sher, Jake, Something, and Fried Steaks. So that is the top 8. That is the top 8. 1 X2 sneaking in, and yeah. It's not taking it all away with 8-0. Yeah. Well, let's see who missed out on the top 8. Tyler,
Tyler.
Ouch.